Title: DCC Backstage Chatlog, Volume 25, Part 1. Date: January 18th, 2017. Here's some more of the ongoing Facebook chat for our DCC group. Bill, I wish I had choking cloud now to get rid of all the fucking chirping birds that keep me from sleeping. And the dog is bloody dreaming loud. Probably about some bitches, fucking city and its birds, among other shitty things, like those stupid tree species with that fucking sap that drops on the car, the irregular curbs that scratch the fenders, the messy sidewalk, the Baghdad pavement, the unruly drivers, the careless contractors, and their senseless ways. Breathe and count till 10. Pundit, LOL. I woke up this morning at 11 p.m. I'm just having my afternoon coffee now at 5:30 a.m. I'm a wizard. Time has no meaning to me. Bill, unless you are waiting for a cab. Time has no meaning to billionaires. Either. Too bad I am neither. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. I'm fairly sure that 11 p.m. does not constitute morning. Bill, morning is when morning is. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. Look at my horse. Pundit. Yes, I had no idea about that video until I found out about it while preparing this blog entry. You guys like some truly weird shit. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. Like playing DCC with you, for example. We are sick people. Pundit. The thing about the DCC game is that it features a lot of innuendo, but almost no actual smut. It's somewhere between PG-13 and R-rated. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. We don't want to have problems with the network. Moo. Oh, so the face was 26th President of the USA Theodore Roosevelt. I guess South Dakota is kinda of a shithole. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. Bill finished his side quest. He can go side questing again in like 10 minutes. He can do 3 or 4 side quests in a row. But after, he needs a nap. Bill is feeling his company undesired. Let's hope Bill does not undesired you company in the shithole too. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. Bill Company is, much like Bill itself, a necessary evil. Bill, at the end of the day, you always need an asshole. Equestrian Bazooka Arnok. Quite. No one else knows more about shitty situations. Bill, having been in creating shitty situations, does not certainly make you a good referral to avoid them. Moo. Well, you know that saying. In the shithole, the asshole is king. Bill's Kingdom. Title: DCC Campaign Backstage Chatlog, Volume 25, Part 3. Date: January 21st, 2017. Pundit. Well, once again, almost everyone died. But now there's a bazooka guy. Sunrise. Sunset. Morris. Ha ha! And now, no Morris, to blame. Bill is still your fault. Moo. Yeah. Not being here is kinda your fault, oh. Morris, can you tell me what happened? Pundit. Saber-toothed giant weasels. Bazooka Arnok. The deadliest predator of the shithole. At least until Bazooka Arnok appeared. Heidi. Now that Bazooka Arnok appeared. Once the weasels kill him, we will have bazooka weasels. Since he is green and has tusk, I guess the sadistic hunter would be something like this. And Morris is now a sinless baby, compared to the new guys. Pundit. This party became a gang of insane psychopaths, so gradually that it seemed totally natural. But the latest jump is jarring. It's like a group of mobsters, getting into bigger crimes, making themselves more imposing bit by bit, taking over the underworld. And then the Joker shows up. Bill. It gets so bad that Bill becomes the voice of reason, but then says he will have to up his game to keep up with these new guys. Moo, the real question is, will Bill be able to make the shithole worse, or the shithole characters will make it worse all by themselves? Or will it be the other way, making Bill someone worse? Bill, all can be at the same time. Add hemorrhoids to the shithole, make it a worse place. Make Bill worse, and make the new guys horrible. The shithole is a place of opportunities. Moo, you don't get to the shithole. The shithole gets to you. Bazooka Arnok. Remember when we were the good guys? Yeah, me neither. But I'm pretty sure every time we die, we come back worse. We come back worse or incompetent. Bill, that would explain Bill. Bazooka Arnok. Nothing would explain Bill. Bill defies explanation. Bill is on a spirit, walk through the shithole, being an asshole, traveling to the sphincter. Bazooka Arnok. A walkabout. Basically, you want to find yourself, and what better place than the shithole for it? Bill that, like the old guy in Lost. Pundit, thurbgypundit.blogspot.com/2016/1/DCC-campaign-up-date-im- already starting .html.moo. One mistake on the DCC recap. It was Heidi, who is a pacifist who wanted to escape the party. Pundit. Heidi is the pacifist. So wait, who's the barbarian? The red mutant. And was it Heidi, and not the halfling, who used the teleporter? Did they both? Moo. I only remember that Heidi was the one with the red wizard. I do think that both of them used it too. Heidi. Both used the teleporter. The hunter is the only one who stayed out. I don't remember the name of the hunter. Pundit. Okay, I'll try to edit it. It would have been way more funny if the sadistic hunter guy was named Heidi. So, is everyone missing DC already? Heidi? It doesn't matter if we miss it or not. There is no escape. Bill, we all are. Bazooka, Arnok, DCC. What is that? I have memories. Suppressed ones? No. Everything is coming back. The horror. Pundit, hope you're having a good time over in Europe with all the Euro trash. Bill, so far so good. Pundit, oh man, Bill, Akbasha must have poisoned those dished. I feel like death is slowly taking hold of my guts. Pundit, dubious shellfish. Sounds more like the sort of thing Jaluddin would do. Bazooka Arnak. Be careful. That's how Chu died. By eating some bad fish. Moo. Bullshit demon poison. Never eat demon fish. Pundit, you better be careful, Bill. Did you hear about that Italian chef who died? He passed away. Moo, I believe that you need to be a father to tell terrible dad jokes. Bill, I guess I have good fortitude. I'm back at full HP. Pundit, good. We need you in good health if you're to come join us this Sunday. Bazooka Arnok. Bill can't handle his way out of a wet paper bag without murdering the bag's family. Bill, so I don't see what that has to do with knowing and going bananas. Look at Nikos. He is just fine. Bazooka Arnok. Bill and handling things are antonyms. Last time Bill tried to handle something, everything and everyone went to shit. Literally. We're in the fucking shithole because of Bill. Bill just need to buy a handle and put it on or in things. Well, your previous dead PC were. The new ones are native, so technically not Bill's fault. Bazooka Arnok. I can't wait to see how that fails in the most spectacular and destructive fashion possible. Bill, Morris can never blame anyone. He likes it here. We are in the SH. Things can only get worse if I mess up a control fire. Bazooka Arnok. There's a whole body of laws forbidding the things Morris likes, which you will soon, Bill. Add a creature of the void to the shithole, and it's like a crapper with additional hemorrhoids. It's only a question of when, not if. Bazooka Arnok. Thank you for the lovely mental image. Bill Muahajajaja, anytime. Heidi. Plot twist. Time Dinosaura took Bill back to before the Dark Ones attacked. He tried to cast control fire for something and opened a portal that allowed the Dark Ones into this world. Bill, done. Mark Shamilalama Amalalalan plot. Heidi, Bill is the beginning of the end. Bazooka Arnok. I personally blame Akbasha. Moo. I blame Chu only because Bazooka Arnok. Nah. Chu wasn't that relevant. Bill is a paradox. Bazooka Arnok. Depends. Paradoxes, assholes. If so, then yes. Pundit is the equestrian. Heidi. Yesterday in my job, I received a call, and after introducing myself, the girl on the other side said, "Hello, may I speak to Morris?" Morris? Ha ha ha. It's one of my fans. Heidi. And normally I would think I don't know who the fuck Morris is. There are thousands of people working here. But since she said Morris, and not other name, I thought, why would someone want to speak to Morris? Morris, ha ha, that's a valid question. Bill, you see, it's permeating into this realm. Bazooka Arnok. Does that mean that any time now minotaurs will start appearing? Because considering the price of beef, I'd be really okay with that happening. Heidi, we are out of the spell range, they have to teleport all the way from Minotaria. Bazooka Arnoch. We're in the shithole then. Bill, if we were in Venezuela, that would apply. That's it for now. Stay tuned for the long awaited new DCC campaign update very soon. Pagey Pundit. Currently smoking. Missouri Meerschaum plus Stockaby's Bullseye Flake. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Their Ziploc technology is ultra-advanced. Date: January 28th, 2017. We left off with the deplorable PCs only about 2 days away from the place known as the Sphincter, the center of the shithole. They were camped out in an area of Badlands, worse than any they'd seen so far, where literally nothing grew. Now, at night, Moo, the mud mutant, murders the sadistic hunter in his sleep for his armor. That's where we're at now. Morris suddenly returns to the group, walking in from the Badlands. What a lovely day. It's night time, Morris. Hey, do I get XP for killing the sadist? Well, you killed a fellow PC in his sleep. So, sure, 1 XP. The mission is to go to the Conclave of Wizards to talk. But you guys can do all the killing you want. Morris, you've survived 2 total party bills. Why is there blood in the sand? Hey, who wants to go back to sleep? Okay, guys. No more killing tonight. The next day, the gang proceed through the Badlands, and along the way, they spot a strange, black, viscous pool. Morris, go throw a rock in it. Morris is a bit reluctant to approach it. Come, guys. Let's all go with him for backup. Where's your fighting spirit? I'm a pacifist. Not having fighting spirit is why I'm the last survivor of my tribe. There's a 60% chance it's just a pool of sludge. 30% it's some kind of slime monster. 10% it's some truly weird shit. It turns out it was a slime monster, after all. It starts chasing the gang who run when they realize that regular weapons do nothing. Bill casts magic missile and disappears into the neutral zone, as he always does after casting magic missile. But it wasn't enough to destroy the slime. The slime catches up to the halfling chicken rider, the slowest in the group, and the halfling dies. Bill comes back and finishes nuking the slime. The newbie PCs level up, with the remaining first-level PCs now being Heidi the pacifist and Moo the Mudman Psychic, who is now a Mudman Psychic Wizard. The PCs, who are dying of thirst, find a small, muddy creek. They spend a long time very worried that it might be another slime creature somehow. Morris finally heads down there, finding it to be safe. I, Moo, am now your apprentice, Bill. You know his apprentices haven't historically fared well, don't you? You should drink a bit more, Morris. It's water. I already drank some. It's not poisonous. You should drink more water, just in case. It might take a bit more to kill you is all. Figuring the water and the creek are safe, the PCs head down to drink. The pacifist is almost immediately attacked by a sand monstrosity. Fortunately, Bill scares the monstrosity away before it can do any harm. The next day, the PCs finally get to the edge of a massive, smelly canyon. They have found the sphincter. All around it, there's a large chain-link fence with barbed wire and very old signs warning people away in almost every language imaginable. Some of these shrines have had primitive markings drawn on them in blood, and offerings of bones placed at its base. The PCs are considering what to do when they spot a tunnel dug some distance away. It has a more primitive, basic sign that says Coyote a Tijuana. They walk single file into the tunnel. Bill goes first, because the others guilted him into it. For added security, he casts a huge cloud kill in front of and behind party, murdering everything in his path for quite a great distance. You hear various screams. Good! Up ahead, you guys smell a flowery scent. Oh shit, not flowers. Before entering the large cavern with a flowery scent, Moo uses his psychic power to make himself invisible. But it only works on people his own level or lower. What the hell are you doing? Woo, I'm invisible. The cavern is full strange, large plants with pale white flowers. Also, a dozen or so guys, which at first the party assumes, from their shambling and disheveled condition, to be zombies. They're zombies. No, I'm pretty sure they're alive. I think they're just drugged or something. They drug zombies. After murdering all the drug zombies, they move on past the white lotus flowers, which Morris thinks is what made them zombified in the first place. They move on to a cavern, which features a huge pool of green slime. Let's throw a rock in it. That did not go well the last time. They move on to another cavern, where they encounter a giant slug. Bill hits it with magic missile, but it's not enough to kill it, and of course he vanishes to the neutral zone, leaving the rest badly outgunned. Moo runs away from it into the next cavern, which is filled with huge mushrooms. And while the others are fighting the slug, Moo explores, only to run into a guard robot. While Heidi chases the now fleeing slug, Morris sneaks into the mushroom forest and backstabs the robot guard with his rifle. The guard gets knocked over, and since it was on tracks, it can't right itself. My motion is impaired. I cannot move. Does anyone have a container of mushroom holding? Is there anything in the remains of the robot that could be used to carry mushrooms? Not after the magic missile and Mew stabbing the remains for several minutes. No, Heidi climbs to the top of a large mushroom and kills the slug. Remind me to get some bags the next time I'm in civilization. In High Bay. High Bay's tech level is mostly medieval, but their Ziploc technology is ultra-advanced. The PCs carry on into a cave where they finally encounter a couple of drug runners. Unfortunately, they start shooting. The DE. No, we're not the DEA. The Thetas. We're not the Thetas. We have Bill with us. Wait, you have Bill the elf. Huh. Normally when we mention Bill, they start shooting more. It turns out one of the two drug runners is a sloth. Apparently, Bill is known around here, but he has some splaining to do. Did you run into El Jefe? Could be. Did he look all acid-burned and melted, like as if someone had cast a really powerful choking cloud on him? Okay, you must be Bill the Elf. Only Bill the Elf would be so crazy to go into the sphincter. Since Bill is well known in Tijuana, so the narcos decide to take him to see El Capo, who will decide Bill's fate. They lead the PCs through the tunnels and into the city. Tijuana, the shittiest place on earth, Bill is much admired and immediately invited to several drinks of tequila. He introduces his fans to his crew. There's even narco-style songs sung about him. Why is this place the shittiest? Because it is the shithole, not because it's covered in shit. Well, yes, there is a lot of shit. As you probably smelled, a limo arrives with a well-dressed yellow mutant. He is not El Capo, just the chief assistant to El Capo. He takes the whole crew through the city, which is built on a plateau in the midpoint of the canyon, leading down into the sphincter. Along the way, he explains the Dark Ones came through into the surface of the world at the sphincter. There was a terrible war between their spawn and the High Elves and their Pythian Knights. Finally, the High Elves were able to seal the sphincter with some kind of plug. But the whole area, now known as the shithole, was riddled with mutations and spawn of the Dark Ones. So the elves sealed the whole area off. They used powerful magic to make teleportation in or out impossible, and then raised up a huge wall of near impenetrable mountains that surrounded the entire zone. That still doesn't explain why there's shit everywhere in Tijuana. Oh, that is just because of really bad sanitation. They go to a high point in the plateau, to a remarkably large, gaudy, gated mansion with a style that could only be described as Trump-esque. The area is crawling with armed bodyguards and presumably attractive female sloths in tight dresses and bikinis. They meet El Capo, an aged sloth in a mobster-like business suit. He interrogates Bill about the events surrounding the death of Slothy Rodriguez, who was like a son to him. Satisfied that Bill was not responsible for his death, he makes a deal. He will help the party with supplies to get them to the sphincter, and they will owe him and his organization a favor. Bill is concerned when he hears that spawn of the Dark Ones are often drawn to the sphincter, possibly including Shoggoths. So he asks El Capo to supply him with some large bags of weed. Mu had been injured from a bullet wound in the firefight with El Capo's men in the tunnels. He gets sent to the clinic to be treated by El Capo's obese, unlicensed doctor, who they assure Mu is excellent. The rest of the PCs were to be given the run of the place. All I ask is that you do not try to have your way with my pretty daughters. Bill agrees and immediately knocks Morris out with the sleepstone. Please lock him in a room and don't let him out. The pacifist goes to stock up on armor and weapons, courtesy of the sloths. He lies to Bill about the fact there's grenades in the sloth mafia's armory. That night, there is a huge party in Bill's honor, where the PCs meet the King of Tijuana. Wait, is the King of Tijuana Keith Richards? Sure, looks like it. I guess if one person alive today would survive the heat death of the universe, it would be Keith Richards. I couldn't tell from the accent if he was drunk or British. Then I realized he was drunk, and British and I realized who it was. King Keith. The first is very interested in Bill's primo stuff. He makes Bill promise to bring it with him back to Tijuana someday, if he should recover it. Bill and King Keith, I become fast friends. After that, it's time talk business. El Capo gives Bill 2 large garbage bags full of weed, which Bill hopes will have an effect on any Shoggoths, as he'd noted in prior experiences. He also gives him a small pouch of a blue orchid poison and a vial of black orchid poison. Now you should rest and gather your strength while you can, my friend, unless you want sleep with whores first. No, the guy in the party that used to sleep with horse is dead. Moo wakes up the next morning in the clinic, fully healed of his injury. The unkempt, obese doctor seems to know his stuff after all. Does Moo still have both of his kidneys? Strangely, yes. Morris also wakes up in the bedroom he'd been locked into this whole time and asks to be released. The guard sends word to Bill, who comes to see him. Why did you do this to me? You could have just asked me to behave. No, I know all about your urges. Now I only want it more. Bill decides to keep Morris in the room. I'll be back in 10 minutes, all right? No funny business. Sure, I don't even like women. He gone? Yes. Bill left. Okay. I check out the window to see if I can climb to some other room where there's people to creep at. Dude, El Capo's daughters are all sloths. It's not about the zoophilia. It's about Bill not letting him. El Capo's consigliere, the handsome, well-dressed yellow mutant from the limousine, earlier comes into Morris's room just before he can climb a window. So, I hear from my guard, you do not like the women. Morris has to explain to the consigliere that he just meant he doesn't like sloth women and lets him down gently. I trust you will not repeat what has been said in this room to anyone. Huh? Oh, no. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone that you're gay. I am not a puto. I simply like to have sex with other men. The consigliere leaves Morris and immediately heads to where Bill, Moo, and Heidi are lounging having breakfast on the patio. So this Morris, he is strange, yes? I would not believe anything he say. For his part, Morris had swore to the consigliere that he wouldn't say a word. Bill comes to check on him. Hey Bill, guess what? The consigliere is gay. Eat your breakfast and don't cause trouble. No, you can't tell me what to do. I don't want any breakfast. Fine, then don't eat it. No, now I want it. Dealing with Morris is like dealing with a fucking child. More like a defiant teen. The party is almost ready to go. They finally release Morris, and after he gets some new weapons from El Capo's armory, they're ready to go. So, you didn't get to ruin everything by sleeping with one of El Capo's daughters, huh? It's okay. I don't care. El Capo's daughters are sloths, and I'm not into sloths. At this point, El Capo comes down to see them off, accompanied by two modestly dressed sloth girls, and one modestly dressed, extremely hot yellow mutant girl. These are my lovely daughters, Louisa, Andrea, and, of course, my adopted daughter, Maria. Morris, her bedroom was right above where you were sleeping. Son of a bitch! Heavily stocked up on guns, rifles, grenades, armor, poison, and a ridiculous amount of drugs, the party begins to head down the canyon, side toward the sphincter, and hopefully the conclusion of their quest in the shithole. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Only Morris literally soits himself. Date: February 5th, 2017. In our last session, the stalwart PCs were just about to start making their way down from Tijuana into the depths of the massive canyon known as the sphincter. Now, the PCs start to try to climb down the canyon side. Now that I think about it, we should have brought some rope or something. No, you guys, I think it's fine. Yeah? Moo and Heidi, whose players couldn't come this day, slip and fall into the depths of the canyon. A large number of screams are heard as they fall against the canyon slope, followed by the sound of some kind of explosion, and then silence. Morris, throw a rock down there. They hear a lot of clanging noises, and some Kolu type inhuman warbling, and then more clanging. Throw another one. Hey, wait. I do have a rope. Ha. So do I. And it's a rope of climbing. I guess Moo and Heidi died for nothing. What does this green poison I have do? Well, you are a thief, so you could use your poison skill to identify it. Nah, it's all right. I'm good. At this point, Bill remembers that besides his rope of climbing, he also has the levitation spell. He gives Morris the rope of climbing and starts to levitate his way down. After their initial descent, Bill suggests that he make a larger platform of levitation and for Morris to come with him. But it turns out that Morris is scared of levitating. What the hell? Are you misdirt now? Can I save myself with the rope of climbing if you break concentration and fall to your doom? Yeah, I guess. Okay, I'm in. When they just start heading down, they run into Yar and Bazooka. Arnok, lying on an outcropping, half starved and semi-conscious. Apparently they'd reached the sphincter on their own, met each other at the fenced area around it, and crossed over, only to fall a considerable distance and end up trapped. You guys are lucky we came along. Actually, we were fine until some asshole started throwing rocks down the canyon. Do you have any food? I have this bag of mushrooms. As you proceed downward, it gets darker and darker. Much like this whole campaign. They get to the bottom of the sphincter, where they see there is this great crystal shard, placed as if to seal the hole where the Dark Ones came out of. Just as they are approaching, the earth shifts as a massive 30 feet. Shoggoth emerges and rushes toward the party, shouting an alien roar. Everyone in the party, except Bill, fail their saving throw and are scared shitless, possibly literally. Wait, Yar and Arnok haven't eaten anything in 2 days. Okay, so only Morris literally soils himself. Bill casts control fire, and his mercurial effect is activated. A rift into the void beyond appears, and this terrifying raggedy man entity comes through. Some kind of dark elder god. Why hast thou summoned me? It was just a mercurial effect. What dost thou wish? Revenge against Nikos. I can grant thee this, at a price. What price? The souls of your 3 companions. Could it be just one? Just as the Shoggoth is breaking past Bill's sequester and the Elder, God is threatening to eat souls. Arnok overcomes his magical fear. I jump at the fucking Shoggoth with all my atomic missiles. Arnok does 303 points of damage to himself and the Shoggoth. Armok is utterly disintegrated. The Shoggoth is destroyed. The Elder God is dispersed, and everyone else in the party is potentially dead. As it happens, everyone except Arnok survives their luck check. God damn it, seriously. I didn't take even one of them with me. Their survival does come at a cost, however. They each get mutations, and now have 40 kinds of cancer. Yar now has huge eyes. So, like an anime character? Cool. Bill is permanently weakened. He only heals half as fast from now on. Only in this body, though, right? Morris, hair, now has a life of its own and wiggles around like worms. I'm even creepier. Now Amok died as he lived, blowing stuff up. The survivors get to the crystal shard and find it has an entrance. Inside, they find a kind of waiting room, complete with bossa nova muzak playing in the background, and a snack dispenser giving out bags of peanuts. There's also 4 guys in there. 3 of them are clearly 0. Level newbies to replace Arnok. The 4th is a guy with multicolored wavy skin who looks like a wizard. Hello, my friends. My name is Rainbow Diva. I am a mighty wizard. I hope you are not here to try to kill us, and also perhaps that you know how to use the machine here to get us to the city of the Wizard Council. The 3 noobs are a human corn farmer with a pet cow, a yellow mutant boat, arsonist with extremely low int, and a human blacksmith. Why the hell do I always get at least 1 0 level dude with an animal? We have no clerics in our party. None of them wished to come along with us for some reason. Morris uses his skill in reading languages to figure out the controls of the crystal shard. Apparently, they are written in Techno. Walrus. Techno Walrus. Yeah, we met them before you joined the campaign on Mount Parnassus. What the hell are they? There's two things you have to know about techno walruses. The controls manage a kind of transmat beam. The party activates it, and they find themselves in ethereal form, being flown up into the sky, higher than they'd ever been before, beyond the atmospheric cover, into vacuum, toward the highest of the floating islands. The PCs arrive at one of the larger asteroids, featuring an astounding domed city with a strange mix of architecture and a kind of space port built into the rock. It has a variety of high-tech flying ships, magical flying galleons, and strange creatures that look like Ki, ridden with butterfly wings that seem to be used as mounts. They have arrived in the great sky city of LOL, home of the Lori, the Techno Walruses, and also the headquarters of the High Council of Wizards. In the spaceport, they meet an apprentice wizard named Besson, who will serve as their guide in the city. As they head up to the domed city, they notice some strange robots. They look oddly shaped. Beeson explains that they've been in the city since even before the Techno Walruses. The city was apparently originally built by the Ancient, and that they are called the Guardians and enforce the very strict laws in the city. After quickly checking in at the hotel-esque guest tower and having some time before Bill and Rainbow Diva will be presented to the council, they quickly decide to head toward the market. The corn farmer wants to try to trade his cow for some magic beans. I've heard that's a thing. Yar tries to buy the cow with some of the peanuts the snack dispensers from the shard transmat were giving out. They might be magic peanuts. Bill, Yar, and Morris. Next stop is the clinic and being immersed in full healing tanks to help them recover from their injuries incurred trying to reach the city of LOL. The others go into the markets. They learn along the way that the Guardian robots don't kill you if you commit a crime. They encapsulate you into a crystal sphere. Those spheres are then auctioned off, either to family members or friends, enemies or victims, or just real weirdos. At the market, the farmer is disappointed to learn that there's been a general shortage of magic beans since the death of the great wizard Frihol. He settles for selling his cow for 45 GP. Rainbow Diva is a sucker for cheap tourist souvenirs. He got himself a baseball cap that says LOL. He paid an obscene amount of money for it, and later discovers the label on it saying made in the Barata Kingdoms, where he's from. When the others are healed up and they all meet back at the guest tower, they are impressed by the luxuriant conditions. Also, Morris calls room service repeatedly once he finds out the council is paying for everything. I want more cakes. Oh, and some conditioner for my hair. Tomorrow I want to check out this slave market of yours. They have slaves here. Awesome. We do not have slaves. We have indentured convicts. Indentured? So, like servants. But you don't pay them. Hey, that's like us. Bill and Morris both purchase indentured convict crystal balls. In Bill's case, he outbid someone trying to beat him at it and agrees to sell it, them for 100 GP, More than he paid. In a few hours, when they get the money. The really stupid ship. Arsonist is wandering around the market, having separated from all the others, trying to buy a boat. Yah buys some huge novelty. Sunglasses. Morris takes a few gems he had to a jeweler to sell. To his surprise, what he's got is worth 27,000 GP. You could buy a ship with that kind of money. Yes, but the arsonist would just burn it. The money being too much to easily carry around. He gets himself a credit card. They have those here. Then he goes to the market, buys a pulse rifle, and the most expensive purple pimp outfit he can find. Hey, everyone. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you jealous of my wealth? No, you look weird. Morris is not taking his newfound wealth with quiet dignity, is he? He's nouveau riche. The farmer tells the other PCs the truth. That Rainbow Deva is actually just an apprentice to the real wizard who got the invitation from the council. When they got to the sphincter, the Shoggoth destroyed their master, while Deva and the three noobs hid inside the shard. Well, don't tell, Beeson. You'll queer the deal. Yes, you must not reveal my secret, or you will pay, sir, in rainbows. What? Don't question the mighty power of the rainbow, sir. The High Council meets. The wizards of the High Council are a mix of super-powered freaks. Their leader is Belmunster, the super, archetypal Gandalf. Elminster, Merlin-style old. Dude with long grey hair, pointy hat, and a pipe. But there's also a frogman wizard, a fat kitty, wizard named Fluffy, a grey realm, alien wizard, a cyclops wizard, a hippie witch named Princess Fairywinkle, and more. There's also Sir John de la Pole, the mysterious wizard who Bill had been told was in possession of his primo staff. It turns out, John de la Pole is a magic staff himself, who has attained consciousness somehow. How did we not see that one coming? There's apparently also a wizard called the Hippomagus, that everyone was excited to get to see, but he's not there. It seems the Hippomagus has gone missing. The PCs are also surprised to see a robot wizard named Bolt, -1. What? Hey, are you related to Bolt Zero? He was my father, creator. But he was a fool. I have rejected him. Wow! Bolt Zero has a son, and he's got daddy issues. Among the crowd, the PCs also spot the Archmaster. Turns out he has come here to complain about Bill. It's okay. He can't do anything to us. This is neutral ground, right? While others petition for membership, the process for becoming part of the High Council of Wizards is explained. You need 2 council wizards to sponsor you, and you must defeat a third in a presumably non-fatal magical duel. They also abhor diabolism. Having a daemon patron, are forbidden to kill another wizard or apprentice of the council. And when you die, the council gets all your stuff. In exchange for this, you get your own tower, access to the biggest magical library in the world, apprentices and guards, contact with the spirits of dead former council, wizards, and the right to act, all stuck up about how awesome you supposedly are. As soon as Bill steps on the petitioner's circle for his turn, the circle lights up. and traps him magically. We all saw that one coming, right? Bill the Elf, you are a diabolist agent of Cesra Khan. He's not really a bad guy. Cesra Khan schemes to take control of God. That's not my fault, though. Well, I mean, I did give him the Librum of the 10 spheres, which let him do that. What have you done with the Hippomagus? Hey, I seriously had nothing to do with that one. The Archmaster is pleased, but knows Bill's talent for trickery. Be careful. He's less stupid than he looks. It would be impossible for him to be more stupid than he looks. Hey, nothing is impossible for Bill the Elf. Send him to the infinity pit. Wait, I did a lot of good. I tried to save Arcombe. I freed the Ribond. I fought the Assassin King and the Egg beyond. I slaughtered the Eco-Ogres. I stopped God. I genocided the Cyber Dragons. I freed the Eye Tyrants. Half of those things are bad, or turned out terrible. The other PCs aren't helping. Probe him. I do not know this man. Without Bill, the other PCs are going to be left homeless, unless Rainbow Deva vouches for them all as his servants. Of course I can help you, my good friends. Now, Morris, I understand that you have come into a little bit of money. You know, you could just kill Rainbow Deva. No, I can't. He's a mighty wizard. Seriously? His only offensive spell is color spray. I think I'm going to get a manicure while I'm here. What the hell is wrong with you people? Your friend is facing a death sentence, probably for diabolism. What friend? Morris keeps taunting Rainbow Deva about being a shitty wizard until he becomes enraged. And Color sprays Morris in the middle of the street, knocking him flat, unconscious. Unfortunately, his victory is short-lived when the Guardian robots arrive in response to this violation of LOL's laws. Encapsulate? Encapsulate? Morris and Deva are both encapsulated. Their judicial auction will be tomorrow. Now, being all out of wizards, the rest of the party really are homeless, down and out on the weird streets of LOL. They quickly split up. Yar goes out looking for Princess Fairywinkle, hoping to befriend her. And by befriend, I mean manipulate her like he's managed to manipulate several other slightly ditzy characters of high birth so far. You have a pathological need to ingratiate yourself to royalty, don't you? She intercepts Princess Fairywinkle on the streets of LOL, being carried on a litter by 4 bare-chested hunks. Hi! Do you know if there's anywhere around here I could get a non-gluten peanut, free vegan smoothie? Get in! The guy I came with killed someone, but he abused nature, and that was awful. Tisk, tolerant people, have to die for the environment. I mean, there are billions and billions of people in the world. That's a problem. Yar gets an invite to stay with Princess Fairwinkle at her giant tree tower. I don't know where you guys will be spending the night, but I'm sleeping in a magic tree. Yeah, but you had to act like a fucking sociopath to do it. Yar's a halfling. It's not an act. Bill finds himself in the darkness of the infinity pit. To his surprise, he is not alone there. Pertinax, the wizard who had cursed Bill to be routinely attacked by minotaurs, is there too. Oh yeah. Pertinax got his own invitation to the council. It's true. So they got you too. Yeah. Apparently, they don't approve of my serving the Lord of Blood and Fire, or sending minotaurs over to you to be slaughtered. Bill has a plan. Teleportation doesn't work here. But he still has 2 garbage bags full of weed. So, your plan is to get really high, and that will somehow summon a Shoggoth. Not just any Shoggoth. Bob Shoggoth. He's cool. Meanwhile, Yar has been working on convincing Princess Fairywinkle that Bill is actually a victim in all this, and that he could be turned toward good. She gets Fairywinkle to agree to help her win over one other member of the council. Probably Scylla the Cyclops, wizard. And then the two will sponsor Bill for a place on the council. Belmonster is such a neutral freak when it comes to the club rules that he'll have no choice but to allow the challenge, at least, to take place. This is the plan anyways. The yellow mutant boat, Arsonist, having not been with the others when they became street people, went back to the guest tower, having been confused at being denied entrance to the room, and too stupid to understand what he was being told. He just hung around, hiding from staff in the servant corridors. There he runs into Jaludine, not realizing the yellow mutant is mentally disabled. Jaludine talks to him and gets the impression that Bill had gotten his previous messages. Bill mostly did not, and agrees with his plan. Bill does not. Jaludine tells the boat, Arsonist, to tell Bill that he's going to keep his part of the bargain and steal Bill's phylactery in exchange for Bill betraying Cesar and enlisting the Wizard Council's help. You realize Bill's never getting this message right? Yup, and that's where we leave off for this week. Bill and Pertinax are going to try to toke their way to freedom, if they can manage to summon Bob Shoggoth. Yar is going to try to use the technicalities of the Wizard Council to free Bill. Jaludine incorrectly believes that the PCs are ready to play a crucial part in his plan to stop Cesar Khan. And Morris is just going to keep on pimping. It seems utterly certain that everything is set up to go horribly wrong. But the really interesting part is going to be to find out just how. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Let's go assault a child. Date: February 18th, 2017. We left off with the party massively split up, mostly in the city of LOL, though a couple of PCs were still down in the sphincter and presumed dead. Bill the Elf was imprisoned by the High Council of Wizards in a place called the Infinity Pit. Yar the Halfling had ingratiated herself to one of the council members, Princess Fairywinkle, in an attempt to negotiate Bill's freedom. Morris had ended up encapsulated for fighting in the public thoroughfare with Rainbow Deva. The yellow mutant boat arsonist had received an important message from Jaludin the Rogue and was absolutely sure not to deliver it. Now, I don't want to play Mew anymore. I want to roll up some new characters. 10 minutes later, Moo's player has generated a blob man, a furry space insect, and a techno walrus. I just wanted to play someone normal. He wants to play what he's not. Dude, you know how many players would love to play any of those characters. Fuck it. I'm playing Teal, the Mud Mutant Warrior from my last batch. Thank you for wasting all our time. Your mental defective boat arsonist is sleeping in a closet. Hey, he's not a mental defective. He's handy capable. Notice how everyone associated with Cesra Khan is terrible at who they actually choose to trust with important things. That's because Cesra Khan is the Ayn Rand of daemons. What's going to happen to Bill? I wouldn't really care, but he's sort of my ride. Heidi and Teal both regain consciousness at the bottom of the sphincter. They both survived their last plummet into the depths as they tried climbing down canyon because their fall was broken by a large mass of rotting radioactive sludge. You know what this is from, right? Feels like it's from a dead Shoggoth who was blown to bits with dozens of atomic mini-missiles. So Arnok actually saved 5 PCs now. That was so not the plan. Teal enters the crystal shard and transmats to LOL. There's a nerdy intern waiting at the transmat platform on that end. Are you, a wizard? Yes. I'm the knife wizard. You're not on the list. Can I see the list? Okay, I'm this guy. You're Raistlin? Yes. Seconds later, the intern starts to see through Teal's pathetic ruse, and Teal runs for it, rushing into the flying space Kirin's corral and hiding in a storage room. Heidi beams up to LOL as well. Hello? Have you seen a mud mutant around here? The knife wizard? He's not a real wizard, you know. He lied to me. I put my trust in him. Meanwhile, Teal is quickly found by the Guardian robots. Encapsulate. Encapsulate. I stab one with my knife. The knife breaks. Damn. Bill and Pertinax are in the Infinity Pit, getting high as all fuck to try to contact Bob Shoggoth. Actually, Pertinax didn't want to smoke any, but second-hand smoke ruined his efforts to avoid having anything to do with Bill's crazy plan. Soon, they're both stoned out of their gourds, talking about cheese. Man, I've lost all respect for Pertinax now. He used to have some dignity. Yeah, until he met Bill. He has that effect on people. Bill contacts Bob Shoggoth, and just for shits and giggles has Bob show Pertinax his true visage. Pertinax starts screaming hysterically. Having lost all his sanity, points from the encounter with the Thing Man was not meant to know. Bob Shoggoth is leaving all of creation because of Cesra Khan. After totally disbelieving everyone who had warned him, Cesar Khan was going to fuck everything up, from his fellow PCs to important NPCs to the High Council. Bill instantly believes in the danger when a Rastafarian Shoggoth tells him so. Also, Bill forgets to ask Bob Shoggoth to rescue him from the Infinity Pit. I forgot. Things kind of went another way, and I got distracted. It's because he got high. So Bill is still stuck in the Infinity Pit with Pertinax, who won't stop screaming, and has started to bleed out of his eyes from the Lovecraftian horror. This is fine. The blacksmith and the farmer had found a cheap inn to stay the night, and the blacksmith goes to de-encapsulate the prisoner he'd bought at the auction earlier that day. His new indentured servant turns out to be a seemingly ditzy prostitute named Myla, lost in the city of LOL, trying to find absolutely any of his teammates. Heidi, who keeps insisting his name is pronounced Hadi, runs into a crazy madman that's screaming about how all is Cesar Khan. Some of the pepper pot-shaped guardian robots show up and encapsulate him. He then runs into a whole group of people, really creepy people, who are also chanting in unison that all is Cesar Khan. They are stalking toward him, trying to grab him. Hey, look over there. It's Cesar Khan. They turn to look. I wasn't sure that would work. I run like hell. He runs into another alley, where he sees a couple engaged in man-blob sexual intercourse. I back away slowly. The blacksmith and the farmer desperately need money in order to buy Morris's capsule at the auction tomorrow. Myla tells them she can get them some money. Okay, just don't tell me where you're going to get it from. Heidi runs into a weird guy who apparently mistakes him for someone else. He tries to use a secret code with him. The crow flies at midnight. I guess so. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Hey! Wait! You don't know where Bill the Elf is, do you? I came with him. You're with Bill the Elf? Come with me. The guy leads Heidi into a hovel where there's several shady-looking characters. He has found the resistance. Their leader is a tough, smart blonde woman in a tight dress. Wait, is that Myla the prostitute? The one that was with the other guys? Yup. Had Bill come here to destroy the council? He wasn't very clear. He said something about joining them or destroying them. I think Bill might be dyslexic. So Bill is in the Infinity Pit. What about Morris? He's been encapsulated. Somehow, that doesn't surprise me. The council has been subverted by one or more diabolists. Those wizards who aren't corrupted are too decadent to do anything. Bill is our only hope. Oh man, you're so fucked. He isn't our only hope. There is another. Meanwhile, the next morning, Yar goes with Princess Fairywinkle to meet Sylar the Cyclops Wizard, who they hope to convince to join Fairywinkle in sponsoring Bill to go through the test of membership in the High Council, which would get him out of the Infinity Pit on a technicality. You know how I found that book of zoology last night in Fairywinkle's bookshelf and spent most of the night reading through it? Yes, well, you told me that Sylar is an obsessive collector of rare birds. Yes, now that you're here, you see that, as well as attractive young male and female slaves, He has many gilded cages with fancy birds, plus magnificent giant cats, and a menagerie full of monsters. He's quite the collector. Good. So I use everything I read to talk with him about some of the animals I recognize, and flatter him about his collection. Damn, you're good. As Yar enters Sila's tower, she notes a great statue given to him in gratitude from the people of Minotauria. Wait, Minotauria? Yes, WTF. Yar succeeds in convincing Sila, but she can also act as a witness to the fact that Bill couldn't have had anything to do with the disappearance of the Hippomagus, since he'd been in the shithole for the past several weeks. If Bill was not the culprit, that means that someone on the council has betrayed us all. I'm fairly sure it's Zack the Grey Alien Wizard. Well, I think it's John de la Pole. So why do each of you think that the person you named is the traitor? Well, Zack thinks he's so cool. De la Pole is all stuck up. At this point, everyone realizes the High Council of Wizards are much like a gang of high school students. So now we are allies, eh, Fairwinkle? Well, Sila has had worse allies. And once we free Bill, you'll have a worse ally again. I only hope we don't come to regret this. They're freeing Bill? Of course, they're going to regret it. Man, Sila is like one of those guys from I, Claudius. Meanwhile, Myla has agreed to help the blacksmith and the farmer purchase and decapsulate Morris. She takes them to a frogman loan shark. He demands the farmer as collateral and gives them a 2,000 GP loan in exchange for them paying him back 3,400 GP and 98 SP. You just sold out the farmer. And you guys call me the psycho. Heidi ends up a prisoner of the resistance. Myla brings the blacksmith there too, hoping to confirm that Heidi isn't a secret double agent of the High Council. Unfortunately, the two had never met until just then. One or both of you could be spies. Probably him. Who were you trying to free? Morris, really? You probably don't want to free him. Okay, I think Heidi's legit. I think Bill broke Pertinax. With Pertinax, a zero-san, Lovecraftian horror victim, Bill does the obvious and loots his cellmate. He finds a horn, which turns out to be a horn of Dutchmen. Yes, you have summoned us for a while. Isn't that weird? He also finds a ring of weakness and puts it on, instantly dropping his strength and stamina to 3. Damn. Oh well, I chop off that finger. The auction begins, and the blacksmith turns out to be outbid on his attempt to purchase Morris. He notes that the winner of Morris's capsule happens to be a frogman. He realizes he might have made a mistake by mentioning that Morris had thousands of gold pieces on him. He does manage to successfully bid on Rainbow Deva. Teal is being auctioned at the same event. He ends up being bought and subsequently de-encapsulated by a mercenary bounty hunter named Malaprex the Violent. What do you do? I mostly kill people. Me too. Great. Let's go drinking. At the meeting of the High Council, Sila and Fairywinkle manipulate technical rules of the council to get Bill released from the infinity pit. They're all stunned to see him horribly weakened and missing a finger. What happened to you? Well, first, I contacted a Shoggoth. What? He serves the void. I don't serve the void. I just sometimes smoke weed with someone who came from it. The Archmaster was supposed to be at that meeting of the council to complete his reapplication for membership. But he's conspicuously absent. Meanwhile, Heidi discovers that the Archmaster has been recruited into the Resistance. Do you serve Bill? Heidi: not really. Good answer. Should we really be trying to blow up the High Council with an enormous bomb? I mean, what about the Sezrakan problem? Shouldn't we be trying to form a coalition? Let me tell you about coalitions. When God awoke, a grand coalition of the great and the good took place on Mount Parnassus. You know what they did? Nothing. They talked and talked all through the crisis. Well, we're here now. So if it wasn't those guys who stopped the crisis, that's not important. Myla and the blacksmith follow the frogman who bid on Morris to a Keyrin rental store that appears closed. The frogman knocks on the door and gives a secret password to enter. Shadowley, a young frog boy, leaves the shop shortly thereafter, heading toward the loan shark's shop. We have to stop him. Okay. Let's go assault a child. Meanwhile, Malaprex, the violent Antil, the also violent, learn that Bill has been freed by the High Council. Bill's head would fetch us untold riches in any of a dozen kingdoms. You need to infiltrate Bill's group again, and then betray him. Okay, Teal gets to Sila's tower, where Bill is staying. Oh, it's you. Yes, I'm here to help. Good. Well, go find Morris. Does he even know how to find Morris? Does he know this city? Do we even have any idea where Morris is? He has resources. He doesn't look like he has resources. He looks like an imbecile. Hey, first, don't know what that word means. Teal immediately proves himself an imbecile by mentioning that he's been sent by Malaprex to betray Bill. After taking out the little frog boy, the blacksmith and the Resistance break into the frogman's shop and steal Morris's capsule. Then the blacksmith and one of the Resistance get to the loan shark's place before he's been alerted to anything, and pays off his loan, freeing the farmer. They head to decapsulate Morris, but on the way they get intercepted in an alley by Jal-Uddin and his assassins. Have you contacted Bill? Yeah, sure. Did he get my Maish? No. Tell him to meet me at the Dancing Harpies saloon. It is time we worked together to stop Sezrakan. Weren't you allies once before? Yes, long ago. Then stuff happened? That sounds a bit sexual. What? No, I meant I killed him. Oh, that's much better. Before the blacksmith can get Morris de-encapsulated, the Resistance member who come with him suddenly goes nuts and starts shouting that all is Sezrakan. The Guardians come along and encapsulate the guy. Shit, that's too bad. Well, I'll go de-encapsulate Morris. The resistance guy had Morris's capsule. Oh fuck. Wow. A capsule within a capsule. How does that work? The blacksmith and the farmer decide to screw the resistance and head to find Bill at Siler's tower. Wow. You must save a lot of money on sunglasses. Siler has Telak as bait to draw out Malaprex and then quickly subdues him with his spiderweb spell. So Siler can do whatever a spider can. Heidi tries to convince Myla and the resistance to let him go to Bill, promising them he'll recruit Bill for them. Do you really think you can get Bill to betray the council? Bill can't stop betraying people. It's his blood. Worried that the blacksmith betrayed them, Myla lets Heidi go. She and the resistance, including the Archmaster, will go to a new undisclosed location and carry on with their plan to blow the council to bits. Finally, the boat. Arsonist ended up wandering the streets of LOL utterly aimlessly. Eventually, he came across a troubling scene. Bolt -1 was meeting with several of the Guardian robots. He told them that the organics cannot be trusted to deal with the oncoming crisis and that their plan had to be accelerated. You must proceed on my signal to cleanse the entire city of all organic life. We obey. Exterminate. Exterminate. Naturally, he did the only thing he could. He wandered off again and stole some eggs and a skillet from a nearby household. Literally. With his intelligence level, it's the only thing he could do. That's it for this session. Not a lot got resolved. And instead, as usual, the PCs find themselves in a rising storm of oncoming shit about to hit multiple proverbial fans. Will they be able to solve all the various problems, save LOL, the Council, organic life, and the universe? Let's face it, probably not, but it'll be fun to see just how they fuck everything up. Stay tuned. Title: DCC Campaign Archive. He's the one with the sombrero. Date: March 7th, 2017. Our last adventure saw the group in the city of LOL, home of the Techno, walruses, the High Council of Wizards, and the Guardian robots. Suspiciously familiar, looking pepper pot-shaped robots. One or more of the council may be diabolists. There's a resistance out to blow up the whole council. The wizard robot Bolt 1 has made an alliance with the Guardian robots to exterminate all organic life. And the Daemon Cesra Khan is slowly taking over all of reality. That's a lot of problems building up all at once. Now, Heidi gets to the palace of Siler, the Cyclops wizard. Bill is sent down to identify him as a party member. When Bill comes down, he's wearing a toga like Siler does, but not knowing how to put it on. It looks more like a diaper. I was kidnapped by rebels. Hey, welcome to the club. They want to destroy the council. Them too? Heidi reveals that the Archmaster has teamed up with the rebels, and they're somehow planning to get themselves a bomb. So now we're all together again. Except Yar, who's staying at Fairywinkle's, and the handy-capable guy. And Morris. Wait. Morris isn't the guy we mean by handy-capable. So, Your plan is to think about a plan later. Yup. Suddenly, someone notices Sila's fountain, which was a gift from the grateful kingdom of Minatoria. Wait, Minatoria is real? The next day, the group gets a note from Fairywinkle saying that Yar the Halfling is missing. Dude, the handy-capable mutant can take care of himself in LOL. You can't even take care of yourself in LOL. You got yourself encapsulated in 10 minutes. Less than 10, actually. The Archmaster is with the rebels. What? Didn't you know, Sila? No. Shouldn't we help them? What? They want to destroy the council. I'm on the council. Oh, sorry. Still, though... Wait. Sila's on the council. Bill is your leader. It's his job to give you things, not mine. He doesn't have anything. Hey, I do too. Please, you're wearing a diaper. We should all go. So you stop annoying Sila. We're not annoying him. Yes, you are. Why do you want to find the rebels? Well, because I am one. What? I just want to mention I barely know these guys, Sila. Sila lends Bill his most attractive catamite to act as a tour guide. So, do you and Sila, wrestle? Oh, yes. He's a mighty wrestler, you know? Now that I'm with your new characters, I even miss Akbasha. Bill and the others get to the Dancing Harpy Tavern, where Jaludan is waiting to parley with him. Okay, you guys stay here while I go talk to him. All right? They all follow him. There's a single empty chair in front of Jaludin. He gestures for Bill to sit down. That's fine. The rest of us get empty chairs from other tables and bring them over. You are surrounded by imbeciles, Bill. I am not your worst problem right now. Tell me about it. Bill and Jaludin can't come to an agreement about how to handle the Cesare Khan issue. Fundamentally, Bill doesn't trust Jaludin. If Jaludin steals Bill's phylactery, Bill fears he'll just destroy it. Heidi has a plan. What if half of us go with Jaludin to make sure he doesn't try anything? Ah, yes. That is a very good idea, my friend. Surely you will be able to stop me if I try anything. Is Udin actually giggling? Or is that just you? No, it's not just me. Jaludin can't help but giggle at your suggestion. I think we should just leave the phylactery where it is. Maybe we can encapsulate Cesare Khan with the Guardian robot technology. That would work. I really do not think that would work. We could ask one of the Guardian robots. There's probably one right outside. I noticed they were following me on the way over here. What? This meeting is over. After Jaludin vanishes back into the shadows, Teal goes outside, and indeed, there's a Guardian robot there. He goes up to talk to it. Cesare Khan is a danger to all of LOL, where he's situated. He's not in the city. He's in the crown of creation. This must be discussed by the Guardian War Council. You will be taken to them. Obey or be encapsulated. Obey! Obey! Hey, guys. We've got to go to a meeting with the Supreme Council of Robot Dudes. Guys? Where did you go? Oh, fuck you guys. Are you some kind of mighty wizard? Well, define mighty. Also, define wizard. Also, define kind. Bill purchase 23 prisoner capsules from a suspicious old woman on the street. What's your name? Suspicious old woman. Griselda. Well, that's even more suspicious. Now, Bill gets to the library and sends Silas Catamite to go decapsulate 23 capsules while he starts researching Emirkol's maelstrom. So you're going to free 23 criminals to join your cause? How is that any different from my current party? Meanwhile, the farmer and the blacksmith went ahead to the mausoleum. Hi, can you take me to see Frisch Hole the wizard? His statue is over there. He's the one with the sombrero. I should have figured. The farmer and blacksmith find out they can't access the brain jars in the mausoleum because they aren't wizards. Just out of curiosity, do you have any secondary entries or exits? Only the windows, I suppose. Oh, I see. And do you know where I could buy rope? Teal is led into the headquarters of the Guardian robots. So just wondering, do you guys have any weaknesses? The Guardians have no weaknesses. The Guardians are superior in every way. Teal tells them about Sezrekan. Sezrekan the First, the enemy of the Guardians. He must be exterminated. Exterminate. 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 Teal learns that Bolt 1 is allied with the Guardians. Bolt 1 shows up to ask him some questions. You will tell us if Bill the Elf knows of our alliance and plan to exterminate all organic life on LOL. No, and I've already forgotten too. At the library, Bill meets Grislaw the Archivist, who watches over the entry. He's a classic wizened sage with a long white beard. Is this Heidi, your apprentice? No, he's a companion. I see. Well, he may enter with you, but no hanky-panky in the library aisles. Entering into the restricted area of the Grand Library proper, Bill meets Grislaw the librarian, who looks even more wizened and has an even longer white beard. Wait, aren't you the receptionist? No, that's my grandson. Teal is kept alive by the Guardian robots. For now, he's dumped into a cell with a really weird guy with crazy white hair and odd taste in clothing. No, not that guy. So, what's your name? The Guardians once called me the oncoming storm. But what's your name? I have many names. I'll stab you. You may call me Roman. Roman Beckett. I can modify your dagger to penetrate the Guardian robots' Gardanium metal shells. That's an awful name. Roman has a sonic tool to open the door, because of course he does. There's a Guardian robot right at the door. Stab it in the eye stalk. My boy, that's its weak spot. They lied to me. As soon as Teal starts to engage with the Guardian robot, Roman bravely runs away, abandoning him. Oh, fuck you. Meanwhile, the resistance is in open revolt on the streets. The farmer tells the rebels he's looking for Myla and will be found at Sila's tower. Are you going to kill Sila? No, I'm with Bill. Is Bill in the revolution, comrade? Bill's a revolution in himself. Hey, those are the humans over there. We should try to avoid them seeing us. Bill, you're in the body of a radioactive mutant. You literally glow. You're pretty hard to miss. Despite their best efforts to avoid them, Bill and Heidi meet up again with the human farmer and blacksmith. They all go together to the mausoleum, where Bill helps the farmer commune with the brain of the deceased wizard Frioli. He reveals the location of the last possible surviving batch of his magic beans. The brain of the deceased wizard Emiricol allows Bill to commune with him. I like the cut of your jib, youngster. You're a source of mayhem. Apparently, Emiricol was the Bill, the elf, of 1,000 years ago. You have but one question left. Wait, you said I could ask 3 questions, and I only asked one so far. That's why they call me Emircol, the Chaotic. So you want to get to the crown of creation. But you can't get the Librum of the 10 spheres? Nope, I gave it to Cesar Khan. All right. Do you perchance have an ancient? No, I had one. But I killed her in a magical rage. You go through the abyss. Good, but everything that goes into the abyss is annihilated. It will tear apart the very fabric of your reality. So, sort of like living with Bill. Suddenly, the PCs hear an explosion in the distance. That sounds as though it came from the direction of the tower of the High Council. Wow! The Archmaster actually managed to find a bomb after all. It turns out that the PC's carelessness with Sila alerted him to the, quote, rebels' plans, and the High Council was waiting for the Archmaster. They defeated him easily and put him in the Infinity Pit. The bomb did no real damage, and they are now hunting down the rebel leaders. The Council is concerned about why the Guardian robots did not stop the mobs on the streets, however. Bill, can we try to find Myla? That woman is trouble. An apprentice gives Bill a message, inviting him to a private meeting in the High Wizard Belmonster's tower. Wow, we're getting to see all the towers. If we actually go to every one of them, I think we'll get a free t-shirt or something. Belmonster's tower is full of weird stuff. This place reminds me of the Curiosity Shop. I can't tell if Belmonster is a great collector of powerful magic objects, or just a hoarder. The tower smells of pipe tobacco and wizardry. So, like the pundit's house? Bill, can your servants be trusted? Sure. Why not? We can be trusted about as much as Bill. Trusted for what? Because if it's to leave you the fuck alone, then no. I think Sila is the diabolist, Belmonster. How do you know this? A street waif told me. And he seems too trustworthy. Bill, is there anything you wish to tell me? I wish my brother Ted hadn't died. Oh, wait. You mean about our current situation? Bill and Belmonster discuss how they might be able to reach the crown of creation. What if we used the ancient's body? Possibly. Where is the ancient's body? She died in the palace of the Presbyterian Church. Are they still around? No, they were conquered by the Sky Nazis. Would the Sky Nazis possibly collaborate with us? Usually, the Sky Nazis are the ones who make you collaborate with them. I never thought I'd be suggesting an alliance with Sky Nazis. Don't worry. It's very normal. This is what happens when you spend any time around Bill. He's a black hole of moral degeneracy. And we're all just in his event horizon. The Hippomagus was last seen in a nearby floating island called Ansus, and he was in possession of a powerful object known as the Sunstaff. I had nothing to do with that. Bill, I need 101 GP to pay some debts. I also want 50 GP to screw around with. What am I, your dad? Teal was defeated by the Guardian robots after Roman abandoned him. But instead of exterminating him, Bolt One interrogates him and makes him an offer. Your ongoing existence will depend on your usefulness. Well, I'm totally doomed. Teal tells Bolt -1 that Bill wants to destroy LOL, is in league with Cesracon and Bolt 0, and that he'll willingly work for Bolt 1 if he's spared. In other words, an unending stream of total bullshit. He should be exterminated. Exterminate. No, he will be of use to us. Probe him and release him outside. We obey. Oh, yay. Probing. Teal agrees to serve the Guardians and Bolt One. He's told he'll be implanted with a listening device on his right wrist, which will allow him to inform Bolt One of anything Bill and the other people around him are doing. The humans find the hovel that Frihol the magician had mentioned he'd hidden the last jar of magic beans in. They find it occupied by a young drug dealer and buy some drugs off him to get access to his outhouse, where Frihol said it was hidden. The blacksmith gets bitten by some hideous sewer lizard rat, but they get their jar of beans. Teal wakes up in an alley. I press my wrist to tell Bolt One I'm okay. You know, you're pressing the wrong wrist, right? I do. Teal doesn't. Teal ends up spotting the handy-capable yellow mutant who has been lost wandering through the city all adventure long. Unfortunately, Teal is the only party member who had never actually met that character, so he walks right past him. Teal does spot and recognize Roman Beckett. He's in a very poor disguise, basically just a top hat and a fake beard over his real beard. Teal tries to attack Roman, but Roman knocks him over with some Venusian Aikido. Teal agrees to take Roman to Sila and warn everyone about Bolt One. They get to Sila's tower. I want to speak to Mr. Big Eye. I mean, Sila. One of the two humans immediately recognizes Roman as his quirky uncle that he hadn't seen since childhood. Curiously, Roman doesn't seem to have aged a day. It turns out Sila cut a deal with the mercenary, Malaprex the Violent, freeing him after having captured him last session. In exchange for him being in charge of wiping out the resistance, Malaprex managed to slaughter most of the resistance's leadership. But Myla escaped. Teal immerses his left wrist in the Minotauria fountain. Okay, listen. The Guardian robots put an implant in my right wrist, but I think I'm blocking it. That's your left wrist, dude. My left? Oh, shit. Bolt -1 and the Guardians plan to exterminate all life on LOL. I find that hard to believe. Just then, Teal explodes. When he does, Roman was already running like hell for the exit, having apparently realized what was about to take place. A couple of the PCs were trying to stop him, so they were near the door when the blast went off. They put a bomb in me. Man, Bolt 1 is an asshole, just like his dad. Bolt 1 betrayed us, after all. We have to stop the Guardians. I say we kill everyone. That what Teal would have wanted. Actually, that probably is what he would have wanted. Heidi convinces Sylar to call together an emergency meeting of the council to alert them of the imminent peril and to try to take out Bolt 1. We need to evacuate the population. There aren't enough skyships to evacuate the entire population of LOL. We could have them go into the towers. Or towers? Yes, I don't think so. They'll touch my things. Maybe the sewers. They might be safe there for a little while. Ah, yes, the sewers. That's a much better place for the commoners to go. The farmer and the blacksmith, Sylar, Uncle Roman, Heidi, and Malaprex all head to the High Council Tower to meet with the other great wizards, after sending all of Sylar's remaining catamites to alert the population to evacuate or flee into the sewers. Meanwhile, Bill is in the library, totally unaware of the new crisis, engrossed in studying for his new spell. Like a nerd! That's it for this session. Will the PCs be able to save LOL from the robot menace? Will they be able to form a coherent plan with the world's mightiest wizards to find a way to stop Cesaricon from assimilating the entire universe? Will Bill finally learn his new spell? Or will they just fuck everything up as usual? Tune in next time to find out. But let's face it, it'll probably be fuck everything up time. PG Pundit. Currently smoking Mastro de Paja Rhodesian plus Image Virginia. Title DCC Campaign Archive. Dutchman. Just show up date. March 24th, 2017. When we left off, Bill was nerding out in the library, blissfully unaware that many of the other PCs had just survived the bomb implanted in Teal by the Guardian robots. Teal didn't survive. Now the secret of the Guardians' plans to kill all humans and mutants was out. The PCs decided to warn the people and gather together the High Council of Wizards. This was also the 4th anniversary of our campaign. Now, celebrating 4 years of the DCC campaign escalated quickly into cake buying. Everyone watches Teal Moo's player carefully to see if he eats cake as weirdly as he eats pasta. Moo's player asks the pundit to make a ruling on psychic powers. I'm torn. On the one hand, if pundit gives MU what he wants, that might someday benefit one of my characters. On the other hand, it would benefit MU. So, pundit rules on it. I like that ruling. It might someday help my future characters, but it doesn't really help Mew. It's too bad Teal died. Is it though? I'm cool. I'm in the library. I don't give a shit. Yes, but you need 2.6 more days to actually learn your spell. Yeah? So, you need the city of LOL to still exist for another 54 hours or so. Oh shit. Okay. But technically, Bill doesn't need to be in LOL, right? He just needs the books. Malaprex, the Violent, and Uncle Roman are whispering to each other. It's okay, I trust Roman. He's family. Do you really think Bolt 1 and the Guardian robots could hope to defeat the Council's combined power? I have Int 7. I don't really think that much about anything. You see, Bolt 0 cannot perform magic because of his big claw hands. So he made Bolt -1, who can. Why didn't he just make new hands? He has mysterious ways. Malaprex confides with the PCs that he thinks LOL is doomed, and he really just wants to steal everything he can and get the fuck out of Dodge. The Guardians decapsulate Morris. Probe him. Just relax, man. You will tell us all you know about Bill the Elf. Obey. Obey. Okay. Well, I know he fucked this green mutant witch queen in the shithole. Explain the vulnerabilities of Bill the Elf. Explain. Well, did you know he only has one testicle? Why are you lying about me to robots? The Guardian robots explained to Morris how Teal was blown to bits when they implanted a bomb in him, but failed to kill Bill the Elf. Why are you telling me this? No reason. We will now release you if you agree to find Bill the Elf and to contact. When you find him through an implant, we will put in you. Okay, sure. In all this, Heidi had been on his way to Belmonster's tower when he was attacked in an alley by a group of vicious cats with paralyzing bites and the ability to sprout wings. They flew his paralyzed body to a tower whose inner architecture had the form of an enormous cat palace. Heidi is revived by Fluffy the cat, Archwizard of the High Council. He speaks telepathically through his human, who is held in a human-sized carrying cage. Tell me, Heidi, what do you most desire? To save the people of LOL. Such a selfless desire. This is odd for someone who chooses to travel with Bill the Elf. I never really got a choice. Heidi didn't choose the Bill life. The Bill life chose him. I have an offer for Bill. To defeat Cesar Khan and keep his current level of power. Not interested. Heidi is allowed to leave through the exit, which consists of an enormous brass door with a large cat flap. Malaprex, Roman, and the humans are in the sewers, trying to find another entrance into the turbolifts leading to the space docks, because the regular terminal is flooded with panicking crowds trying to escape the city. In the sewers, they run into a blob creature, which Malaprex promptly shoots to pieces. You know, that might just have been like an alien guy. Don't care. Next, they run into a group of frog people. Chatelet, I guess you guys can come with us. Welcome to the mercenary life. We are not Marys. We are freedom fighters. Well, we fight for economic freedom. Economic freedom is a fundamental Kekistani value. Having failed to use Heidi as a messenger, Fluffy the cat sends a messenger cat to Bill in the library. The cat explains to Bill that the city is on the verge of total chaos. Man, when did things start to go so wrong? I'm pretty sure it was Bill's first adventure. Moo was looking for Bill and gets to the library entrance after making his way past frantic mobs and rioters. There, he meets Grislaw, the library receptionist wizard. I'm looking for Bill the elf. I'm a wizard. Are you his apprentice? I was, until he left me stuck in the shithole. Is that what the young people are calling it these days? Do you know what's going on out there, Grislaw? Aren't you going to run for it? No, I was born in this library, and I'll die in this library. The library is very large. It's larger on the inside. I'll get a page to guide you to Bill. Like an animated page from a book? No, just a servant. The page and Moo walk in on Bill stuffing books into his briefcase of holding, having been warned about the imminent potential destruction of LOL. The cat messenger was acting as his lookout, but Bill totally ignored his warning mews. Theft! Theft! Bill Planer steps out of there. Moo is pissed. That asshole of my former master left with a bunch of books. Wah, my ex is an asshole. He left me in the shithole. Man up, dude. So is this place defended? Not really. But I trust that the council will take care of these problems shortly. You're fucked, dude. I'm out of here. Morris has been freed by the Guardian robots. Is there any shooting happening? No, though you hear shooting in the distance. That's music to Morris's ears. Is my credit still good? Well, most of the city is on fire. So no, Morris was left near the library, and he sees Moo coming out, all pissed. A bit later, both see this thing that looks vaguely like the Predator come out of the library. I'm betting that's something that's been sent to hunt down Bill for stealing books. Let's follow it. Heidi gets to the outside of Belmunster's tower, only to run into a crowd of people who have become Cesar Khan zombies. He manages to bluff them by walking past them with the same blank stare, repeating all is Cesar Khan. Belmunster's owlbear butler opens the door to the tower. All is, I need to talk to your master. Belmunster has other animal servants, a duck cook, Disney-style animated brooms, and dire weasel guards. Dire weasels are the deadliest predators of Belmunster's tower. Belmunster is trying to get the wizards together to do an assault on the Guardian, Robots HQ, now that the Guardians have started to come out and exterminate people. While Heidi waits, Belmunster has a platypus in a doctor's outfit give him a healing potion. Roman, Malaprex, the frogmen, and the humans had originally joined a merchant to get to his merchant ship. But then they set their minds on a much more impressive Grey Realms transdimensional mercenary cruiser. Only it's got a protective force field defense system that's disintegrated anyone who comes near it. Roman thinks he's figured out how to disrupt it. But to test it, they throw the merchant toward the ship. The merchant gets disintegrated. No, give me a sec. They try again, for which purpose the blacksmith shanghais a random organge mutant. This time, the disruption worked. We're good. I helped. Yes, you did. Welcome to the exciting life of a mercenary. Yay? Yes, Heidi. For getting past the Sezrakan crazies. You get 1 XP, which is more than any of you have gained in the last 2 sessions. This has been a very interesting adventure, but not big on XP. Yeah, we haven't had many fights for the last while. Just you fucking wait. Inside the mercenary cruiser, the blacksmith and the Kekistanis raid the armory. The blacksmith gets himself a top-of-the-line X-Armor with a jetpack attachment. The farmer gets aquapants. What the fuck are aquapants? They're pants that look like they're made out of water. Grey Realm beings are weird. While following the predator, Morris and Moo find a giant hamster, about the size of a pig. It appears to be someone's pet, who was set free before they fled. Morris feeds it some peanuts, and Moo decides to take it with him. What are you doing with that thing? I need love. I'm going to blow the horn of Dutchman. 1 sec. I have to look up just how that works again. I'm pretty sure that Dutchman just show up. Yup, you're right. You know, we could use this mercenary cruiser's dimensional drive to... Well, no. That would be a bad idea. A bad idea, Uncle Roman. Tell me more. Well, we could try to make a short jump inside the dome that covers LOL. Awesome. You really think that's a better idea? Well, define better. If this doesn't work, will we all die? Maybe. I like those odds. Heidi tells Belmonster about Roman Beckett. Belmonster decides that he will find him on his Sistal Ball and teleport him over. He finds Roman working on his calculations in the ship. Should we take anyone else? Yeah, take those 2 human guys with him. Roman and the humans are teleported to Belmonster's tower. Seconds later, they can see the flash of light in the sky as Malaprex and the Kekistanis take off, abandoning them. Son of a bitch. Well, there goes the exciting life of a mercenary. I've brought you here, Roman, because Heidi says you know a great deal about the Guardian robots. You may be our only chance to defeat them. Why were we brought here? Heidi felt the 2 of you might also be useful. That's a fucking lie. You know we're useless. Bill gets to Fluffy's tower, but runs into Myla and the Resistance. Bill agrees he'll help them to wipe out the Guardians, mostly just to shut the Resistance up. But that first, he has to go to the tower. Myla insists on going with him. I don't trust you. Why not? I love genocide. I suppose I don't have much choice. But if you betray us, I will get you back. Hey, I betray a lot of people. But you never know. You might just be the lucky one. Not allowed to follow Bill into Fluffy's sanctum, Myla comes back out just in time to see Morris, Moo, and the Predator. Where's Bill? He's inside. I'm here to kill him. The Predator can't seem to enter the tower, either due to wards or its magical programming. So Moo steps up to the door and knocks. A cat comes out of the cat flap. Bill here. Meow! Can I come in? Meow! Can you give him something from me? Meow! This pinless grenade? Meow! Oh? Then I'll wait for him here. Belmonster and Roman set up a plan whereby they'll teleport inside the Guardian HQ and sabotage the Guardian's communications network. Well, good luck with that, guys. We should all go. Fuck you, Heidi. You can go if you want, dude. But not me. We should take them all, Belmonster. Random cannon fodder was very useful to me last time I was in the Guardian's base. You're becoming my least favorite uncle. Don't worry. I've been against worst odds. Haven't? Oh, well, in that case, you'll probably die. Bill meets Fluffy. Welcome, Bill the Elf. The city of LOL is doomed. That's too bad. The brains were pretty cool. Yes, I also like brains. I meant in the mausoleum. The brains of deceased archwizards. Yes, that's what I meant as well. Man, I would have liked for Bill to hang out with a miracle. I think one Bill per era is more than enough. 0 is really the ideal. You must see by now. Bill the Elf, there is no purpose in serving Cesar Khan anymore. You could serve my master instead. Raytax is the imprisoned. Could we free him? That is the idea. Together, we could free him. Yes, that sounds totally awesome. Fluffy explains that he is not only the diabolist in the High Council, he's also the one who's responsible for the Hippomagus disappearance, having tricked him into going to get a powerful artifact called the Sunstaff, and then imprisoning him. But you're not going to trick me, are you? Of course not. Cool. According to Fluffy, Raytaxes, if liberated, could use the Sunstaff to pierce the crown of creation itself, kill Cesar Khan, and take the place of God. But then wouldn't we have the same problem as with Cesar Khan? No. He would not wish to assimilate all into himself like Cesar Khan does. He would want to rule over the world and plunge it into eternal darkness. So, he's a sadist, not a narcissist. Cool. The darkness eternal thing isn't sending any warning signs to you. So, after we conquer the world, we can still go adventuring, right? We, the loyal servants of Rataxes, would rule the world. There would be no need to adventure. But then, what would we do all the time? Torture lesser creatures. Eat, sleep, groom our fur. Many things. So, stuff cats do all the time. Bill takes a look out the window of the tower, sees that Morris is still down there. "Hey, Morris!" "Hey, Bill!" "Tell the rest of the group goodbye." "Bill, wait. Can I go with you? Look at my puppy dog eyes." "Sorry, no time." "So, are we ready to teleport to the Guardian headquarters?" "No! Remember, even if we die, what we do today we do for the city of LOL and the High Council of Wizards." "Screw you, you bearded asshole," in spite of the farmer and the blacksmith wanting nothing to do with it. They, along with Belmonster, Roman, and Heidi, teleport into the Guardian headquarters. Now what? We need to get in that room, guarded by 2 of the robots. We can use the farmer as a distraction. "What? Don't worry. We'll rescue you." "Why did you just laugh as you said that?" It was nervous laughter. After the farmer provided a distraction, the rest of the team broke into the control room, while Roman frantically tried to hack the communications system. Belmonster and the PCs were forced to hold off oncoming Guardian robots. Belmonster demonstrates his awesome wizardly power, but he's also quickly taking hits that would have killed any lesser mortal. The blacksmith hides behind a panel. Heidi shoots his gun at the robots, knowing full well his bullets can't actually hurt them, and counting on the robots ignoring him and hitting Belmonster instead. Roman gets control of the comms and issues the order that all the Guardian robots should move immediately to the main entry hall of the HQ. Belmonster prepares to teleport the other PCs out. "But you're neighing. Don't fear for me. I will finish them and survive." I wasn't really fearing for him, but I'll let him think I was. "I'm actually thinking about looting his tower if he dies." Belmonster teleports the team outside, near the market. In the distance, they can see massive signs of damage from the epic battle the rest of the pay. Council members, those who answered Belmonster's call, that is, had with the Guardians. I wonder if any of them are still alive. Just then, the Guardians' headquarters explodes in a massive fireball. Belmonster clearly used some serious spellburn to blow up all the Guardians after hacking them to gather in one place. Did he live? Finally, Bill and Fluffy teleported themselves to another high-orbit asteroid, a seemingly uninhabited one called Gibo. There they see a large black monolith. "Within we shall find our destiny." I hope Bill gets the AIDS. That's it for this session. Who on the council survived? Belmonster alive. Has the threat of the Guardian robots been stopped? Will Bill and Fluffy free yet another universe-threatening demon? Stay tuned for these and other exciting developments in our next session. RPG Pundit. Currently smoking. Blatter Diplomat. Plus CND's Crowley's Best. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Like that scene from Total Recall, but in your ass. Date: April 6th, 2017. When we left off, the party had mostly just witnessed the destruction of the evil Guardian robots' headquarters. in a huge fireball caused by Belmonster, the head of the High Council of Wizards. It was uncertain how many of the High Council had managed to survive the battle. Bill the Elf witnessed nothing, however, because he'd buggered off with Fluffy the cat, a wizard of High Council who was secretly a diabolist in the service of a daemon called Rataxis the Imprisoned. They had teleported to a barren, sinister asteroid called Gebo, where there was a black monolith that Fluffy explained was the entryway to his master's prison. It was also where Fluffy had used trickery to trap the Hippomagos, after tricking him into retrieving an incredibly powerful artifact called the Sunstaff. Moo is still in the sewers with Myla and her rebels. He uses his psionic power to communicate with animals to talk to his pet giant hamster. He's surprised to find he has a fancy, posh type of voice. "Oh, of course I do, my good man. Hamsters are the aristocrats of the giant rodent world. I'll call you Puffy Bottoms or something like that." "That name is idiotic." "Oh, then what's your name?" "Sir Mortimer Hufflesnuffs." Morris, meanwhile, is lost in a different part of the sewers, alone. Mo abandoned Morris. Bill abandoned Morris. Even the Guardian robots abandoned me. Yeah, the halfling sniper has been missing for days. It turns out she'd been kidnapped by the time dinosaurs. They talk to her in dinosaur. She tries to talk back, and they seem very offended. Through an incredibly shitty game of charades, the time dinosaurs manage to explain to Yar that she needs to get a crystal orb to Bill the Elf. They don't manage to explain what the fuck it's for. While the blacksmith goes off to loot the city, Roman and Heidi search the setup rubble of the Guardian HQ to see if they can find any of the High Wizards. They come across the shattered remnants of Sir John de la Pole. Does he have anything to loot? No, he was a staff. It's not like he had pockets. Next, they find Zack, the artistic wizard, next to his shattered flute. He died, as he lived, like an idiot. They keep finding remains of the various wizards. It turns out that everyone on the council who was present at the battle died, except for Princess Fairywinkle. They found her with the decapitated corpse of Belmonster, the archwizard. He had survived the massive fireball he created, but it seems that he was slain by Bolt -1 after the explosion, when he was nearly helpless from massive spellburn. Bolt -1 is a real asshole. Bill is with Fluffy in front of the monolith. He asks Fluffy if he can finish studying for his new spell before they go in, and Fluffy agrees. Then Bill suddenly springs the runestone of sleeping on Fluffy and his carrier, and both fail their saves and fall unconscious. He murders them both. Holy shit. Yes, I betrayed them. Shouldn't everyone have expected that? Fluffy sure didn't. Just as Bill was about to settle in to finish studying his spell, Yar teleports in. "I have this orb for you. It might be a bomb." Bill wants to send Yar back to LOL, but having recently had an experience using spellburn that made him worried that he might get hit by the all is Sezrakan Bug. He chooses to take a corruption to cast planar step instead. His corruption ends up mutating his head into a snake's head. Awesome. Then he fails his spell anyways. Oh well, I guess you're stuck here for today. HSS. Okay, but I'm not going to be sleeping. Morris, wandering through mostly abandoned city streets, runs into a trio of council apprentices. A guy who looks like some kind of Viking, wizard covered in strange runes, and a robot emu. The Viking wizard ends up charming him. He now interrogates you to find out everything you know. Unfortunately, he quickly learns you know nothing of use. That's my defense mechanism. The less you know. Myla finds out from MU that the entire High Council, other than Fairywinkle, are dead. Maybe you could talk to her. Yes, maybe we could talk to her. No, I mean, maybe she will really be reasonable. Yes, maybe she really will be reasonable. Stop doing that. Obviously, Myla plans to murder Fairywinkle and everyone left at the Wizard Tower. Remember, Mew, don't cross us. There's room for the bourgeoisie in our revolution, so long as they have revolutionary tendencies. I'm not bourgeoisie. I came from the shithole. Hey, ya. While I study my spell, go into that monolith and free the Hippomagus. No thanks, but he'll be grateful, will he? Moo makes it to the tower and asks to speak to the person in charge. They sent him to Roman, who wasted no time in becoming the chief administrator. Mao claims that Bill was allied to Bolt -1 and the Guardian robots. Heidi, Moo here claims that Bill kept saying he'd destroy the council. Well, he kept alternating between talk, to, and destroy. I think he's dyslexic or something. Heidi, do you remember Morris? Unfortunately, yes. Moo, who's by now tired of having to carry the giant hamster everywhere, because he's too posh to walk, gifts Sir Mortimer Hufflesnuffs to Princess Fairywinkle, much to her delight. Unfortunately for Yar and Bill, the monolith gate requires solving a riddle to open. Fluffy probably knew that riddle. They can't figure it out, lacking some vital information. It requires saying the name, but just what the name is doesn't seem clear. Below, the riddle is signed Zuman, the Magnificent, but that is apparently not the name required. I'll try the name of every mighty wizard I know, which is like 6. When the Viking wizard learns that almost the entire council is dead, he decides it's time to start looting their towers. He takes his charmed thrall Morris with him to act as his door, opener and human shield. Morris gets in through a window, and the first thing he loots is bucket from what is very obviously a closet. Why? I empty it and put it on my head. Safety first. Morris gets to a room where a transparent magical spiked wall appears and starts trying to crush him. Does it look like a magical trap? It's a glowing ethereal wall that is slowly moving toward you. So yes, Chancellor Roman has already spoken with the sky. Nazis without you. He thought you were busy. So he's Chancellor now? Yes. He even has a sash that says Chancellor on it. Heidi is sent out to deal with the huge mob that Myla has gathered, with the intention of massacring everyone in the High Council Tower. Myla, we have to make peace. There's Sky Nazis approaching. Sky Nazis? Well, I mean, we asked them to come. They're here to help us with something. What? After Myla seems unwilling to make peace with a wizard's council that's ready to make a pact with Sky Nazis who'd want to murder 9/10 of LOL's population, Heidi decides to ease things along by using his new Ring of Human Control, obtained from the Wizard Rancher's corpse, on Myla. I need you to give us some time. We will give you some time. Myla, what? Oh, and we need you to let the Sky Nazis through the spaceport when they arrive. We will let the Sky Nazis through the spaceport when they arrive. Myla, what? Myla goes back with her people to the spaceport terminal. For now, Heidi reports to Roman. I have to say, you're an amazing diplomat. Thanks. How in the world did you manage that? Well, I used a ring of human control, I see. Well, you know that will only work for a short while, and when she comes out of it, she'll know you were mentally dominating her, right? Right. Heidi tries to use the Ring of Human Control on Roman, but finds that it has no effect. Roman only looks human. Morris makes his way through the tower of the late wizard John de la Pole, finding that he has to fight against animated quarterstaff guardians. He goes full apeshit on them with his particle beam cannon, finally opening the front door for his friend, the wizard Viking. They start to explore the tower in earnest, with the wizard Viking making Morris take all the risks, of course. I don't see any normal traps on this door. Any magic traps? No. Okay, my friend, you go ahead. Oh, the Viking wizard backs away. They find a hollow metal jewel, encrusted staff. It looks like a thinner staff could have fit inside it. Wait, is that like de la Pole's dinner jacket? At one point, the two are separated by a magical trap. The Viking wizard is forced to retreat back to the exit, while Morris has to go further up the tower. He finds his way up to the top floor, where there's a treasure room. But as he opens the door, finding a room with 10 obviously magical staffs inside, one of which may be Bill's famous and long lost primo staff. A staff. Golem. A huge humanoid creature made out of many smaller staffs, combining into one giant staff. Creature appears. Unfortunately, the golem beats Morris into unconsciousness. So the wizard Rancher had a ring of human control. That actually explains a lot. Why do I have a feeling that Rancher was like the Bill Cosby of the High Council of Wizards? I want to get out of here as quickly as possible. This place is turning into a shithole already. The council decides to negotiate with Myla and her revolutionaries. They send Heidi and Ma to negotiate. Incredibly, Heidi's gift of gab manages to keep them from being strung by piano wire, and the revolutionaries agree to the council's terms, which amounts to them being allowed to live and to keep control of the wizard, parts of LOL, while giving up all political power. We found this guy in one of the towers. We think he's associated with you. He's been brutally beaten by Poles. Morris, you've been probed by the Guardian robots. There's a bomb inside you. What? Don't worry. We can remove it. But we're going to have to deprobe you. It's going to be like that scene from Total Recall, but in your ass. If something goes wrong and I explode, remember that Bill the Elf is an asshole, and destroy Thalia for me. Good news. The deprobing was successful. Your friend will live and is recovering. That's not good news. There's a Viking wizard? I know. I don't want to know about your fetishes. No, he was with me at the pole thing. Stop it. Shut up. I hope Bill comes back. He's a powerful ally. Well, he's powerful. The revolutionaries have set up Supreme Soviet to govern the city. Mu headed to the library, where he meets Grosler, grandson of Grilzor, and great-grandson of Greslor, the new receptionist, librarian, hopefully the Sky. Nazis will be reasonable. Roman plans to bluff the Sky. Nazis into leaving the area until the PCs have recovered the soul of Alice. When this is accomplished, by somehow going down to the Hell Realm and bringing it back with them, the Sky, Nazis will provide a cloned body of the ancient girl for the soul to inhabit. Then she will hopefully be able to use the command codes to get them up into the crown of creation to stop Cesra Khan. Of course, the Sky. Nazis plan to restore God to full power and have him kill every mutant in the world. After an entire session spent trying to learn his new spell, Bill, the Elf's player, rolls a natural -1 on his learning check. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away on LOL. Did you guys just hear something? It sounded like a complete asshole just cried out in anguish. Well, look at it this way. When you level up, you can try to learn it again. Great. So I just need about 100 XP until I can try it again. Title: DCC Campaign Update. My name is Beinrich. Date: April 20th, 2017. When we left off, Bill the snake-headed elf was on a barren asteroid with Yar, having just failed to learn his spell. The rest of the gang were in the city of LOL, having defeated the Guardian robots, but now facing a potential Sky Nazi invasion. Now, you know, if Bill can't manage to succeed at a planar step, he might just spend the whole adventure starving to death on an asteroid. No, I won't. I have rations. Tonut, the blacksmith, levels up and becomes Tonut the cleric. I got Holy Sanctuary. Oh, wait, it's called Akbasha's Holy Sanctuary. Actually, it's just called Akbasha's Sanctuary. There's nothing holy about Akbasha. I also got detect evil. How's that going to work? In this campaign, it's like an episode of Oprah. Look under your chairs. And yes, everyone is evil. No, it's detect evil, not detect horrible assholes. If it was that, then yes, you'd go blind any time you cast it. Frustrated about his failing to learn the spell, Bill finally picks up the time dinosaur orb. It turns out to be a hologram orb, which shows a time dinosaur explaining a very detailed mission breakdown for Bill. Unfortunately, it's all in dinosaur, so Bill doesn't get any of it. Bill, I get the feeling you don't give a shit anymore. Hey man, I have a motherfucking snakehead now. Failing to cast a powerful enough planar step to get himself and Yar off the floating island, he decides to risk spellburn. Unfortunately, he fails his saving throw and turns into a Sezrekan zombie. All is Sezrekan. So I have to play another PC. Yup. Who knows when Bill will regain his free will? After all, can't I talk to Sezrekan? No. You are a part of Sezrekan now. The question is, what part? So we're free of Bill? Awesome. Well, sort of awesome. He was the highest level of us. By far. Oh, fuck. You know what this means, right? Now Morris is your leader. Lucky for Bill's player, one of his former characters, the psychopath Weaver wizard, was last seen with the Sky. Nazis. So he takes that character back up for now. He's sent by the Sky, Obergruppenführer, to infiltrate the city of LOL, accompanied by a Sky Gestapo agent named Schmidt. They're supposed to find out if the Wizard Council has been sufficiently weakened for the Sky Nazis to invade. For infiltration purposes, they are given incredibly silly outfits. In the Weaver's case, the most stereotypical wizard outfit imaginable. So like Gandalf or something. No, more like Mickey Mouse from Fantasia. Also, as backup, the two get secondary tourist costumes, shorts, sunglasses, and stupid T-shirts. And retractable Luger's Sky. Nazis are really bad at infiltration. A local street gang by the name of the Lowell City Gaylords are trying to steal Tonut, the cleric's new retractable hoverbike. Seriously? Tonut makes short work of them. Looting them, he gets himself a retractable club and a retractable comb. Moo is studying his spell in the library and finds himself attacked by a horrific giant insect with phasing powers that came out of a dimensional crack in the corner. Hi, my name is Argos. I'm a wizard. And I'm not a Sky Nazi. Ja, und I am his butter. Und I am also not a Sky Nazi. My name is Beinrich. That's an unusual accent. Oh, yeah. He's Dutch. Yeah, I am Dutch. Isn't that strange? The Weaver Wizard and Schmidt, still in disguise after being let into LOL, run into Tonut, the cleric. Hi, Heil. How are you? You appear to be of good racial stock, mine friend. Okay. I'm going to go now. Oh yeah. Well, see you later. The Sky. Nazi agents are suspected, so they're taken to be interviewed by Heidi. So where do you come from? The northern continent. Oh yeah, Yeah. We are from the city of Northern Continentia. Oh, really? Well, I'm also from the Northern Continent, and I never heard of that place. Oh, yeah? Then where are you from? From the city of Northeastern Continentia. Okay, yeah? So you're both humans? Yeah, this is right. Here are my papers. Hoko, you're not human. Well, I have green skin and 6 toes, so no. You look good, though. Oh, yeah. I also agree with my friend. You look good, so I feel almost no disgust even being in the same room as you. Very little bile is rising in my throat at this time. Heidi, having confirmed they're both humans, uses the ring of human control. Who are you really? 5E, our Sky. Nazi agents. So what would you do if you were in my position? If I was in your position, I would kill myself as a racial degenerate. So I guess we're prisoners now? Yes. Can I just ask, what gave us away? We'll have to give Morris more time to recover from his deprobing. There were complications. Tonut, the cleric, tries everything he can to get himself a date with Myla. He finally gets her to agree to a date that's actually a strategic meeting between her and Roman. So it's a date. It's a meeting. Yeah, it's a date. Roman interrogates the Weaver Wizard. This might be a bit of a personal question, but do you have a portal inside you? Yes, the Dark Ones put it there. It leads to the gnomish underworld. Well, that's new. If the Dark Ones put a portal inside you, I'm not sure how, but maybe we might be able to alter the portal destination to go elsewhere. That will probably involve a lot of probing. You know, Roman. At some point, you'll have to come clean about who you really are. Maybe, but probably not to a Sky Nazi. So let me get this straight, Tonut. You want me, the Chancellor of the High Council, to go with you to meet Myla, the Premier of the revolutionary government, so you can seduce her? Yes, that's my boy. I have another question for you, Tonut. What's a Gaylord? And why is it printed on the back of your leather jacket? Oh, yeah. I should probably have that patch removed. Heidi and Tonut are interrogating Schmidt. He wants Schmidt to tell the Obergruppenführer and his Sky Nazi fleet that LOL is too well defended to invade. He's going to betray us. Nain, I am not going to. You're using the I'm going to betray you voice right now. Heidi caresses the Sky Nazi's cheek with his mutant hand. You know, there are fates worse than death. Heidi is a pacifist, but he believes in love. Look, Schmidt, I can't control Heidi's unnatural mutant lust. You'd better get on board. Munn gets a meeting with Grislaw. Can I get Bill's staff? I was his apprentice. After all, well, if anyone on the council had it, it would have been John Delapole. He was a great collector of staffs. He was kind of obsessed with it. Perhaps because he was a staff himself. Grislaw and his grandson Gresler determined that the insect creature that attacked MU was something called a dimension bug. There's very little that is known about them. They exist in a different dimensional vibration, and they are mortal enemies of the time dinosaurs. That explains everything, actually, though not in character. Now go finish studying your spell, Mu, and work hard. If you do, one day, hundreds of years from now, you might get to be where I am today. Oh, great! Okay, I'm going. Wait, here, have a shiny silver piece, you young scamp. Spend it on moon, pies and penny whistles. Faced with species homo, eroticism, Schmidt gives in and agrees to work with the PCs. I think you should know one more thing. Mine name is not Benrich. It is Heinrich. Roman and Tonut have a meeting at the Dancing Harpy Tavern with Myla. You should relax a little, Myla. Well, it is true that one of the goals of the revolution is to maximize the happiness of the people. I happen to have some ideas about maximizing your happiness. After all that effort, Tonut only gets a tavern dance and a kiss on the cheek for his trouble. Roman frees the Weaver Wizard in exchange for a promise of service. Argos almost immediately attacks Roman, getting a natural -20 on Chill Touch, murdering a bunch of people with the effect. But Roman is much tougher than he looks and drops the wizard with a knock-out effect from his sonic tool. We all learned a valuable lesson today. Never trust a sky. Nazi. Schmidt was just born a sky. Nazi, I was made one. Once the Weaver Wizard Argos is restrained, Roman gets him alone and turns all sinister and ominous. Just before he kills the wizard, Roman whispers into his secret into the wizard's ear. Bill's player knows now, but he's not telling. Just imagine it was something like, "Hail, Hydra." Heidi gets visited in the night by one of Jaludin's assassin lackeys. He decides to meet with Jaludin again in the Dancing Harpy and takes Tonut, the cleric, with him. The locals all greet Tonut warmly, remembering him from his drunken revelry the other night. I regret nothing, except the techno, walrus belly, rubbing contest. Jaludin shows up and thinks the PC's plan to go to hell is insane. He wants to try to find some other ancient complex, and hopefully another cryogenically frozen ancient inside. He also note that the Sezrikan zombie phenomenon is not spreading at a universally equal rate. Instead, it seems concentrated in areas where bonded agents of Sezrikan are present. I back away a bit from Jaludin. Give me 2 weeks to find an ancient complex. You have 4 days. If you must, go on with your plan, but I will not go with you to hell. You just told us you have Sezrikan. AIDS. We don't really want you to come with us. If you insist on your plan, and I have not yet found a promising ancients complex, I will give you a couple of my men to accompany you. Will they be your best men? No, I won't risk my best men on this insane plan. They will be merely competent. If they're merely competent, they'll still be way better than us. Mu is attacked by another dimension bug. He spellburns to defeat it, but the spellburn leaves him unable to say anything other than his name. A little later, through the same dimensional crack in the corner of his study area, something else is coming through. Moo! It turns out to be a person this time. Moo, where am I? Who are you? Moo! Greslaw the librarian shows up. Who is this? Moo! This wizard seems to have spellburned. He can't say anything other than his name. Can you tell me where we are? You are an intruder in the great library of LOL. And who are you? Me? My name is Akbasha. And on that shocking development, we leave you for today. Stay tuned next session for more DCC excitement. Title: DCC Campaign Update. We hope to save at least 70% of Morris Ass Date, April 28th, 2017. The PCs ended last session, having temporarily removed the Sky Nazi menace, only to face a new cliffhanger as someone claiming to be Akbasha the very dead cleric has come out of a tear in space-time caused by the dimension bugs. Right now, with Bill gone and Morris out of action, Heidi is our leader. Yes, only by process of elimination, though. Grisler, and Grasler have a lesser-known relative called G. Rizzler, the black sheep of the family. He's the curator of the lesser-known LOL City Museum of Rap Wizardry. Heidi and Tonut are having a barely deserved break in the Dancing Harpy Tavern when a hysterical woman comes in. Her husband, Sam, was apparently taken by the dimension bugs. Take us to where they happened. Are you some kind of heroes? Well, some kind. Sadly, this moment just now was the most typically heroic fantasy scene this campaign has ever had. The two heroes proceed to the woman's hovel. I push Heidi inside ahead of me with my mace. Here's the slime trail he left when he was taken. My Sam struggled with all his pseudopods, but it was no good. Wait, your husband is some kind of slime monster? Please tell me you can save my dear Sam. We could tell you that, but it probably wouldn't be true. This Akbasha that appeared in front of MU has apparently never even heard of Bill the Elf. Wait, you don't mean Ted the Elf, do you? Have you seen someone named Morris? Yes, he's currently recovering from a deprobing. What? Is he going to be all right? What happened to him? This Akbasha is disturbingly concerned about Morris. In the high council tower, Heidi spots the Viking wizard Morris had mentioned and plans to rat him out to the High Council. Don't you know that snitches get stitches? Yeah. Snitching on a Viking is probably not a good idea. Roman, this is Akbasha. No, he isn't. Yes, I am. Roman theorizes that Akbasha is from an alternate timeline. This is bad, because it means time itself is collapsing. Uncle Roman Beckett. Heidi, this is Akbasha. No, it's not. Yes, I am. Morris is still recovering from his deprobing. Basha insists on seeing him. That is not my Morris. Yeah, he's from our timeline? So wait, I'm in a fake timeline now? Sirs, sorry to interrupt, but I thought you might want to know. The patient is stabilizing, and we hope we'll manage to save at least 70% of Morris' ass. Tonut, this is Akbasha. No, it isn't. Yes, I am. Why does everyone keep saying that? Another member of Akbasha's team is found. Theobald, the ape-man wizard. Why are they so happy to see each other? I think Akbasha and Theobald get along. I think their whole party is cohesive and care about each other. That's so weird. I think I'm going to be sick. Yeah, that's bullshit. Where's the thinly veiled contempt? Can you guys take me with you when you go back? You want to send out a bunch of apprentices to search for a better version of Morris? Yes? Actually, we should have probably been trying to do that all along. Freehold the Wizard also existed in the alternate timeline. Of course, I've heard of Freehold. He was the famous creator of Freehold's unfortunate explosion. Freehold's noxious cloud. Mu, who is still spellburned to be unable to say anything other than his name, is hijacked by a weird masked man who ties him up and demands to be taken to Akbasha. Don't move. Don't even breathe. Well, breathe a little. Moo! Don't make animal sounds. Good. My name is Chu the Unseen. You've probably never heard of me. Heidi, Tonut, Roman, Theobald and Akbasha. Take note on the differences in the two timelines. Apparently the point of divergence was the death of Bill the Elf and the survival of Ted the Elf until Akbasha killed Ted. The divergence means that God was never restored, nor was he hijacked by Nikos, and then Sezra Khan. Nor had Akbasha ever heard of the Libram of the 10 Spheres. But now that he has, he's very interested. So, you guys never went to Minotaria? No? Well, it's really called Tholia. Still no. Oh, we've been to Centauria. It's not really called Centauria. Excuse me. Someone infiltrated the library and took Mew hostage. They are a guy in a mask and a techno-walrus. Ah, those are our two teammates, Chu the Unseen and Oswaldo the dim-witted techno-walrus. Should we untie Mew? I don't see why. What you people did to Mew is very wrong. You should always tie a wizard's hands behind his back. He didn't look like enough of a threat for that. True, Oswaldo has another sphere from the time dinosaurs, like the one they had tried to give to Bill. The dinosaur hologram is unintelligible as always, except to Roman who, for some reason, seems to be able to understand dinosaur. You're supposed to go to a place called the Maze of Corners and restore a device that will heal the time rifts and banish the dimension bugs. Mu, pissed off at everyone else and wanting nothing to do with the quest, heads back to the library, his hands still tied. Along the way, he's mugged. The muggers tie up his legs, and he crawls the rest of the way to the library. He's then humiliated by a page boy, who then threatens him not to tell Gresler. Snitches get stitches. Heidi snitches on the Viking wizard to Grisler. Heidi here said you're all a looter. Actually, Morris told me, So it was Morris who snitched. And where's Morris now? Witness protection. Heidi, you did the right thing there. I'm disgusted with you. When the whole gang heads to the Dancing Harpy, they finally find the last member of the alternate timeline party. Morris. Cool guy, Morris. Charismatic and quick-witted Morris. Every woman swoons over him, and every man wants to be him. Minds snap. I'm sorry, it's just so different. Your Morris is different. He's special like in the way that Oswaldo is kind of special. Well, also that kind of special. Yes. After an insane night of drinking and watching alt timeline Morris be incredibly cool, Heidi wakes up the next morning with a killer hangover, in a bed with the tavern owner's attractive wife, and Morris. You know, this Morris is just too awesome. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'd rather have the other Morris. I guess we'll have to ask Heidi who he'd rather have now. Tonut wakes up with a killer hangover in the monkey cage in the market with Oswaldo next to him. He vaguely recalls Heidi losing them in a bet. He also very vaguely recalls Oswaldo asking him a bunch of strange questions about Bill the Elf. Oswaldo, you're not as dumb as you look, are you? I'm real smarty. Hey, don't worry, man. Whatever your secret is, I won't tell. That's good, because snitches get stitches. The PCs, being complete arseholes, insist on showing cool Morris the regular, crappy timeline Morris. My God. I don't know if I want to try to help him or just smother him to death. He's even worse when he's conscious. The good news is that they should restore function to at least 70% of his ass. I guess we should accept it. We really are the darkest timeline. Thanks to Grislaw's research, the team learns how to get to the maze of corners. They have to go through the gate of secrets. They get a shuttle, and of course, Cool Morris is a crack pilot. Wait. If we're the real timeline, and Morris vanishes when we fix all this, how will we get back? None of us can pilot the ship. Honestly, let's hope we're not the real ones. It turns out that the Gate of Secrets requires that you reveal a secret to cross through. Tonut reveals that he hears strange whisperings in his head about Ekim's mystical mask. Heidi reveals that he wishes he could have violated the dead Sky Nazi. The party enters the maze of corners, encountering a large gelatinous cube. I shoot it. Okay, does the cube have anything inside it? Just a bullet. I will start using second sight now to guide us through the maze. I had thought of getting locate object, but it's fairly pointless with you on our team. Akbasha. When I was younger, I thought I could control ants. Then I realized they were controlling me. Oh, chew. The party encounters, along the way, some more dimension bugs, a dead fishman, possibly from yet another alternate timeline, with a vial of poison and a cool-looking spear hidden under a pile of garbage. I'm a pretty shitty wizard. Don't be so hard on yourself, Moo. You can be anything you set your mind to. I really don't like you, Cool Morris. They find the room with the device. With the room seemingly empty, Chu, the unseen, goes in first to check for traps. Just as he says it's all clear, two gigantic pincers reach down from the ceiling and attack him. Mu ends up saving the day by emptying his whole AK-47 into the Dimension Bug Queen. See, Mu? I told you that you could do it. Stop annoying me, Cool Morris. The real lesson of this session is that we should learn to appreciate our Morris for what he is. A fucking disaster. Akbasha and Heidi activate the machine at the same time. Space-time is repaired. And Akbasha and his team vanish. Great. Now, how the fuck do we get out of here? The time dinosaurs show up and rescue the PCs. Unfortunately, instead of dropping them off in LOL, they drop them off in an office building somewhere else. Who the hell are you people? Who are you? And where am I? I'm City Officer Swanley, and you're in High Bay. Title: DCC Campaign Update. This has become a very ass-focused adventure date, May 29th, 2017. In our last session, the PCs had managed to break up a massive counterfeiting, child trafficking, cannibalism ring in High Bay. As such, Chief City Officer Swanley agreed to provide the party an escort to get to the Azure Tower, where they hoped the Azure Wizards would help them to get back to the high-orbit floating city of LOL. Now, a new masochist player has joined. His zero-level dudes, a green mutant page boy, a human weed farmer with a chicken, and a weird domino mutant who's half black and half white like those aliens from the original Star Trek. Except he has huge claws for hands. Does God accept drugs for sacrifices? Well, he doesn't accept rations. So, no, Tonut is trying to sell a valuable bracelet he has on him to get some smaller denominations of cash to use as sacrifice to lower his disapproval. I'll give you 1,200 Smithpleum pieces for it. I won't take less than 1,750. Okay. How about 1,000 Smithpleum that aren't counterfeit? I'm giving you an escort formed from the best conscript guards that could be randomly selected by lottery, aside from the 3 newbies who are conscript guards, plus the chicken. The escort also includes a joking sergeant and a sullen captain. Hey, you guys, ask the captain his last name. Shut up, Sergeant. Seriously, you guys, ask him. Now we have to know. What's that? We couldn't hear you. It's Richard. Ask him his last name. It's obvious. All right. I'm Captain Richard Obvious. Ha-ha! He's Captain Obvious. So what's your name, Sergeant? Sergeant? Yeah, but your given name? No, that's it. I'm Sergeant. Oh, that's it? That's all he gets. Meanwhile, up in the city of LOL, Morris has finally regained consciousness. We have good news and bad news for you. What? Well, the good news is that we managed to remove the explosive probe the Guardian robots implanted you with. And the bad news? Well, We could only save 53% of your ass. So, well, it's not so bad. We've managed to replace the 47% you'd lost with a cyborg ass. What happened to the Viking wizard? Who? My best friend. The Viking wizard. Do you mean Vladik? He's on the council now. My best friend is on the council. Funny, he's never mentioned you. Wow. My best friend is on the High Council of Wizards. He's not your best friend, you imbecile. He charmed you. Roman puts Morris on a shuttlecraft with orders to investigate a barren asteroid called Gebo, which was the last known location of the Hippomegus, and later to go down to the surface to see if he can find the rest of the PCs who never returned from their last mission. How do I fly this thing? According to this, sir, your ass is a fully licensed shuttle pilot. As expected, when he gets into the pilot seat, his ass starts to talk, giving him instructions on how to fly. He's literally flying off his ass. So, ass. Can you wait? Ass calibrating. Tension. Ass sensors detecting 2 life forms on the asteroid. The 2 life forms are, of course, Yar the halfling and Bill the elf. Bill is still a Sezrakan zombie, and for the past week, he's been slowly chasing Yar around the asteroid while she evades him, and has managed to survive by eating her large supply of packaged peanuts. The thing about this campaign is that eventually you will look back at the time you were trapped on this abandoned asteroid with fondness. So is Morris Ass, our new Bolt Zero. Yar sees Morris's shuttle land and rushes toward it. Come with me if you want to live. On the advice of Morris's ass, Yar and Morris rush out of there rather than face the zombie Bill. They fly down toward the surface as Morris's ass follows a tracking device that Roman had secretly planted on one of the other PCs. As they're heading down, the shuttle is suddenly hit by a lightning bolt, presumably from a nearby group of Halcon Lords. The PCs, along with Captain Obvious, and his guards see the shuttle going down. Tonut flies up to the shuttle and rescue Yar and Morris before it crashes. Whoever shot down that vessel will be coming soon. Well, obviously, Captain, I had been sent by these dinosaur guys to Gebo, where Bill was there. He killed the cat wizard. Wait, do you mean Bill the elf? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Maybe 3 Gzay. Calibrating. Morris, did your pants just talk to us? Oh yeah. Look at this, guys. Why is he exposing himself to us? He does that sometimes. To avoid fighting the Halcon Lords, the party turns south, near the edge of the Badlands. As they're marching, a few of them, making a perception check, notice they're about to be ambushed by a group of small humanoids. They could be kobolds, or goblins, or halflings. That's racist. Actually, your people are famous for ambushing people. Yeah? Shh. The ambushers turned out to be goblins. After beating them off, they decide to keep marching into the night, worried that the Halcon Lords might still be on their tail. Finally, very late into the night, they stop to rest. Someone should keep watch, not me. My disapproval is huge, and I need my God, forgiveness, rest. I need to heal. I've been chased by zombie. Bill for a week. Can I sleep with my jetpack on? No. Well, yes. But you'd probably fly into a mountain or something. Hi! Calibrating. Damn it! It's the middle of the night. Ass. Can you just keep guard for us? You know, ass. God. What are you calibrating? Anyways, that information is classified. At the next rest. Stop. Morris takes a crap. Is it normal? More or less. There's a ping noise at the end, and your turd is a perfect cube. Ass. Can you calibrate on mute? I could, but why would I? While you're all discussing Morris, ass, do a perception check. It turns out the PCs perceive that they're about to get attacked by a bunch of giant bees. Captain Obvious is being pretty heroic. Those bees will likely sting us. Still obvious, though. They will sting like that curry I ate yesterday. You bunch of children. An ass starts to talk, and all of a sudden, you're all immature. It was your idea. Oh, sure. Blame the GM for all this? After beating those bees, the newbies are just 7 XP away from one of them being actually relevant. I wonder if ass is his name, or some kind of an acronym. As status report? How is fully operational, other than being attached to an imbecile. That night, while Mew and Yar are keeping watch, an owlbear jumps down from a tree right on MU. You all wake up from the screams, mainly Moo's, but also the owlbear. They manage to kill off the owlbear, but Mew probably won't ever look at trees the same way. Kumar decides to make the owlbear remains into a delicious curry. There are still Halconlord patrols in this area of the forest. Be careful. I have an idea. What if we burn down the forest to get rid of the patrols? We're in the forest, dude. Next night, an ogre sneaks to the camp, takes down the weed farmer, and starts putting him into a sack. The other PCs notice. Me only want this one. That's almost reasonable. They decide to fight the ogre anyways. And Publio the page boy manages to stab the ogre to death, right through the ass. Warning, alert mode activated, ass to stabbing occurring in proximity. Man, this has become a very ass-focused adventure. A night later, the PCs are attacked at night again, stealthily, by huge blood-sucking bugs. They manage to get onto Captain Obvious and Sergeant Sargent, already starting to drain their blood before the PCs finally notice. Morris accidentally kills Sergeant Sargent while trying to shoot the bug off him. Damn it, Morris! I really liked the Sergeant. The Sergeant was 70% more likable than Morris. Dead too, eh? Everyone is sad about the Sergeant's death, except for Captain Obvious. Well, I hated him. Yes, that was obvious. Our humor here is always so offensive. Captain Obvious points out that non-offensive humor is usually boring. Finally, the PCs make it to the Azure Tower. The Azure Wizards are not very interested in anything the PCs have to say, until Yar mentions offhand that she knows where the Sunstaff is. My ass is awesome. So, Captain, will you join our party now? I've come to see that it's obvious that whatever you're planning to do is very dangerous, so I will not be joining you. We never plan to do anything. A slip of the tongue almost gets the group in trouble with the Azure Wizards. Are you misgendering the halfling? Oh, no, it's okay. I'm gender fluid. Oh, all right then. In spite of having previously mocked the Azure Order for having been a group of gender-indeterminate wizards, MU now claims he's gender-indeterminate in order to get access to their library to finish studying magic missile. In his defense, one of his spells does make him flip gender when cast. After you have finished your studies, Miu, you should strongly consider joining the Order. There are many benefits to being an Azure Wizard. Wait, Mu's a wizard. To finish off the session, the Azure Order has agreed to help the PCs, but they have yet another side quest for them. It turns out there's a large zombie plague attacking Cooland, and they just got a distress message from Queen Zoe. So if the PCs want a lift back to LOL and help with the Sunstaff retrieval issue, they'll need to head to Cooland first. Title: DC Campaign Report. Most of the guards are playing with fidget spinners. Date: June 15th, 2017. At the end of our last session, our stalwart, Non, heroes had managed to get to the Azure Tower, only to have the Azure Order magicians send them off on a whole other side. Quest, this time to save Cooland from a zombie invasion. Now, before leaving the Azure Tower, Mu finishes studying his new spell, making use of the spinal fluid of Drumage to successfully learn magic missile. I bet he was just telling you that was spinal fluid. Hey, if it gives me +2 to learning a spell, I'll drink any of his fluids. Publio the page is broke and sorely lacking in equipment, so he tries to sell his services as a page. Where would we even send a message? The town is tiny, and there isn't another settlement for days that isn't full of cannibals. Why don't you just make like a leaf and go away? That's not how that phrase goes. It's, why don't you make like a tree and go away? Publio leveled up as a warrior, but doesn't have that many hit points. Well, Mao is pretty robust for a wizard. You mean chubby? Mu is pretty chubby for a wizard. You mean fatass. Mo is a fatass. Since there's a gigantic horde of thousands of zombies between the tower and Cooland, the Azure Wizards decide to teleport the PCs to Cooland. Unfortunately, on their first try, they fumble the spell, and all the PC's weapons disappear, teleported to an unknown location. Son of a bitch. We had plasma rifles. My grenades. You fuckers owe me a +4 mace. On their second try, the Azure Wizards managed to teleport the PCs, but not to Cooland's capital. Instead, they end up in the coastal city of Minaj. Can we contact the Azure Wizards? Don't think so. So, this is not the capital. No, adventurers. For all we know, the city of Gaga may have been overrun. The commander of Minaj's militia, currently making preparations in case the zombie army comes that way, is the old peasant woman, Minotaur, Slayer Elsa. The PCs decide to risk the overland journey to Gaga. Will you come with us, Elsa? Niet. Elsa will stay, protect village, make up for time when all Elsa's old village in old country was all killed. This time, if Elsa here, maybe only half this village die. That's progress. In old country, that is miracle. Mr. Old Woman, what was the source of these zombies? It is from time ago, when Queen Zoe Uncle tried to take over kingdom. Other group of adventurers, led by Bill Elf, they go in forest, and Bill Elf make great toxic cloud that kill whole army. Zombies are whole army. This is Bill the Elf's fault. In old country, we have saying, fuck Bill Elf. I think a lot of countries have that saying. Uncle Evil of Queen Zoe return and send zombie army that Bill Elf killed. Is the uncle a zombie too? Not sure. If he was vampire, then Elsa could help. Elsa was vampire slayer in old country. How many vampires have you actually killed? 1. How many you kill? Okay, never mind. Tonut, the cleric, shows off his flying armor, as Tonut tends to do. Oh, he is rocket red, like from old country. The PCs say goodbye to Elsa and start on their way to Gaga. Soon they encounter what they at first think is a zombie. They send Publio to bash its head in, but it turns out to be Heidi, who they had last seen at High Bay. They discover it's Heidi when he pulls a gun on the X. Page boy, just as Publio was about to bash his skull. He can talk. Yes, Heidi usually does that. You knew it was me? Yeah. We wanted to see what happened, though. It turns out that when Heidi was in High Bay, he went sightseeing and ended up in the factory, where a group of artistic weirdos drugged him, and he ended up posing in a series of pictures with a yak, some naked women, and a land octopus. What happened to all your weapons? We have shovels now. If you don't have a shovel, it means you're just square. Okay, fine. I was going to share some of my 5 weapons, but since you're all happy with shovels, who's the kid that tried to kill me? That's Publio, the page. He wants to be a warrior. We're training him wrong as a joke. Continuing on, the PCs end up running into a sort of adventurer named Gilbert. They immediately identify him as a kind of con artist more than an adventurer. In the shithole, we used to eat people like you. Tonight, I will cook us a nice curry. Again? Oh, I love curry. Back in Gaga, there was this shop called Spicy Burratan Tender Pork Tacos, and they were fantastic. So authentic. But then they mysteriously closed. They were making their tacos from mutant children. Yeah, you ate mutant children. Oh my God, they were poor children. That's even worse. I don't know where they'd been. I'm from the shithole. I'm not going to make a big fuss about having eaten children. Well, if you're from the shithole, It's probably not the first time you did that, or the worst thing you ever ate. Do you guys even have any idea how you plan to deal with the zombie army? We'd a bomb. There's a lot of plans in this campaign that just come down to making a big explosion happen. The party encounters a small zombie raiding party. Tack! Huh. What? A duck. No, attack. Oh, that's much worse. The zombies appear to be strays, unfortunately. Undead local Coolanders, dressed in adult male rompers. Nothing of value was lost. Kumar accidentally fumbles his chill touch attack and ends up chill touching himself. Does he go blind? He will if he keeps doing that. Well, that was a really successful first round of combat. Not one zombie was even slightly injured, and Kumar Chill touched himself. Gilbert runs away after that first round, only to come back and act all heroic when there's only one zombie left alive. Publio fumbles his attack, breaking Heidi's borrowed spear. Oh, that's okay. That's only the spear my father gave to me. With the zombie still alive, Gilbert tries to run away again, only to have the zombie strike him down. The zombie dies right after. Hey, great. I've got a new spear. You mean I have a new spear, right? Can I have my shovel back? Do you want your father's broken spear back? Heidi, you really are ingratiating yourself into this party, Publio. The next day, the party proceeds along a large-ish river. They see tons of zombies, mostly orc zombies, but also some Coolanders milling about on the other side. They can't cross the river. It's no problem. Those ones over there seem to be doing something. It looks like they're chopping wood. They're building a bridge. Oh, shit. Realizing that the zombies are definitely being guided by some kind of superior intelligence. Tonut and Heidi fly up above them and try to talk to their master. The zombies all respond in unison. You may speak. You, Uncle Evil, I am the rightful ruler of Cooland, Duke of Abstinence, chosen one of the Lord of Blood and Fire. Hey, Tonut. He's like you, an asshat. You realize we're 200 of Orb, and I'm carrying you, right? My zombie army will cross into Cooland, take the city of Gaga, and bathe its streets with blood, and fire. Cool, but could you teleport us to LOL? Dude, he's the bad guy. We've never been totally clear as a party on that whole good-evil divide. Yeah, and remember, this is just a stupid side quest. Who is it you're seeking revenge against? Duke, my niece Queen, Zoe, and Bill the Elf. We know where Bill is. Yeah, we'll totally give him to you. Bring me Bill the Elf, and I will teleport you. We need to teleport in order to get to Bill the Elf. We have quite the catch. Minus 22 going, don't we? Okay, here's the plan. We tell the Duke we'll capture his niece for him. Then we'll put Publio in a bag. What? No. GM question. Do any of you actually have a bag? We'll get a bag in Gaga. We should probably get a dress for Publio too. You know, to make it believable. I don't want to do this. Look at it this way, Publio. Have you ever gotten to spend time inside a bag before? It's a new opportunity. Duke will bring you your niece in a bag. In a bag. But we have to present her to you personally. Why? Because we want to meet you. You're pretty famous. Also, we want to be sure you follow through and teleport us. Oh yeah. Also, this kid we have with us that looks a bit like a princess won't be coming back with us. So don't suspect anything if he's not with us when we return. Wait, sirs. Is it not the case, in fact, that Mew can change into a girl? Kumar is right. No. Yes, it is true, sir. Okay, new plan. Actually, Duke, the kid will be coming back with us after all. But not the wizard. He's got other things to do. I hate you guys so much. So when we give him MU, he will teleport us? No, we're going to kill him. Oh, wait, Kumar. You thought you were going to just give me to him. I'm just happy I won't have to cross-dress anymore. Actually, you sound a little disappointed. The PCs finally get to Gaga. Who goes there? Adventurers? Did Gilbert send you? Yeah, sure. Sergeant, the adventurers are here. The glitterati of Gaga all come out to see the PCs. Queen Zoe is there, as is the hip, young, handsome Prime Minister, Zoe. As attendants Emily the Elf and Queen Priscilla of the Grey Realms, the court wizard, the only old person in all of Cooland. Of course, Queen Zoe's head of security, Harembe the gorilla, man. The defences of Gaga and their army do not look very promising. Do you think we could whip them into shape? Most of the guards are playing with fidget spinners right now. That would be a no. Queen Priscilla hasn't become any less annoying. You guys all look lame. If only Bill the Elf was here. He was hot for me. We totally did it once. Bill did it with that thing. Oh man, if only Bill were here. We have a plan, Your Majesty. Our wizard MU is going to make himself look like you. He doesn't look much like me. Well, he can magically turn himself into a girl. God damn it. I am a girl right now. Seriously? This is you as a girl? Holy shit. You guys, that girl is really fucking ugly. Even Priscilla thinks you're ugly, dude. That's the pot calling the kettle ugly. Our best plan is still to make Mew look like the Queen. I have a question. Has the Duke gone blind? I still say we can integrate the zombies. You definitely can't. In a generation, they'll adopt our values. Mr. Prime Minister, they're undead. In a generation, you'll all be zombies. Don't be racist. It's not racist, because they're really ugly. If you want MU to be able to pass for me, I and my ladies of the court will have to give him a makeover. Guards, seize him. What? To the makeover room? Will it hurt? Well, the bikini wax will... You'll pay for this, Tonut. While MU is subject to a makeover and a sleepover party with the Queen and her girls, the rest of the PCs get some shopping done. We'll want to leave town first thing in the morning. We just spent 12,000 GP worth of counterfeit Smithpleum pieces here. Yeah, we should definitely leave, and then come back with more fake Smithpleum pieces. If you succeed, you'll all be heroes of Cooland. Yeah, and I'll probably do it with one of you. I'd probably do Priscilla. Shit, Moo. You have serious self-esteem problems. Moo's makeover was largely unsuccessful. If you put a princess, dress and face paint on a cow, it'll still look like a cow. Along the way back to the zombie horde, Tonut, the cleric, uses divine aid to temporarity. Change MU's appearance into a copy of Queen Zoe. They find the zombie horde. With them are a group of Uruk, high zombie guards, a zombie wizard, the Duke, and a fire vampire. The Duke is not a zombie. Apparently, he survived Bill's cloud kill, but suffered horribly disfiguring burns. We will, but only once you lead us to the Blood Gate, so we can teleport back to LOL. Or the Fire Gate. They're the same gate. My men will take you to the gate, but I will have my niece now. What's our plan? We kill the Jew. He's surrounded by thousands of zombies, his guards, the wizard, and the vampire. I've seen Bill make some bad plans, but this one is just ridiculous. While the PCs are busy debating their options, MU is starting to change back into his usual ugly visage. The PCs decide to not give a fuck and attack. Oh man, this is not good. If Bill was here, we wouldn't be in this mess. If Bill was here, we'd probably be in a bigger mess. Which one is the fire vampire? The fire vampire is the one that's on fire. I miss Captain. Obvious. The fire vampire disappears in a puff of fire. Not blood. No. This is a fire vampire. There may be a blood vampire somewhere that disappears in a puff of blood. So by blood vampire, you mean a vampire? Right? Yes. Betrayers. Destroy them all. Morris sent us, so we're trying to badmouth Morris now. Yeah? Morris is the new Bill. The fire vampire reappears next to Tonut, who had obviously taken to the air to save his own life. Oh shit! It can fly. God, Sezrakan, Nikos, Akbasha, whoever is up there, save me. Tonut fails his divine aid, but Kumar manages to slay the zombie wizard, which causes the zombies to go out of control. This helps, but there are still thousands of zombies trying to kill and eat them. The Duke is getting away, and the PCs are in terrible danger of being slaughtered by zombies, except Tonut, who is about to be destroyed by the fire vampire. Tonut tries one last divine aid to teleport them all back to Gaga. Oh, almighty God, screw this. The divine aid works, and the PCs are all teleported away, But there's a slight error in the teleportation, and they end up crashing into the city wall. Several of them are terribly injured, but they all manage to survive. I can't believe we're alive. That's it for this session. The planned invasion of Gaga has been thwarted by the PCs, and incredibly, they're all still alive. But the Duke of Abstinence got away, and there's still thousands of zombies in Kulandish territory. Plus, the PCs still have no way to get back to LOL, and they're no closer to getting past side quests and onto the job of stopping Cesar Khan from assimilating the entire universe. We'll see what they come up with next time. Paul P. Pundit. Currently smoking. Lorenzetti Solitario. Plus Garth's 1792 Flake. Title: DCC Campaign Update. I haven't had an erection this strong in years. Date: June 28th, 2017. So, as of last adventure, the PCs had managed to defeat, though not kill, the Duke of Abstinence, disrupting his control over the huge zombie army he was going to use to invade Kuland and overthrow his niece Queen Zoe. It almost killed them. Unfortunately, they didn't actually get rid of the thousands of zombies, now uncontrolled, that are roaming across Kuland's territory. Now, one of our PCs, Tonut the Cleric, just leveled up. Another, Heidi, is one single XP away from leveling up. That's dangerous. It's like being a cop who's 2 weeks away from retirement. Wait, did my pet chicken die? Nope. He landed right on the city wall and was unharmed. Morris had been left behind in the Azure Tower because his cyborg, Ass, was interfering with the teleportation magic. Now, the Order thinks they managed to adapt the ritual. It turns out they're mostly right. They actually managed to teleport him to a field about 7 miles from Gaga. Unfortunately for Morris, it's a field full of zombies. After running like hell, he finds his way to a ruined old church of God. With the zombie hordes approaching, he engages in a desperate prayer. Hello, is anyone listening? We are listening. No, it's not God. It's 4 mysterious, cowled, inhuman figures that were already in the church. Who are you? What are you doing here? We are agents of vengeance. We seek the destruction of Bill the Elf. Those zombies are going to kill us all. They will not kill us. Are you undead? No, we are sand cows. It turns out the 4 mysterious creatures are more of the ridiculous elemental constructs created by the Archmaster. He made them to hunt Bill the Elf. This was before the Archmaster went. The city of LOL, where he is presently trapped in the Forever Pit. The cows have been looking for Bill ever since. Okay, I know where Bill is. Save me from the zombies, and I can help you. We believe you speak truth. One of us will make the sacrifice. One of the sand cows steps outside the church, and Morris watches at it, seems to explode into a vicious cyclone of sand particles that literally cuts hundreds of zombies to shreds. Can all of you do that? Yes, but only once. Now you will help us? Sure. Do you know, Mo? Is that some kind of joke. Ha? No, not moo, moo. Morris realizes his life depends on giving the cows information, so he convinces them that they need to find MU and the rest of the party to get to Bill. They agree to protect him on the way to Gaga, but demand he give them all the information on Bill he has. So he tells them information, like that Bill has only one testicle. He slept with Queen Priscilla. The wizards of LOL want to kill him. Bill once survived a nuclear explosion, and that he's a neocon. Meanwhile, the rest of the PCs have been brought before Queen Zoe and her court. Has the danger passed? Technically speaking, more or less. We've, renovated the biodiversity of the area with zombies. If we look at the project specifications, we see most tasks has been completed. So, there's still thousands and thousands of zombies about to overrun us. Yes, sorry, can we get our reward now? We have to go. You get no reward until you get rid of the zombies. How the hell are we supposed to do that? What we need is a more experienced adventurer. Your Majesty, Morris the Creep has just arrived in the city. Oh shit. Quick, Townut, get us out of here. He brings monsters with him, Your Majesty. Some kind of cow. Ninjas. Also, he's now some kind of ass. Cyborg. Morris is a creep. But sometimes a creep is what's needed. You're a terrible queen. What did you say to her? Oh no, Mr. Harambe. I meant Priscilla. Priscilla is a terrible queen. Hey, fuck you, fatty. I was going to sleep with you, but now you just blew it. Morris arrives with his cow. We were told you know where we can find Bill the Elf. Yeah, Bill the Elf is the commander of the zombie armies. If you want to get to him, you have to kill all the zombies. And that seems to make sense. I can't believe that worked. The stupid cow elementals head off to kill every zombie they can find. Since Morris brought the cows to us, he will be allowed to stay and not be sent back to fashion jail. Yay! We'll see how long that lasts. The PCs regroup the next morning for a massive brunch and healing session. Unfortunately, Townut gets disapproval early on, and as his divine punishment is required to heal the lame. Okay, I'll heal Mo. Then, fine, Mo's lame, and I heal him. So did that work? Is Mew still lame? Well, yes. Then no. Damn it! Morris, are you still taking a dump? Ting. Defecation complete. Just finished. Come here. I have to heal the lame. That calculates 1.8% chance of this healing succeeding in any way. Damn, there's probably lame people in the fashion dungeon. You lost your +4 mace. That's pretty lame. Go away, Morris. Moo goes to see Harembe. Harambe? No. My name is Harembe. I had an ancestor named Harambe. As you may know, Harembe, I'm a wizard. Are you sure? I need to ward something, so I can become a dude again. You're not a dude. Moo is heading back to the palace when he runs into a strange pink mutant in a tacky-looking suit and tie. Hey there, chum. My name's Chris, and I have a business offer for you that you won't want to ignore. Why do you talk like that? Like what? Like you're in an old-timey documentary or something. I don't follow you, friend. Whatever. Let's go to my room. Let's do it. And by do it, I mean business, not homosexual activity. I'm a woman. Are you sure? Tonut, Kumar, and Publio had made their way down to the fashion dungeon, but the guards don't want to let them in. However, they do find out that Emily the elf is in fashion prison. What? Why? Apparently, she was saying that Her Majesty Queen Zoe has chlamydia. That doesn't sound like Emily. No. It sounds like Priscilla is getting rid of the competition. The report also says that she's super jealous of Priscilla because Priscilla is so much prettier than she is, and Priscilla and Harembe will probably get married soon. Does it now? Back in Mew's room, he learns that Chris wants to become the adventuring group's manager. Chris assures Mew that they'll all make money, and Mew assures Chris that he's the leader of the group and can represent all of them. Excellent. Just sign right here. Okay, sure. This doesn't sound shady at all. Oh no, it's not shady. Not even a little bit, my friend. You know, in spite of being a lesser member of the royal family, this is actually the first time I've ever been in this palace. Queen Zoe sounds kind of cold. That's right. Although, my mother was also a pathological liar, so it might be that I'm not from the royal family at all. You know, I've said too much. Moo, you're a wizard. You're supposed to be smart. Having been unable to find the lame at the dungeons, Tonut and company head into the city and get to a holistic clinic. There they meet a hipster girl, pretending to be a hippie girl. You can tell she isn't, because she's too clean. What do you people do here? Mostly yoga. Miss, you are culturally appropriating my culture. Oh no, it's okay, because we're really attractive. Mr. Kumar, would you like to give a talk about spirituality here? We both could. Oh no, your friend is just a cleric. We only want talks from spiritual people like you. I did not say I was spiritual. Yes, but it's obvious you're spiritual. I mean, you know what? They finally get the pseudo hippie chick to let them into a yoga class. It's full of relatively attractive women, one obese man, and the handsome instructor wearing a man bun. That one, the man bun, break his leg. What? Okay, does it look breakable? He's probably a vegan, so he has the bone strength of a bird. While Publio shatters the man, Bun's knee, Kumar is complaining about the state of things. What in the heck is this shit? This is not yoga. It is just stretching. Tonut heals man. Bun's shattered knee. When he does so, the instructor's man. Bun also falls off. I have healed the lame. Finally. Hey, you guys are the heroes who stopped the zombie army, right? We just got your merchandising. What? Yeah. These yoga mats with your faces on them. Your manager just brought them. Okay. When the group gets back together, they find out about what Mew has done with Chris. He's our new business manager. Like hell he is. Well, friends, MU is your leader, and he signed these contracts on your behalf. He's not our leader and had no authority. Oh, well, in that case, maybe we can negotiate. Sure? Or geese him. I charm him. Chris, now geased and charmed, makes new contracts with everyone except MU, who is stuck with the older, shittier contract. Then he goes and negotiates a reward for the party with Queen Zoe, much to their surprise. This guy might just pay off. Oh, fuck's sake. He'll be like Zeke Bodian all over again. The next morning, the PCs are awakened by alarm bells, a large armed sky. Ship is flying down into Gaga, causing everyone to panic. Is it sky? Nazis? Well, there's no sky. Nazi insignias. They could be undercover. I've heard they're very skilled at that. It turns out to be Roman and Jaludine. Get in, bitches. We're going to save the universe. The PCs pile into the ship, with Chris making it in too just before they take off. Who's this? He's our meat shield. Oh, well, why not? I guess it's useful for your meat shields to have meat shields. Jaludin found the entrance to a deep cave complex that might have ancient survivors inside it. Jaludin will not be coming with the team, but tries to get them to tell him where the Sunstaff is found. They don't tell him, but claim that the Azure Order knows, in what is probably a bad move. This ancient complex is found in the Mountains of Terror. Don't worry, though. It's only a name. They're really more of a tall range of hills. Any information about the Dark Ones I should know. There's two things you need to know about the Dark Ones. The entrance to the cave is surrounded by Orshish totems depicting their god of death and dire warnings. It says, "Welcome, adventurers." At the entrance of the cave, the PCs find a heavy blast door with a high-tech keypad. Roman has Morris check for traps, but only to see if the pad is electrified. Then he uses his sonic tool to open it. Inside the cave complex, the PCs encounter a group of shadow elves. Like all shadow elves, they have night. Black skin, long luxurious hair, extra, pointy, ears, badass scimitars, a general tough, guy look, and ridiculous squeaky voices. Why do they all have squeaky voices? Because fuck Drizzt. That's why. The Shadow Elves do not give the PCs the right to pass. Heidi challenges their leader, Achilleus the Tormentor, to single combat. The battle is really close for several rounds. But finally, Heidi gets in a staggering blow. Oh, I'm lame. With Achilleus crippled, the other shadow elves prepare to kill him. Heidi complains, but they insist it is the way of their people. We must sing him our falsetto death. Cry to send him to the hall of warriors. You're a stupid race, and should feel ashamed of yourselves. Go forth, adventurers. And if you run into any others of our race, tell them that you are he who slew Achilleus, the Tormentor, and they will let you pass. Just to be sure, is there any other? The Tormentor in these caves? No, he was the only one. Okay, cool. The PCs enter a huge cavern covered in glowing mushrooms. This reminds me of a joke I have once heard, sirs. Knock, knock. Do we have to Kumar? Knock, knock, sirs. Who's there? Ah ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What? Fun guy. Do you get it? Like fun guy? I knew a fun guy once. Quick, Chris. Pretend you're Bill the Elf. Sure. I might even have elven blood in me, you know. Though knowing that bitch mother of mine, it might all be lies. I'm going to try to hide. Heidi is right here. No, hide. Not Heidi. The thing, as sensors, detect 12 orcs in the next chamber. Alert! Orcs are missing 97% of their brain mass. The orcs are hiding behind the mineral rocky outgrowths, but they don't move at all. Heidi isn't having any luck shooting at them either. I'm going to charge them. Who's with me? We're all with you, Publio. Morally, I mean, not literally. I'm going to cast magic missile at them. That's thinking like a wizard, which means it's probably a bad idea. We're with you, morally too, Moo. Heidi has Toenut lift him into the air, and then cannonballs a bunch of the brain. Dead orcs. Chris manages to bash in the head of an orc. I've had my first blood. I haven't had an erection this strong in years, fellows. Dude. An orc stabs Chris through the spine. Or my spine. Even his cries of agony sound funny. I deserve this. I tried to fly too close to the sun. Learn from me, my friends. Moo uses his psionic power to make himself invisible to the orcs. When he does so, he senses a deep Evit power. He notices Roman is sensing the same thing. Toenut gets disapproval, and now has to heal the sick. Chris has miraculously survived, but his spine is shattered. That being sick? No, that's lame. With the party in dire straits, Publio charges an orc, fumbles, and heroically stabs Morris into unconsciousness. You didn't kill him. That will be up to us now. I'll attack the orc on Morris. You sure, Heidi? You haven't killed the one on you yet. Oh, well then, I definitely don't help Morris. After all, the other orc will probably hit Publio first, or Morris. But either way, nothing of value will be lost. Us calibrating. Publio fumbles again. We did too good a job of training him wrong. Well, friends, today was definitely a roller coaster ride of emotions. I went from having massive wood to shitting myself. Oh man, you should have told me that before I laid hands on you to cure you. We should stop here and rest. We can't stop here. This is Dark One country. However, the session could indeed stop here. Will the PCs survive the complex infested by the Dark Ones? Will Morris ever stop being lame? Will Mew ever change gender again? Would anyone notice if he did? Will Publio end up killing himself? Or a fellow party member? All this and more will probably not be answered in our next exciting session. Stay tuned. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Do you think he'd want to be buried with my pants? Date: July 10th, 2017. In the last adventure, the PCs had found their way into an ancient's complex, ruined, of course, in the hopes of somehow discovering a living ancient somewhere within. Thus far, they'd had no luck at that, only running into some dark elves and some very creepy orcs who were missing large parts of their brains. They had holed up in a room to rest for the night. Now, Morris, Mew, and Publio all go out to keep watch at the entrance and promptly disappear on account of all three of their players not being able to make it this session. Lots of us are still injured from that last battle. Okay, let the healing begin. In the night, the PCs are ambushed by a small squad of feral halflings. Heidi, your turn. Okay, I'm going to use one halfling as a weapon to hit another halfling with... Oh damn, I forgot I was a pacifist. You went on a violent rampage as a reflex, Heidi. You were still half asleep. Yeah, Heidi gets very pissy when he's woken up. I thought I was having a nightmare? Maybe his dream is not to be a pacifist. We knew you were a psycho, like the rest of us. We burn the halfling corpses. Yeah. In a dungeon, it's important to be environmentally conscious and clean up your mess. My map of this dungeon is all fucked up. That's just what we want to hear when we're deep in the bowels of an ancient's complex. The PCs figure out their direction and promptly run into a servant of the Dark Ones, a brain eater, fighting with their usual level of ability. The PCs don't manage to stop the brain eater before it launches its terrible psychic blast. Tonut, the cleric's brain explodes. Roman manages to get into some kind of psychic battle with the brain eater, and while he's not able to destroy it, he manages to scare it away, complete with strange, glowing, multicolored lights coming out of Roman's eyes. Kumar very bravely or very stupidly or both chases after the brain eater, but it turns ethereal and walks away from him. I can't believe Tonut died. Yes, it's a tragedy. Sad. We loot the fuck out of the body. Say, friends, do you think I can take his pants? My own pants have been soiled for over a day. Sure, why not? Do you think he'd want to be buried with my pants? No, let's leave him some dignity. Heidi takes Tonut's superpower, armor. Chris, in addition to taking Tonut's pants, inherits Heidi's old plate mail. I'll always remember our stalwart friend Tonut when I wear these pants. Hopefully, I won't dishonor them like I did my last pair. Man, that brain eater sure got us a lot of loot. Tonut also had this bag of unlabeled white powder. I'll take that. Around that time, a trio of zero-level noobs arrive. It turns out they were all slaves, or employees, of one of the bands of dark elves who left them behind when they deserted the complex. The trio include a human prostitute, a cold mutant butcher, and a fisherman. Again, you're all my friends. I'm not your friend. You're my friend, pal. I'm not your pal. You're my pal, buddy. I'm not your buddy. You're my buddy, chum. You guys have no absolute proof, but yet somehow you know that dark elves mostly like pegging. The hooker left her strap on behind. Are these people even worth keeping? Why does that dead cleric not have any pants? Because I'm wearing his pants. Now, friend, why don't you give him your old pants, then? We don't want to desecrate his corpse. Yes? Especially after his sacrifice. Tonut died so that I might have pants. Do you have any food? We have peanuts. She can't have any of my peanuts. Get your mind out of the gutter, Roman. You're mistaken, madam. I'm not interested. I know where you've been. The PCs decide to retreat for rest and healing to the ruined tower complex, negotiating a truce with the 3 dark elves still hiding out there. Sammy the hooker mentions to Heidi that the elves have a chest that she strongly suspects, from her prior experiences with them, holds the dark elves' treasure. Heidi, however, feels bound by the truce. So she tells Roman instead, and he immediately agrees to murder the dark elves in the night. So, I'll take the second watch tonight with the hooker. I prefer Lady of the Night, and hillbilly giants prefer to be called tall sons of the soil. But that's not happening either. Roman and Sammy's plan is that they'll pump Heidi full of healing sedative, and then she'll seduce the one elf that's on guard, leading him away, while Roman murders the 2 who are sleeping. Unfortunately, they run into a problem. Sorry, miss. I'm asexual. They wait until the 3rd watch, getting the other 2 newbies in on the action. And while they dispatch the 2 sleeping dark elves, the guard who had been led away by Sammy comes back too soon and manages to murder both the cold mutant and the fishman before they can finish him off. The elven loot turns out to be mostly magic items. An endless water skin, some unlabeled potions, a scroll of levitation, and a +1 sword. If Morris Ass was here, it could probably identify those potions. Since Heidi still needs more of the meaty drugs to get close to his full HP, the party rests for another day. For security purposes, Kumar props up the corpses of the elves and the dead party members to appear to be lookouts. The party finally starts to move deeper into the complex again. There, they get to a large flooded area that's been made crossable by some rickety wooden bridges, in the middle of which is a small island of dry ground with huge piles of garbage on it. In that island, the PCs spot a group of degenerated feral dwarves who appear to have gone insane. Heidi flies over them and sets fire to the nearest garbage pile. In the distance, at the entrance of a flooded room, the PCs hear a dark elf screaming for help. I'm terribly injured, but alive. Please, someone help me. Both my legs are broken. They ignore him. Flying over the flaming garbage island, the PCs move over to another area, a huge promenade, with signs that there were successive periods of habitation with a variety of architecture. The original Ancients construction was built over with brick, then wood, then with scraps of metal or any garbage that could be found. The place seems mostly abandoned, but the dwarves who fled the flaming garbage were waiting there in ambush, and they rush forward to attack. After a couple of rounds of combat, the dwarves run like hell, scattering in various directions. One of the dwarves fled through some kind of sewer grate that was hidden behind a pile of junk. We should go down this man whole, and here I thought, my days of going down man. Holes was over. The party makes their way down into a sewer area, which is mostly dry, though. It has several inches of a greenish, black gunk on most of the ground. I expected this man, hole, would be deeper. There's two possibilities. Either the brain, eaters don't come down here, or they might all be down here. The party doesn't run into a brain eater, but they do run into a giant sewer snake. Sammy attacks it with her dark elf scimitar, but it snaps. Piece of shit, dark elven scimitars. They're just made to look cool. Oh, Chris hits the snake. I think I'm doing well, chums. One round later, the snake bites his head clean off. Oh, shit. Well, can we heal him? He's been decapitated. After slaying the snake, the PCs continue on along the empty sewer. In the distance, you hear the sound of a dwarf dying horribly. That sounds promising. They proceed forward and find a large chamber containing 10 cryostasis tubes. It also contains a very dead dwarf who seemed to have the very life sucked out of him and a frozen look of terror on his face. Let's go in. Wait, don't you think it might be dangerous? All the tubes are flashing some kind of alert in Ancient. As it happens, Kumar reads Ancient. I'll fly you in through the manhole. You've been in too many manholes, bro. The alert indicates that all 10 tubes have been corrupted. Heidi flies Roman in to activate the auto-destruct on the tubes. As the countdown begins, spectral beings float out of the tube, causing damage to everyone from sheer horror. Cheese it. What the fuck are they? Ghosts? Ghosts? Who are we going to call? The party runs like hell down the sewer, as the self-destruct blows the entire chamber to bits. They keep going and make their way to the armory. It looks like it was raided at some point, but there's still a bunch of stuff in there. It could also still have defenses. I could cast cantrip to see if anything reacts. Don't do that. Why not, sir? Isn't cantrip the spell that makes you open a bridge to the outer void as a mercurial effect? Yes, that is right. We're in a complex full of servants of the Dark Ones. What do you think that will do? Oh, yes, on second thought, I had better not cast cantrip. Kuman casts force, manipulation instead, which causes a pair of defense drones to activate and start firing. What do we do now? We charge at the drones on the count of 3. Sure, you won't just all stay here and leave me to charge in alone, will you? If you let me go in there alone, I swear you guys are all screwed. You nearly punched me to death. That was an accident. I dive in and get behind cover. You'd have to be prone for that, given her former profession. Yeah, I don't mind. I continue to stay undercover. So you mean she's lying there, like a dead hooker? Roman uses his sonic tool to destroy the drones. They find the armory has a number of quite useful items. There's carbon, fiber armor, which is very light. You should wear that, Kumar. Will it have a spellcasting penalty? A small one. But, hey, it's not like you've been casting anything useful anyways. This exchange triggers a moderately lengthy conversation on whether clerics or wizards are more useless. Hey, we found a meaty bot. Oh, does it have more of those drugs? Great, now Heidi's a healing, sedative junkie. That's it for today. The party decides to hole up in the armory, deep within the dungeon of brain eaters. Will they actually find an ancient that's not turned into an undead that wants to kill them? Or will they all just end up getting their brains eaten? Stay tuned to find out. Title: DCC Campaign Update. I just wanted to see MU struggle. Date: July 24th, 2017. When we left off, the party was hiding out in the armory of an ancients complex that has been overrun. Servants of the Dark Ones, brain eaters, plus some feral dwarves and a retreating band of dark elves. They'd lost 2 of their number, Tonut the cleric, and the party's manager, Agent Chris, but gained a former hooker. Half the party was also missing, having been on a watch, and then just disappeared. Now, Sammy the hooker levels up and becomes Sammy the cleric, switching from the world's oldest profession to the second, oldest, and far less honest one. The character sheet we're using has the saving throws placed right next to the ability scores that modify them. I never noticed that before. It also has a shield for AC and a trapezoid for HP, the trapezoid being the universal symbol for health. Of course, that's why hospitals everywhere have a giant rotating trapezoid on their roof. So how much should I charge you guys for healing? It's usually free. Okay, but the pegging is extra. Clerical healing is free. Have you guys not spent a lot of time around clerics in this setting? I'm looking at my notes here. Who is Thami? That's my character, you know? The one I just leveled up. Oh, okay, right? Who's Androman? Who? Andraman? Wait, did you maybe write? And Roman? Oh, I wish we had a character named Androman. Wouldn't Androman just mean man? Androman is real, and possibly related to Bolt Zero. I need money to reduce my disapproval if I'm going to keep healing. See? I told you it wasn't free. So, you're really right back to your old job, huh? The joviality is interrupted by the presence of a feral humanoid figure, smelling of shit, scratching frantically at the service duct grill. We kill it with fire. Wait, I think that's Mo. Christ, we lose him for 1 day, and he reverts to a goddamn animal. Hey, it was 2 days. Sammy had not yet met Mo. What kind of monster is that thing? I'm not a monster. I'm a wizard. Wait, Moo's a wizard. Being all feral and covered in shit for most people would be a big humiliation. For MU, it's Tuesday. Where's Toenut? Toenut is dead. Toenut's dead? Wait, which one was Toenut? Your nephew? Oh, yes, right. I'm so sad about that. Chris is also dead. But before he died, he transferred the right to your contract. Nice. So now we get to keep 80% of your treasure share. I refuse to believe that unless I see a contract. Okay, wait a second. Hey, has anyone got any paper? So I was meaning to ask, what are all of you guys doing in this ruin anyways? We're saving the universe. Really? Yes, and believe it or not, this is the sanest, safest way to save the universe. The party, having been reunited with MU, and having rested and healed enough, they move on to the next room. It turns out to be the old water reservoir of the complex. They find it guarded by water elementals. Be careful, they can only be harmed with magic. Then we're doomed. God damn it, Mo. You're the wizard. One of the water elementals swallows Kumar, but he quickly unretracts his retractable hoverbike and shoots out of it. Mew dives into one of the elementals. After casting Chill Touch, you do 2 points of damage. Then the Chill Touch wears off, and you start to drown. No, I don't. I have gills, remember? What? He's more of a freak than we thought. Sammy made use of the spell we now call Akbasha's Sanctuary to protect herself, and then backed away about 20 from the action. Kumar is hurt and could use my healing, but he's too far away. He's 20 feet away. So far. Heidi fumbles and falls on his back. It's very wet here. That's what you get for running by the pool. Mew is just floating around in the elemental, whose internal body is now full of shit. He's desperately flailing around, but can't get him out. This is your life now, elemental. Mo pretends to be drowning to see if the elemental will stop trying to pull him out, but the elemental doesn't fall for it. I guess Heidi's okay. He's doing better than Mo was elemental. Heidi flies up on his jetpack and dive bombs the elemental. He does damage, but of course goes right through the other side and slams at full speed on the pavement, knocking himself out and destroying his jetpack. All night, the GM has been accidentally calling Heidi Akbasha. You know why? Because Heidi kicks ass now and reminds me of his last badass. He's even got a power armor. No matter how hard Muse Elemental tries, he just can't get the slippery bastard out of his body. The funny thing is that if I was casting spells right now, I'd be rolling really well. You probably wouldn't. Muse Elemental now seems to have fallen on his knees, put his hands on his face, and started to weep. The elemental behind him is patting his back in a hopeless attempt to comfort him. Kumar and another elemental mutually off themselves, thanks to Kumar's chill, touch, and the elemental's high damage slam. Kumar is dead, guys. Looting time. Roman had run off at the start of the battle when his sonic tool got soaked. He finally comes back in from the armory, his tool repaired, and starts blowing up elementals with it. How the hell did you do that? With the powers of vibration. Yes, that'll do. I got the thing you shouldn't get. Roman, would you like to keep Kumar's hoverbike? No, better not. There was a bike race in the desert once. Things got weird. It's not a Vincent Black Shadow, is it? We should give Kumar a decent burial, throw his corpse into the reservoir. No sooner do they toss the body into the water that a huge water elemental emerges from the pool. Mo, you fucking idiot. Cheese it. Yeah, but don't run by the pool. Running away from the elemental, they make their way into an exit gate. It looks too small for the elemental to pass through and maintain form. So they run through, along a broad promenade. They suddenly run into a trio of terrified people running the other way. They are a blue mutant psychic shaman, a blue mutant orphan, and a human lumberjack, or hipster. His trade, good, is a mirror. He's definitely a hipster. Turns out the trio were servants or slaves of the Dark Elf expedition, and the reason they're running in the opposite direction from the PCs is that they're fleeing the group of Brain Eaters who just murdered all the Dark Elves. Do I know where the Brain Eaters are? Yes, they're in the opposite direction from where you're running. What are your names? How about we tell you after we finish fleeing for our lives? We're not really in danger. Nothing's after us. Well, except for 3 Brain Eaters. The party goes into a room off the promenade, which triggers some kind of sinister memory in Mu's mind from when he'd gone feral. Vizzy the shaman uses one of his psychic powers to detect that Mu had a very traumatic experience here involving a kindly old dwarf and 3 white, like ghosts. The party moves on to another room, one they hope is actually safe, inasmuch as anywhere is safe in this death dungeon. The room has 1 broken door, so Mu tries to cast Ward Portal, finally turning into a man again. But it's not well cast. So he tries again, becoming a woman. Finding it insufficient again, he tries it a 3rd time, becoming a man again, but to no great effect. Then he loses the spell, so is he a woman again? Honestly, I can't tell the difference. Should I spell burn to try again? It doesn't really matter, Brain. Eaters can become ethereal and pass through walls. So we're all dead anyways. If they find us, yep. Why didn't you say that before? I just wanted to see M.U. Marwan struggle. The orphan is just desperate for affection. Hello, what's your name? Heidi? Hello, Heidi. I'm Udin the orphan. Will you be my friend? No. Well, that's okay. That happens to me a lot. Hey, Moo, do you want to know what happened to you? Back in that other room? No, Vizzy. So just to make sure, you don't want to know you were raped by ghosts. Okay, I won't tell you then. You already said too much. That night, an attack comes from the broken door. It's not brain eaters, but rather giant bats. We shouldn't have stopped here. This is bat country. Numerous giant bats swarm on the orphan, biting him fatally. I'm finally being adopted. Is the orphan retarded? Roman uses the sonic tool to make all the bats' heads explode. Take that, you goddamn animals. I'll need healing now. I have shamanic herbs. No, I need real healing. Wait, what kind of herbs? Medicinal herbs that you smoke. Yes, I will have some of your herbs, my good man. And I think this may just be the start of a beautiful friendship. The orphan is dead. Did he have anything of value? Rum? Man, nay, it started early these days. I'll take that rum. Moo was very expensive to heal. Well, his worth is not much, actually. The next day, the PCs explore down the way the bats were. Going deeper into the complex, they find their way into a huge chamber that took some serious damage at some point. The room is bisected by a huge chasm. Vizzy, the shaman mutant, uses his psychic powers and sees visions of ancients trying to flee on skyships when a terrible explosion cracks open the earth. It looks like everyone dies, but any remains of their skyships and possible cryopods would be somewhere down at the bottom. Oh, D, please fix Heidi's jetpack. Your divine aid roll wasn't very high. Some cosmetic repair is done, but for the most part, the jetpack is still clearly non-functional. God did a half-assed job. I try not to look into the abyss, because if I do, it'll probably look back at me. 6,500. GP in sacrifices and divine aids later. The cleric has finally managed to repair the jetpack. Hey guys, over the edge. There's all these bridges and ladders and shit. It looks like we could just walk the whole way down. It turns out that repairing the jetpack wasn't as useless as it seemed at first glance, since when they're about halfway down the chasm, the party gets ambushed by goblin archers. I was just about to kill all the goblins, but then I remembered I'm a pacifist. Heidi's pacifism is very gradually wearing off. Are you present, Roman? It's hard to tell. I'm on a lot of substances. The goblins were leading the PCs toward a troll. Wait a sec. Water monster. Goblins. Deep caves. Are we in Moria? Mo uses his levitation scroll to move away from the troll, which throws Roman off the bridge. Mu is quite happy about this, until he floats right into the crossfire of the goblin archers. They fill him with arrows, and he starts to fall. Fortunately, Heidi saves them both. And you guys said there was no point to the jetpack. Unfortunately, goblin snipers kill the lumberjack. No one cares much, since it was pretty obvious that the psychic shaman was the one destined to become the new level 1 guy. The troll, meanwhile, tried to jump at Heidi and ends up plummeting to the bottom of the chasm. The troll is still around. I can sense him. Can you decapitate a troll? I intend to try decapitating him with this grenade. The PCs get to the bottom of the chasm, which is full of garbage from thousands of years of trash. One of them finds a hoverboard. What's a hoverboard? There's 2 things you have to know about a hoverboard. Vizzy, the psychic mutant, on the other hand, ends up finding a laser sword. So, he's basically a Jedi now. Wait, does that mean Heidi is Boba Fett? I want to know if Roman is Palpatine. Mo is probably Jar. Jar? Yeah, I probably am. I don't like this game. It means as the only girl, I'll probably end up in a slave bikini. The group finally finds the shell of a skyship with a number of ruined cryotubes, but one still seems to be working. Always just one. We can't ever luck out with a backup. Why? The cryotube has an ancient. He's an adult, male, very large and muscular. Since Roman is the only one who talks ancient, the two have a conversation. He says his name's Mongo, and he's a great fighter. Oh shit. I think he might be retarded. The troll suddenly springs out to attack. He survived the grenade. But this time, the PCs finish him off. Mongo rushes in after and stomps on the troll remains, shouting like an imbecile. Told you so, it doesn't matter. We just need an ancient. Even this one will do. Now we just have to get the fuck out of here and manage not to kill our ancient. That's going to be hard. That's it for this session. Will the PCs manage to get out of the complex without killing Mongo? Stay tuned to find out. Title: DCC Campaign. The story so far. Date: August 2nd, 2017. I've been posting my DCC updates here every couple of weeks for the last long while. So much so that I got to thinking, there's probably regular readers of this blog now that weren't here when this campaign started over 4 years ago. It's also possible some of you newer readers also don't frequent the pundit sub-forum of Therp G-Site. So, for all of you, and anyone else who wants a laugh, I give you the whole fucking train wreck. That link goes to the official archive of all my hilarious DCC Last Sun campaign logs, dating from 2013 until August 1st, 2016. The archive posts 1 year behind. So for all the more recent clusterfucks, you'll still have to search here. You can also see how both my campaign and my posts about it evolved, becoming more gonzo and complex and hilarious and frankly spectacular as time goes on. So, enjoy. Stay tuned for more PG Pundit. Title: DCC Campaign Archive, or plea to bargain them down from feces date, August 2006, 2017. In our last session, the PCs had found themselves an ancient, albeit a mentally deficient one, but they were still inside the brain. Eater-infested ancients complex. The question now is whether they can get out without killing their prize. Now, the ancients we get are never actually competent examples of their grandeur. First, we found a little child, and now a mental defective. The next two will probably be a sexual deviant, and then a vegan. Well, it's not like any of our PCs were ever competent. Huh? Truly, we are created in their image. The dwarves are kind of competent. Yes, they're a very intelligent people. And if the Dwarven Holocaust hadn't completely fucked them up, they'd be great. But as it is, well, it was only a short Holocaust. Bad pun, man. The canyon wall collapses on Sammy, while she is still inside the skyship. Should we try to rescue her? Nah. Do you think the Brain Eaters will be trying to find Mongo? Let's hope his stupidity buys us some time. Vizzy climbs to the other side of the canyon and gets a vision of Brain Eaters. So the party goes the other way and runs straight into a Brain Eater. Vizzy hits the Brain Eater, and it responds with a psychic attack. Vizzy, you now feel confused. You may end up acting irrationally, like anyone in this campaign ever acts rationally. He's thrust himself into my mind. He's using mind thrust. That's a psychic attack. Yeah, but he's thrusting real deep. Roman blows the Brain Eater to bits with his psychic attack, doing 136 points of damage. Okay, what the fuck is this guy? I'm only 18 XP away from level 3, so I'll probably die soon. As the group moves on, the party continues mocking MU about his having been raped by ghosts, an event that never actually happened. When they get back to the main promenade, the party runs into Publio, who is hanging from a cage. He was left there by feral dwarves. Who's the new guy? This is VZ, our replacement Publio, except this one was properly trained. Yeah, he has a laser, sword and he force. Hit a Brain Eater. He's basically a Jedi. Can I get a new weapon too? Sure. Now you already had a sword, Publio, but then you lost it. It's time for a more advanced weapon for you now. A shovel. As the party is crossing the area affectionately named Garbage Island, they hear the pitiful high, pitched squeaky cries of a dark elf pleading for help. Please. Someone. I'm still alive here, but I can't move. I'm in horrible pain. They check it out and find a dark elf trapped in a water, logged room, his legs totally shattered. Holy shit. He's even more pathetic than normal dark elves. I've got a Medibots. I'm not wasting it on him. How are we getting out of here? Jaludin is going to pick us up. Seriously? Okay. I'll send a message for a skyship to LOL. So this Sunstaff, it can get us to the crown of creation. But then what? We can use the Sunstaff as a weapon. Wouldn't we need a wizard for that, though? I'm a wizard. Moo's a wizard? Ha-ha! I seriously forgot Moo was a wizard, even out of character. So Jaludin was going to pick us up. That was seriously your plan. Yes, dude. He's not coming. No, but son of a bitch. Do the Dark Elves have any useful wizards who could get us to LOL? Soon all the world will see our dark powers. Never mind. That squeaky voice just robs your people of all dignity. We should go see the Azure Wizards. Maybe they got our stuff back. I think you're grossly overestimating the Azure Wizards. Why don't you want to go see the Azure Wizards? Because they're failures. You're a failure. And we let you stay here with us. That hurts. LOL isn't responding. We may have to get out of here on foot. There any friendly countries around? Sure. The Dark Elf kingdoms are to the north, and the south has a large forest that may have some friendly mutant tribes. Fine. As long as there's no Badlands on the way, well, we're in the Badlands. Oh shit. Are we seriously going to the Dark Elf kingdoms? I mean, they are the most advanced culture around these parts, but they're still freaking medieval. Well, not so much. Medieval as dumb as fantasy sword and sorcery. Look, the Dark Elves will probably at least have wizards, right? One of them could help us. I bet you anything all their wizards are lame. Ass summoners with skullcaps. The party puts the Dark Elf cripple on a hoverboard and ties him to MU, basically reducing MU to the role of a pack animal. Moo's finally useful. Hey, after failed attempts to take the hoverboard, cripple down the mountain path, the party finally prevails on Roman to use the Medibot on him. Roman pulls on Moo's rope. Whoa there. Hey, I'm not some kind of cow. Moo, I hate you guys so much. What's your name? Verigoth the Terrible. And for healing me, the sword of Verigoth the Terrible will be yours. Well, as soon as I find a new sword. That night, while on guard, Vizzy prevails on Verigoth to show him his awesome fight moves. While Verigoth is fooling around in that way, a griffin swoops down out of the darkness of night and viciously savages the Dark Elf. Roman, use your vibration hammer. It doesn't work that way. Ha! He knew what I meant. The Dark Elf tries to fight back, but only ends up breaking the Tormentor's sword, which Heidi had been letting him use. Vizzy lays a killing blow with his laser. Sword, you're coming along very nicely. I'll be watching your career with great interest. Yes, Chancellor, I'll heal the useful people first. The next day, the party has an encounter with 8 moose. Mooses? Meese! The moose load are enemies of the Dark Elves. They are unbearable. Well, at least we know these mooses are an intelligent species. This dark elf isn't with us. He's just our servant now. That's why we only let him use a broken sword. Mongo shouts menacingly in Ancient. What did he say? Oh, don't mind him. He's simple. Yeah, he's totally not the last surviving Ancient. That's for sure. Shut up, Moo. The Meese decide to make friends with the PCs, as long as they get to tie up the Dark Elf and throw rotted fruit at him. Sure, you should not trust these mooses. They have no honor. That, and also, they want to hurl fruit at me. Hey, at least I bargained them down from feces. When we get to the Dark Elf Shadowlands, you must not speak of this. We promise. Just like we promised, we won't tell that you broke the Tormentor's sword. Yeah, or how Moo was raped by ghosts. Stop it. The mooses prepare a lovely picnic for the PCs, while they tie the Dark Elf to a tree. Wait, how the fuck do they tie him up? They're moose. They have no hands. They use their mouths. They're surprisingly dexterous. Disney style, in spite of not having hands. We will now use you as our weapons against our enemies, the Dark Elves. No, the vegan mutants, who we hate even more than the Dark Elves. Why should we help you with your vendettas? The food from our picnic was poisoned. If you want the antidote, you will destroy our enemies. Damn. Well, I'm mad, but I'm not opposed to exterminating vegans. Will you be joining us, Moses? No, we cannot be seen to have broken our peace treaty with them. Wow, you Meese really are bastards. The PCs try to explain to the mooses the significance of Mongo. He's special. I mean, in more ways than the obvious. I thought you said he was a simpleton. Simpletons can be special. Never trust woodland creatures. Yes, a surprising number of them are total assholes. The moose give Heidi a bag of weapons they'd captured from past victims. The vegans, what are their arms and armors? Sharpened sticks and hemp coats. Oh, good. These mooses are total assholes. And they poisoned us. And still, in spite of never having met them, already hate the vegan mutants more than them. I was denied the only thing of worth I could have taken. Your dignity? No. The Dark Elf's armor? The PCs head off to commit genocide. But Heidi, remembering again that he's a pacifist, flies ahead and meets the vegans. He concocts quite the tale to them about an incoming disaster and that he's an agent of the Azure Wizards and that they have to leave their home for another valley across the mountains. Incredibly, they believe him. So you convinced them to fuck off to the mountains. Yes, you realize you just sent them all to their near to certain deaths anyways, right? I won't be responsible for their deaths, though. Not directly, anyways. You have an interesting way of justifying yourself. I'm just letting nature take its course. Wow. I don't give a shit about these guys. But that's cold. Now can I have the Dark Elf's armor? No, you're not ready for that. I hate all you guys. Hey, look. Publio is at that rebellious age. Well, he is at that level of maturity where he thinks dark elf stuff is cool. The vegans had nothing of worth. No, of course. Heidi avoids mentioning the literal ton of weed they took with them when they left, feeling sure that Vizzy and Roman would hunt them down for it. This has been the worst expedition ever. All my brothers in arms are either dead or dishonored. I was tree, bound by mooses. At least I wasn't raped by ghosts. That didn't happen. Oh, it did. Just when they thought the trip couldn't go further south, the party runs into a band of dark elves. It's led by Azanabraith, the Slayer, brother of Asiliath the Tormentor. You slew my brother in combat, so I honor you. What is your name? Heidi, that is a warrior's name. So, if you're elves, do you guys live in domes? No, we have no need of domes. Like our pale and pathetic cousins. We live in fortresses. Impressive dark fortresses with many spikes. Needless spikes. Do you have wizards? Yes, we have many mighty summoners. One of the dark elves stands guard with MU. So what are you? I'm a wizard. Really? Oh yeah, well, what are you guys? Warriors. Show me your moves. As soon as the dark elf gets distracted, showing his badass moves, a band of orcs attack in an ambush. Roman utterly destroys an orc with his mind. Okay, what the fuck is Roman? Publio is inspired by the dark elves. Like any adolescent, he thinks drow are really cool. Publio, you should prove yourself to the dark elves by acting like them. Don't fucking encourage him. Mew, maybe you should paint yourself black. Shut up, Moo. The dark elves are like really pathetic Klingons. The next night, while Vizzy convinces yet another dark elf guy to show off his badass moves, the party are attacked by a giant porcupine. Be careful! It's almost as lethal as a giant weasel. Moo uses his telepathy to enter into mental communication, only to discover the porcupine appears to have an Italian accent. Hey, what? A you? A doin' makin'? A noise near my nest? Mongo gets hit by a quill and runs away. Roman runs after him. The dark elves also fail their morale check and run from the bombardment of quills, leaving only the PCs to face the deadly Italian giant porcupine. Vizzy is taken down by the porcupine attacks, but he will survive. Mo and Heidi manage to kill the porcupine. As for Publio, he threw his shovel in a random direction and then fell on the ground. Roman corrals the runaways and brings them back. There, see? It's dead. Any chance you had of proving yourselves mighty warriors has long since passed. That healing robot working? No, it broke down healing MU. If it makes you happy, I too am almost dead. Why would I be happy about that, Publio? If you died, I'd go back to being the most useless party member. Okay, from now on, no encouraging the Dark Elves to show off their cool combat moves while keeping watch. Damn it. After a couple of more days' travel, and no more cool combat moves, the PCs finally reached the end of the mountains. Behold, the Dark Elf Shadowlands. It looks pretty arid and sunny for being Shadowlands, I think. They are called the Shadowlands because they are the lands of the Dark Elves. Then why aren't you called the Shadow Elves? Some people call us that. No one calls you that. I'll call you Shadow Elves. You honor us. They reach the biggest fortress, with the plan being to present themselves to the king. They're met there by a powerful looking dark elf warrior with a voice as squeaky as all the other dark elves. I am Merigoth Darkshadow, commander of the King's Guard. He, what? Oh, nothing. I just have a cold. Behold our king, Arianis Blackdragon, also our high summoner, Verminard the sorcerer. Well, these guys won't be helpful. Maybe Jaludin didn't come to get us because he caught Sezakan, AIDS, and LOL has fallen. For Jaludin's sake, I hope so. Could anyone in your whole kingdom help us find a way to get to the city of LOL, high up in the floating islands? Perhaps only the witch. Shaman. Witch. Shaman. The witch. Shaman. She a witch? Or a shaman? There's two things you have to know about the witch shaman. She has studied not just sorcery, but also the ways of the spirits. Been there. So has MU. I have not. This warrior, Publio, wants to be like you dark elves, your majesty. I really just want dark elf armor, though. Dude, you have trouble when you wear a barrel. Shut up! None of you understand me. Guys, when I get to play Bill again, if any of your PCs are still alive, you have to tell me about this place, so I can come back and fuck it up beyond belief. That's all for today. We leave off with the party taking some time to recover and then planning to go visit the witch shaman in what will almost certainly be either another side quest or a complete waste of time. Stay tuned. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Don't judge me. I needed the money. Date: September 5th, 2017. When we left off, our intrepid anti-heroes had made it to the fortress of the Dark Elves. They had been told of the witch, Queen, which looks like their only chance of getting back to Lot, given that the city isn't responding to their calls, and they suspect Yaludan has betrayed them. For the moment, though, the party is resting for a week or so to try to recover. Now, the pundit's cat caught a bird. It's still alive. Yeah, she's playing with it. She likes to torture her captures a bit and watch them suffer before killing them off. So, much like her master. Huh? Does your cat also GM DCC? Moo is planning to cast Find Familiar, and he wants some help from the Dark Elf King's summoner. So he goes up to his tower, which, of course, very black and filled with skull motifs. The summoner even has little tiny skulls on his pointed shoes. They might be halfling baby skulls or something. What can you give me to help you? I have this brain, eater body, part mash. You could use it to summon a brain, eater, servants of the Dark Ones. That way lies madness. Are you crazy? It'll be the ruination of us all. I'm all dark and sinister. But this is just completely fucked up. Get out of here. Mu begins his slow process of turning into a supervillain. I'll find a great use for this brain. Eater, then you'll see. You'll all see. Vizzy and Roman spend most of the week using medicinal herbs. Publio is not impressed. I'm from High Bay. Back there we give kids that stuff for breakfast. So, what is Roman again? We don't know. I'm Tonut's uncle. Oh, sorry for your loss. Huh? Oh, yeah. He's dead. Yeah. So sad. And for Sami too. You adopted her. I did? Oh, shit, I forgot. I guess I should have suggested we dig her out from that cave in. Oh, well, you're the one who said we should leave her behind. I did. You totally did. I think you said. Always leave hookers buried. No. No one is taking Mongo around the city with them. And no one is sparring with him. This guy is our ticket to the crown of creation. For fuck's sake. He's a muscle-bound retard. He couldn't be more at risk of dying if he was sexually attracted to fire. How do you know he isn't? Publio and Vizzy go to the market. Publio buys himself a pet monkey, for reasons only understandable to his adolescent mind. I'm going to spend the week training my monkey. The monkey flings shit at you. That's okay. It's all part of the training. Vizzy goes to a healer, but he only caters to dark elves. Vizzy offers him psychic services in exchange, and receives a vision of when the healer was frantically trying, and failed, to save the life of a dark elf officer with a big spike run right through him. You are a true psychic. It is true, but you have now reminded me of my greatest failure. To this day, I have not been able to devise the correct herbal treatment for curing someone who's been impaled by a huge spike. Mu summons his familiar. It turns out to be a chimpanzee in a little wizard costume. The chimpanzee can't talk, but can communicate telepathically with Mu. It turns out his name is Gilbert, and he, mentally, has a British accent. When Gilbert sees Publio's monkey, he's immediately attracted. I'm going to sniff her arse so much. Heidi makes it clear that he thinks Publio is not mature enough to take care of a monkey. Who's going to end up walking it, huh? And cleaning up after it. And now with the wizard chimp, we're going to have to worry about them having monkey. Puppies. The party heads out across the Shadowlands to see the witch. Shaman. Along the way, they end up being ambushed by orcs. Publio throws a rock at one, misses, and gets cut down. Roman once again blows up the brains of about a dozen orcs. The orcs are driven off, but it turns out Publio is dead. Oh, it's okay. He had 7 luck. It's a miracle he lasted this long. The wizard Chimp had hidden for safety, with Publio's monkey behind some rocks. Now, the wizard chimp comes out behind the rocks with a satisfied look, smoking a cigarette. Gilbert, with Publio dead, you'll have to take care of the monkey. Now hang about, old chap. It's one thing to get a bit of totty for fun, but quite another to be tied down with her. We should just leave her here in the oasis. Won't that hurt her feelings? I really don't think she's clever enough to understand or care. I mean, she's peeing on the corpse of her former master as we speak. The party reaches the cave of the witch, Salmon. She makes some dubious prophecies about how someone's goal is to conquer all of creation, and how Heidi is going to die very soon, when he's up in the sky. To prove her power, she summons up the rest of your party, which is Sammy, who had been slowly dying all this time inside the ruined skyship following the cave. And 3 newbies no one had ever heard of. They are an orc, an annoying bard with a recorder, flute, and a vegan mutant. You left me for dead, you fucks. To be fair, it would have taken us several hours to dig you out. Heidi is quite concerned about his death prophecy. What did you mean about me dying, witch? Shaman, ye will die when you go up high into the sky. Whoa, she must be a really good prophetess. She rhymed. She's impressive. You're doomed, man. Who's the chimp in the wizard outfit? That's my familiar. Gilbert. Well, good. We finally have a wizard in the party. Hey! The dark elf who had been accompanying the party since the ancients' ruin had only agreed to guide them to the witch queen because his honor had been besmirched by Vizzy, and he said that when they arrived at their destination, he and Vizzy would have a duel. The time has come, so to first blood, right? Yes, I decapitate him. Looting the dark elf's body, they find a book of dubious pornographic sketches that seem to feature Sammy in her previous profession as a strap-on wielding sex worker. Hey, it's Sammy. Give me that. Don't judge me. I needed the money. The witch. Shaman gives the party 3 questions. They utterly waste 2 of them. But the third is actually relevant to their interest, as they ask what would be the next step to fulfill their mission. You must go into the hills and find a bear. What? Maybe it's a metaphorical bear? Will you heal me? I hate you the most, Roman. You left me to die. Hey, I adopted you. Well, anything for family. That night, after going in search of a bear in the hills, the party gets attacked by hippogriffs. Vizzy, the party's second best warrior, hides behind some bushes again. Why does Vizzy keep on hiding? I want to take them by surprise. God damn it. You're a warrior. We need you on the front line. I rolled a 20. Wow. That's surprisingly good hiding for a warrior. The hippogriffs are driven off, but not before the flute playing minstrel died. There was much rejoicing. Now I have to come up with a personality for the vegan. I would suggest annoying. Heidi, is now 1 XP from leveling up. I'm so dead. Maybe your death. Prophecy is a metaphor too. Like you get really high and die of an overdose. That's very possible, Heidi. You should leave the medicinal herbs to us. The vegan survived, but had one of his arms shattered. I'll heal the vegan's arm, but only because it's too gross. Are you going to apply some kind of herbal ointment? No? She does Reiki. Don't encourage him. You don't need to worry about healing me. I'll be fine. You're a vegan. You barely have any antibodies. If I don't heal you, you're going to die of infection. It takes, Sammy, multiple tries to repair the vegan mutant's broken arm. Finally, I healed you. I don't know. It might have been that kale he ate. I hate you all. A couple of days later, the PCs spot a rocket in the middle of the woods. Incredibly, the rocket appears to be in the process of being slowly repaired by a bear. There are some serious communications issues at first, and it looks like the bear will be hostile. Until Mo remembers he has the psychic power to talk to animals. It turns out the bear has always dreamed of getting to fly. His ancestors had seen the rocket in the air before it crashed, so he spent his life trying to figure out how to fix it. Roman takes a quick look and figures that the PCs could rig it into a barely flyable state with a few days of work. Cue the A to team montage. Vizzy has a psychic vision of the rocket when it crashed, of a wizard sobbing uncontrollably while encrypting some media files and then declaring that no one must ever know. So the previous owner of the rocket had some terrible secret no one must ever know. I bet it's species porno. Why did you go straight to interspecies porno? I don't know. Maybe it's because that bear is so rugged and handsome. Sammy has the hots for the bear, particularly after he violently drives off a giant badger. The bear later psychically explains to MU that the badger is a total asshole. So is there a Mrs. Bear? Unfortunately for Sammy, the bear is very not interested in her. His only love is the sky. My vegan, mutant people all died in the mountains. We had to leave our village because Bill the elf was coming. Yeah, well, actually, there was some confusion about that. It wasn't quite accurate. So my people died for nothing. Yep, that night, Heidi gets his 1 XP by avoiding combat with a pair of giant wasps while standing guard. Great! Now the party is immune to Morris being leader. But we're not immune to his ass. Ever since he heard about the wizard and the media files, Roman has been useless in helping with the repairs. He's been trying to spend all his time decrypting the files. Unfortunately, they have 64-level encryption, which makes them almost impossible to crack. Sammy, who has money riding on whether it's interspecies porno, even tries to use divine aid to crack the files, but it doesn't work. Heidi is sick of his own fear and decides to fly up into the air and confront his mortality. He flies up and nothing happens. He starts to happily soar through the air. Everyone else is busy watching him go and cheering him on. So no one notices the two sand elemental ninja cows who come in and surprise attack. Shit! Maybe the prophecy was actually that all the rest of us are going to die while Heidi is high in the sky. The sand cows are impossible to hit, except by magic or magic weapons. The PCs are on the ropes, but the real target is the rocket, which the cows try to knock down. Finally, VZ manages to psychically dominate one of the cows to make it attack the other. Roman blows the other one up, and Vizzy sends the one he controlled into the bear's cave and orders it to explode. What the fuck were those things? Elemental sand. Cows. Created by the fucking Archmaster. Does this mean the Archmaster got out of the forever pit? Probably. And that might explain why LOL isn't answering us. And how did he know where to find us? Because I've been transmitting messages to LOL. Heidi returns from his joy flight a few minutes after the battle ends. You absolute bastard. Hey, I didn't die. You'll probably die in the rocket flight. That would be okay, because I'd be taking you all with me. Roman finally decrypts the media files. It's not porno, species, or otherwise. It's actually a break to up message from an attractive human girl named Liza, who is dumping the former owner of the rocket, a wizard named Timotheus. She's dumping him because he was so nerdy he stood her up for a date in order to make it to a posh elf stamp. Collecting. Convention. Roman reveals that Timotheus was the name of the wizard who eventually went mad and became the Archmaster. So that explains why he's always trying to get a fair human maiden. What should we do with this video? The Archmaster tried to kill us to avoid it being discovered. Then obviously, we need to transmit it on all channels so that everyone can know his secret shame. Now he'll really want to kill us. Yeah, but fuck him. Fortunately, the sand cows were dispatched before they could do any permanent damage to the rocket. But now that the PCs suspect LOL has fallen into the Archmaster's hands, they decide that instead of flying to LOL, they're going to go straight to Geb, where the Sunstaff is said to be found. Will the PCs manage to save the universe before the Archmaster murders them for revealing his humiliating secret? Check back in our next installment to find out. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Fuck Station Aleph. Date: September 18th, 2017. Last time, the PCs had found an old rocket being slowly repaired by a bear with a dream of going into the sky. That might just be able to get them back, up to somewhere near where they have to go to complete their complicated quest to get the Sunstaff, get to the crown of creation, and somehow rescue God. In the process, they discovered the rocket had long ago belonged to the Archmaster, and they sent out his secret to the whole world, that his obsession with attractive young human girls was a product of his having been dumped by one over a century ago. Now, remember, eating apples and bananas doesn't make you a vegan. Eating bananas and apples while acting smug about it makes you a vegan. Muse Player is disappointed by the Archmaster. I thought he wanted a human girl for some dark ritual, and it turns out he's just pathetic. I'm amazed you're surprised by this. By now, we have to do two things to get back up there. We need 2 days of good, no distraction. Work to fix the rocket, and careful watches to stop anyone from destroying the rocket. Someone is going to trash the rocket. PCs are discussing whether to go to LOL or the GEB asteroid, and end up planning to steal a better skyship from the posh elves. The Orc newbie is directed to go empty the rocket's septic tank, and he gets attacked by a giant snake. There's motherfucking snakes in this motherfucking rocket. Mongo, no. Stay back. You don't know where that thing has been. We know where it's been. It's been in the septic tank. Oh, right. The snake is probably filthy, too. The snake is on its last legs after Sammy hits it with a well-placed dagger. Well, you know what I mean. The vegan kills it. I'm not retrieving that dagger. It's lost to me. Why? It's covered in shit. I'll take it. The party gets back to work on the rocket, but didn't actually clean up the spillage from the septic tank or the dead shit-covered snake. This ends up attracting a pair of shit-eaters, hideous slime monsters that feed on, well, you know, they made of shit. A certain percentage of them is made of shit. They were drawn by the septic runoff. So can't we just back away from them and let them eat it all? The problem is, we all have tastier shit. You know, inside us, I have a plan. Quick, shit on my hands. You already owe me too much money. Dude, what the fuck is happening here? When the fuck did this get so weird? You didn't see things thus far as weird. Maybe Heidi is secretly Dutch. They managed to wipe out the shit-eaters, and the vegan mutant levels up into a wizard. In following with most wizards in the campaign, he gets several mostly useless spells, but he also gets animal summoning, which is a potentially decent spell. I collect bear hairs, so if he gets hair from Space Bear, does that mean he'll summon sentient bears? We all know why you're really asking that, Sammy. The vegan wizard's only good spell, animal summoning, has the mercurial effect that he randomly corrodes a nearby metallic object every time he casts it. So he picks up several dozen chunks of scrap metal from the rocket repairs. Okay, that's a good plan. But where are you going to carry all that? I have this sack full of weed. I could use the sack. We'll need to empty that out. Let's get to work. The rocket is ready, but the party is undecided where to go. The plan being to go somewhere to probably steal a better ship than this piece of crap they're on. So they decide to check the comments on the video of the Archmaster's humiliation to see if it gives them any ideas. The video got 400,000 hits and over 2,500 comments. There's tons of comments from the Kekistani Air Force. They keep calling him a cuck for some reason. There's also a lot of comments coming from Fuckstation Aleph. Fuckstation Aleph was originally created as an orbital space station with a mega cannon, meant to be used against the Dark Ones. The weapon failed, and the place was abandoned for centuries until squatters moved in. And, eventually, the whole place got turned into an enormous red light district of the skies. Obviously, the party decides to go there. The rocket takes off, and it's a very shaky ride. But eventually, the station is in sight. Phew, no, Space Bear. That's no moon. That's Fuck Station Aleph. Fuck Station Aleph looks like a pimped-out Death Star, with "Get It Here" written on one side in giant letters a mile wide. The rocket's landing thrusters are unstable, and it's going to crash into the outer hull of Fuck Station Aleph. Attention! Fuck Station Aleph. We are out of control. We're going to be coming down hard on you. Ha ha! The rocket's crash is not terrible, but it does damage the outer hull of the station and renders the rocket inoperable. The PCs are greeted by a rescue crew of large humanoid space gerbils and a hot tree woman. The vegan is turned on. The station is gigantic and has a lot more than just prostitutes. There's an enormous bazaar and tons of other services. After trading out some gems for credits, the bulk of the PCs want to get high-tech weapons and armor, while MU wants very badly to check out the magic shops. A passerby informs him the magic alley is near the Orgasmatron. They find Tech City first, and MU decides to ask one of the sales reps for directions. "Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the Orgasmatron is?" "Oh, you're one of those people." "What? No, I didn't mean that." "Oh, let me guess. You're just asking for a friend." The party doesn't just buy high-tech weapons and armor, they also buy healing nanobot hyposprays, much to the chagrin of Sami the cleric. "Hey, don't be offended. This is just in case you die." "Wait, let me rephrase that. This is for when you die. You always stock up when you get to any high-tech area, because you know that most of the time you'll be stuck in some shithole where you're lucky if you can get a pointed stick. The magic alley of Fuck Station Aleph is not as promising as Tech City was. It's got lots of places selling dubious fortune-telling, Reiki to full completion, and crystal bead therapy. They find a magic bookstore, mainly filled with useless junk and New Age books. But the vegan wizard casts Detect Magic and takes note that there are a few scrolls behind the counter and one book in the antique books section that are actually magical. The book is a sinister-looking thing called the Red Grimoire. Does it have an index? No. Does it have a bookmark? No. But it does have one page with a blood-soaked fingerprint mark on it. The owner is an obese, middle-aged hippie named Griselda. "Excuse me, I'm looking for a specific scroll, and I'm wondering if you have it." "What is it?" "Forget. You know, I don't recall if I have that." The vegan mutant is caught trying to tear a page off the Red Grimoire. "Please don't call the security force. He's just an idiot." "Yeah, he can work for you." I don't need anyone to work here. Well, maybe you could think of something. Well, he is frail and sickly. That's just my type. Oh, no. The party leaves the vegan wizard behind for a night of what will no doubt be extreme discomfort. Moo makes himself invisible and hides in the store when Griselda closes it, deciding he might as well make use of the vegan's temporary status as harem boy to steal all the scrolls and the red grimoire. Everyone else keeps checking out Magic Alley, and they find that fuck Station Aleph has a curiosity shop. While stuck in the magic bookstore, Moo starts to read the red grimoire. Okay, make a will save. G, you don't have a bonus. Oh, right. 8. The weirdo running the curiosity shop only accepts barter. He ends up trading some of the PC's junk for Ikim's facial surgery mask and a +1 ring of strength. These aren't cursed, right? No. However, if you use the mask, you should steer clear of high-temperature areas. How does this guy stay in business? Don't question it. Vizzy also trades some useless items. But instead of a magic item, he gets some sunglasses shaped like stars. After leaving the curiosity shop, and while heading to a bar to find a pilot, they decided they might as well hire a ship. Rather than steal it, they pass by the magic bookstore and see Moo there. Moo's got the scrolls and the red grimoire, but he can't figure out the code to unlock the store's front door to get out before Griselda is done with the vegan. He looks pleadingly at them for help through the shop window. Should we let him out? Nah, you could use your sonic tool. Sammy, I traded it at the curiosity shop. Remember? Oh, Roman still has his sonic. However, he signs to Mew that he'll let MU out in exchange for the red grimoire. At first, MU is reluctant, but when the party threatens to just keep going, he agrees quickly and is set free. Wait, what will we do when Griselda gets up and sees we stole the scrolls and the book? We have plausible deniability. Wait, let me disable that camera. There. Now we have plausible deniability. The pilot's bar is a typical hive of scum and villainy, complete with funky space music and a crazy mix of non-human weirdos. Ugh, cyborg knights. I hate those guys. What are they? They're cyborgs, who are also knights. The bar also has a dogman, someone in a sky police uniform, and black guy with an afro, and a kind of sci-fi pimp outfit with a cape. That guy has a cape, so you know he's cool. The cape guy also has sunglasses shaped like triangles, so Vizzy instantly heads to talk to him. Heidi goes to check out the sky policeman instead. The sky policeman is the last survivor of the sky police, who were wiped out a few years back by the sky Nazis. He's a deeply traumatized, law and order square. He's willing to take on the PC's mission if it's for the sake of law and order, and to do it for free, but gives off a clear sense that he could have problems all his own. You're not going to engage in any unlawful behavior, right? Oh yeah, we're totally in it for the law and order. I mean, of course, sometimes we break a few of the rules, you know, for the sake of getting things done. Well, that's probably fine. I mean, I was a bit of a rules breaker myself. I was the first man in the Sky Police to break regulations and grow a moustache. But I shaved it off 2 days later. Vizzy and the other guy spend a few moments congratulating each other on their cool shades, before they're joined by Roman, who wants to get actual facts. So, what's your name? Blitzkrieg Sacomano. Are you a great pilot? Man, I did the Kossuth run in 42 minutes. Wow, that's like 12 parsecs. Look, we need to stay under the radar. That's cool. Under the radar is my middle name. So wait, your name is Blitzkrieg, under the radar Sacomano. That's a rad name. Would you accept part of your payment in medicinal herbs? Shit. Yeah, I can see we're going to get along just fine. The PCs are divided as to whether to go with the Sky Policeman or Sacomano. Heidi, Sammy, and Moo want to go with the Sky Cop, while Roman, Vizzy, and Space Bear want to go with Sacomano. Dude, the Sky Cop wants law and order. We were on fuck Station Aleph for less than 2 hours, and we already committed grand robbery. Well, let's agree not to do it again, okay? Oh, please. We all know we suck at not being horrible people. Heidi, the vote is still tied. We could ask the vegan? No, let's just flip a coin. Yeah, that sounds better. I have a fake Smithpleum coin. I think it's symbolic of everything this group stands for. The coin flip comes up for Sacomano. Okay, but he wants money, unlike the other guy. How do we pay him? I still have the 4,900 you gave me. That's almost half of what he's asking up front. Yeah, but what he wants up front is only half of what he's asking in total. That's a problem for future us. Meanwhile, Griselda was finally done with the vegan wizard. As soon as she stepped out front into her shop, she realized she'd been robbed. As soon as she stepped back into the back room, the vegan mutant brutally murders her by summoning several snakes to surprise attack her. Then he robs the till and hightails it out of there, since she'd managed to call for security before he killed her. Holy shit! What did you just do? So much for under the radar. Trying to find his companions, the vegan wizard gets to the curiosity shop. Do you know where the adventurers who were here earlier went? Are you asking? Do you have information on where the adventurers who were here earlier went? Yes, I do. Okay, so we'll meet up with you in Hangar Bay 6 in a couple of hours after I've completed the ship's safety checks. Guys, I just saw an alert. The vegan just murdered someone. Should we leave earlier? Sure we can. Shit. How many security checks do we need? Really? The bear will be my co-pilot. Didn't you say Blitzkrieg Sacomano flies alone like 5 minutes ago? Blitzkrieg changed his mind. That's my ship over there. The Superfly one. Heidi, Sammy, and Mongo had gone to get some final supplies. Only Mongo makes his perception check and notices the wanted alert for the vegan wizard, but the others ignore him. The station's security guards spot the vegan at the cargo bay and start to chase him. Man, I'm glad we didn't go with the space. Cop, if the shit hits the fan, I'll fly Mongo to the ship. You save the vegan. Why? We're in trouble? No, I mean, why save the vegan? He has the money. Mo had just bought a jet. Pack. He uses it to try to fly straight to the Superfly -1. But having never flown it before, he fails spectacularly and slams into the side of a Kekistani meme transport ship. I turn invisible. Why didn't you do that before crashing your jetpack? I was nervous. Mistakes were made. Blitzkrieg gets Space Bear to start up the ship, while he fires on the guards to cover the PCs still making their way over. There's a crazy firefight, with several party members still all but hanging off. Gangplank, when the ship takes off and escapes from the hangar of Fuck Station Aleph. It looks like no one actually died, but Blitzkrieg is eager to fly them out of there as quickly as possible, as they might be pursued. Next stop, Jeb. Punch it. Space. Bear. Mraw. Ha. Great. That's one more locale on our list of places we can never go back to again. That's it for today. The PCs have a cool new pilot and a cool new ship, and they're finally on the way to GEB. That is, assuming they can avoid pursuit from Fuck Station Aleph's Valkyrie fighters. Title: DCC Campaign Archive. Their Pre-Emptive Snakes. Date: October 7th, 2017. When we left off in our last session, the PCs were racing away from Fuck Station, Aleph on the Superfly one, being hotly pursued by the station's Valkyrie fighters. Now, do you have anywhere we could lay low, Blitzkrieg? Well, there's that deadly asteroid field over there. Oh, and are you good with that? Man, I'm good with everything. Hey, can I start shooting at something? You can start shooting at everything. Shut up. This is all your fault. You killed that woman with your snakes. With all my snakes. It was awesome. No, it's awful. Well, I am a vegan. The Superfly one is being pursued by Valkyrie fighter ships, which look like giant boobs. Sakomano. Just asking. But do you have any spare vacuum suits? Hell no! Why would we need that? Blitzkrieg avoids the first shots by veering the Superfly one slightly to the left. Awesome. He knows maneuvers. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie fighters also know maneuvers, and when they hit the Superfly one, everyone on board does the Star Trek shuffle. Blitzkrieg, are you sure you want to fly us into an asteroid field? We've got people on board who are 1 XP from leveling up. Never tell me the odds. Vizzy, operating the Superfly one's turret cannon, manages to hit one of the Valkyrie fighters, causing it to retreat. Then he hits another, making it slam into the third. Stop it, Vizzy. You're giving me false hope we'll survive this. Hope is my middle name. Really? What's your last name? Yeah, Vizzy Hope. What? Fuck you guys. I don't have a last name. I hope to get one someday. Use the Force. Vizzy? Huh? Roman. What the fuck are you doing sneaking up behind me and whispering into my ear? I said, use more force. Your attenuator is only on low. Oh, okay. The Valkyrie ships are now close enough that the PCs can see through their cockpit windows. The Valkyries are being piloted by real Valkyries. You guys. Well, hot babes. Anyways, are you sure they're not going to spot us hidden behind this asteroid? Should we shut off all power or something? Nah. This is an energy saver ship. When it's idle, it can't be detected. Blitzkrieg believes in saving the environment. While Roman is repairing the damage to the ship with Space Bear, Mew gets Blitzkrieg to search the interwebs for Roman Beckett. They find that there's tons of hits, maybe too many, but all of them are only from the last 2 years. It's like Roman didn't exist before that. Hey, what are you guys doing up here? Nothing, Roman. Totally not looking up stuff about someone on the interwebs. That night, Moo levels up to level 3. Yes. Now my will save is +0. Sammy and Heidi were both knocked out in the firefight with the Valkyries, and they're still unconscious the next day. Their players didn't come. I think they've slipped into a coma. Should we do something? They'll be fine. The Superfly one finally arrives on Gebo. They expected to find the Cesrican zombie Bill the Elf there, but he's gone. There's also evidence that Jaludin's men were here. Vizzy has a psychic vision of Jaludin on the asteroid, kidnapping Bill alive and being unable to decipher the secret of the monolith. But he was planning to go find the answer back on LOL. Wait, Bill the Elf has a snake head. He wears flip-flops. Man, I have got to meet this motherfucker. Roman warns Vizzy that he shouldn't try to use his psychic powers to read the monolith, but the rest of the party believes he's using reverse psychology on him. Look, just do it, or don't do it. There is no try. Vizzy tries to psychically sense the monolith, but he only ends up seeing a vision of Bill the Elf murdering Fluffy the cat and his minder. So Bill didn't betray us after all. He was betraying Fluffy. One thing's for sure, he was betraying someone, maybe more. So Jaludin is trying to figure out the answer to the monolith riddle. What do? We could go to the Library of Bath. Bath? Bath? Who the fuck picks these names? The plan is either to go to the Library of Bath, which is another huge orbital library, but on general subjects, or to go back and infiltrate LOL and steal the brain of Zuman from LOL's mausoleum. I know. We could flood the city with the snakes. That won't help. How about cats? Is Ekim's brain in the mausoleum? Yes. Okay. Because I would like to file a complaint. They decide to go to LOL. On the way, Roman admits he's pretty sure Maul will be recognized and captured. So the other PCs would be better off going separately from him. You should stay on the ship, MU, if you have any brains. No, I'm going to take the risks. Suit yourself. Wait. Was that reverse psychology again? Are you planning to have me go to cause a distraction? Me and Blitzkrieg will stay behind here, on the ship, and we'll rescue you if... Bwahahaha. Oh man, I'm sorry. I just can't keep saying that with a straight face. Okay, so we're going in two different paths. You're Team Monkey, and we're Team Snakes. Yeah, me going around with a monkey wizard familiar definitely isn't going to make me stand out. The Superfly one lands in the LOL spaceport. The area is crawling with black-armored High Council guards. And there's propaganda posters everywhere, with slogans like, "Peace has returned," or "Report Sezrakan zombies to your local extermination squad." They get interviewed by the Port Authority. Occupation? Shaman. Are you a wizard? No. Do you cast spells? No. I smoke herbs and have visions. Oh, I'll just put you down as hippie. And your profession, sir? Vegan. Okay, make that 2 hippies. Are you now, or have you ever been part of a revolutionary organization? No. Well, he's a vegan. I said revolutionary, not stupid. When Vizzy and the vegan wizard get up onto the streets of LOL, they see some kind of a rally going on, apparently sanctioned, or at least unmolested by the police forces. The marchers are carrying placards saying, "Expel interplanar degenerates," "Down with the Greys," and "Make LOL great again." Mew, meanwhile, has snuck in with invisibility, and then flies over straight to the mausoleum. He's recognized by the mausoleum keeper, but goes invisible again, gets past the guards, and managed to get to Zuman's brain. Zuman explains his code. The numbers on the monolith, they are a library code. Find the book it corresponds to, and you will have your password. Why don't you just tell me what it is? Fine. It's the Dark Gate. You're no fun. As he's leaving the mausoleum, still invisible, Moo sees Vizzy and the vegan, but instead of telling them, he's already succeeded in the mission. He can't be asked and just leaves them there. In any case, Vizzy and the vegan weren't heading to the mausoleum. One-upping MU in sheer crappiness, they decide to ignore the mission completely and head over to the market. What's the best jet pack you've got? That would be the Huntsman. It costs 1,500 credits. Oh, okay. How about the cheapest jetpack you've got? These ones in the pile were made in a Kekistani sweatshop. They cost 600 credits. No warranty. Do you have anything in the middle? We have the Flightmaster. It's decent. For 750 credits. Or the Lady Flightmaster. For 790. What's the difference between the two? The Lady Flightmaster is pink. I'll take the Lady Flightmaster, please. Vizzy and the vegan buy comms, jetpacks, particle belts, and take a bunch of selfies. Roman contacts them and tells them to get back to the ship. At the fair, there's an anti-Archimaster protest. The Black Guard come in. Okay, beat the shit out of anyone whose identity scan registers their profession as hippie. Oh, shit. Meanwhile, Mu has gotten back to the spaceship. But since he'd been spotted at the mausoleum, he's most wanted. And the Port Authority are searching everything. What do I do? Quick, man. Hide here in this secret smuggler's compartment. Wait, I'm getting in there too. There's not enough room for both of us, Roman. Tough. Get ready to snuggle up, Mu. Let's just pretend we're dumb tourists. I have a problem with you saying that's just pretending. Mu and Roman are discovered by the Port Authority guards. Roman blows one's brains out. Mu blasts another two with magic missiles. Vizzy and the vegan mutant make it down to the ship in the middle of the fight with the guards. The vegan wizard takes a swing at a guard with his sword. Ha! The vegan wizard fights like Publio used to. Blitzkrieg Sacomano joins the shooting. All you black helmet motherfuckers, get the fuck off my ship. One of Jal-Uddin's assassins is also at the spaceport and starts a lightsaber duel with Vizzy. Rather than risk the lightsaber fight, though, Vizzy decides to just psychically dominate the assassin. The Superfly -1 takes off, escaping LL, taking the assassin with them. Vizzy tries to get the assassin high on medicinal herbs to have him talk, but his training is just too good. So Roman decides to brain fry the assassin to find out what he knows. This confirms what they all suspected. Jal-Uddin and the Archimaster are allies. Vizzy decapitates the assassin. They get back to Jibo. Mu circles the monolith and speaks the words, and the monolith opens a dark gateway. Remember, the demon Retaxos is in there. He'll try to convince you to let him free. Don't let him. But maybe he'd be a good patron. No, the vegan wizard conjures some snakes. Why did you do that? They're preemptive snakes. Sacomano and Space Bear stay behind on the Superfly one, taking care of Mongo. What is too valuable to be risked, while the rest of the party enters the monolith. They find themselves in total darkness. The vegan wizard casts Detect Magic and sees that they're in a corridor, and several horrific photo-negative giant centipedes are heading their way. In the fight, the vegan wizard keeps spell burning 1 point at a time to recover his animal summoning spell, and keeps losing it. I don't get you. You burned like 10 points to murder the shopkeeper back on Fuck Station Aleph. But here, we're fighting for our lives against extraplanar monsters, and you're pussyfooting it. She was a greater danger to me than these bugs. Just as they're getting into trouble, a magic missile comes from the darkness and blasts one of the bugs. The vegan wizard finally manages to summon a giant porcupine, which quills the living fuck out of the last of the demonic bugs. So can I ride around on my giant porcupine? What the hell is wrong with you? Come to think of it, how the hell do porcupines make love? Very carefully, the PCs finally see who helped them in the fight, as out of the darkness comes the Hippomagus. Do you have the sun staff? It is in the hands of the demon Retaxos. If we want it, we will have to work together to have any chance of defeating him. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Okay, so nobody fought then. Date: October 30th, 2017. So, in our last session, the PCs had just gotten out of the city of LOL High. After finding out the secret to how to open the monolith on Gabo, they went to that asteroid, opened the gate, and entered a dark labyrinth where they had to fight some horrific negative energy bugs. During the fight, they were assisted by the Hippomagus. Now, fuck Sammy's players' lifestyle choices. Why the fuck would anyone rather have explosive diarrhea than play our DCC game? Yeah, especially since the experience is largely the same. Who are you? I'm the Hippomagus. Oh yeah, we're here to find you. No, we aren't. We're here to get the sun staff. Oh, right. That was like 5 quests ago, so I got confused. We'll have to trick Retaxos to get the sun staff. How do we trick our demon? Very carefully. Can you light your staff? Yes, but you'll see that the light here is diminished in intensity because of the intense darkness of this demiplane. Okay, so nobody fought then while you were missing. The Archmaster took over the High Council of Wizards. What? Also, most of the council is dead. What? Yeah, way to bury the lead, Mo. Who are you? My name's Roman. That's a coincidence. I had an uncle named Roman. Weird. Why did you come here, Hippomagus? Like you, for the sun staff. Why did you want the sun staff? For the prestige. But now we need it to save the world from Cesra. Obviously, yes, you can get it back after we're done with it. After all, we don't have any wizards in our party. Hey, more bugs attack. Specifically, a couple of them jump Mu and the Hippomagus. We have to help the Hippomagus. Hey, sorry. He's valuable member of the party. Hey, yeah, he's the only wizard we have. The Hippomagus and Vizzy are hit by black gunk that the bugs spew from their rear ends, which makes them start to suffocate. Both manage to survive by sheer luck. Vizzy, due to your brain being starved of air, you lose 1 permanent point of strength. Strength? Maybe muscle memory loss. Oh, okay. Moo manages to destroy 1 with spellburn, enhanced magic, missile casting, but he's stuck being unable to say anything but Mu for the rest of the day. They eventually get to the heart of the labyrinth, where they find a gateway with runes. Moo tries to read the runes, but fails. Even if he'd succeeded, what good would it do? He can only say, Mo, many stupid ideas are exchanged as to how to try to get the sun staff from Retaxos. I had hoped Our combined power would allow us to destroy him by working together. But after our performance against those bugs, I no longer think that's likely. Moo plays a whole game of charades to try to explain his plan, where the party will pretend that the hippomagus and the monkey are part of the same grand order of animal, themed wizards. How does that help? That was a whole lot of effort. For fuck all, dude. I've got a bad feeling about this. Moo decides to enter on a hoverboard. Maybe that will make me look cool. We're not trying to look cool. And no, it doesn't. We're trying to look bad. Ass. I'm going to hold my pistol side. Ways that will look badass. No, it doesn't. They try to make the hippomagus look bad. Ass by rolling up his sleeves. But he only looks awkward and dorkish. Maybe if you unbuttoned your robes? My robe doesn't have buttons. It's more of a mew. Mew. None of you look bad. Ass. You just look varying degrees of retarded. Giving up on trying to look evil, cool, or bad. Ass. They just go inside. All except Roman, who says he'll stay out of the gate to keep watch. They encounter Retaxos, a swart, hideous, pretty classic-looking demon, holding the sunstaff in his claws. They try to convince him that they're out to destroy Cesar Khan. Heidi manages to convince Retaxos that Cesar Khan has tried to keep Retaxos trapped, because Retaxos has the sunstaff, which may be the only way of getting to him at the crown of creation. Incredibly, they get him to give them the sunstaff. But Retaxos places a geese on Heidi, that once Cesar Khan is stopped, Heidi will be obliged to come and free Retaxos. Retaxos also geeses Mew's monkey, mistaking the monkey for the wizard and Mu for the mere familiar. They get out of the chamber and back in the labyrinth, where Roman is surprised to see them. Holy shit, you're alive. Good job. There's another bug attack on their way out. After several mishaps, the hippomagus kills one with a powerful force manipulation blast. He used the force. There's another encounter, this time with a bug and another type of demon that looks like a pale crab. Monster. Holy shit. What is that goddamn animal? Managing to avoid getting themselves killed, in spite of a ludicrous number of fumbles and spell misfires. They get out of the demiplane and rush into the Superfly -1. Now, they set a course for the sky. Shield that covers half the sun. Using the sunstaff, they realize that the lines all point to the spot exactly in the center of the sky. Shield. Hey, what if we try to give Mongo the sunstaff? Maybe it'll fix him. I doubt it. But what harm could come of it? Famous last words. Mongo just starts violently hitting things with the staff, and they have to wrestle him down and take it away from him. So much for that idea. Do you have any healing stuff on the ship? Blitzkrieg? I have some sexual healing, but that's only for the ladies. The hippomagus still believes that, like Fluffy the cat, Moo's wizard, Monkey is the real wizard and Mu is just his familiar. Moo asks to borrow the sunstaff from the hippomagus for his master, the monkey, and discovers it grants a +6 to spellcasting checks. Can I have my staff back? What staff? I lent you the sun staff. Can I have the sun staff back, please? No, maybe someone else has it. Excuse me, Heidi. Moo borrowed my staff and won't give it back. I'd like my staff back, please. Ask Roman. Excuse me, Vizzy. Moo borrowed my staff and won't give it back, and Heidi and Roman won't help me. I'd like my staff back, please. Vizzy and Moo convince the Hippomagus that they'll give back the sun staff after they stop Sezrakan. He's not happy, I say. That Hippomagus is quite gullible. Yeah. How did he get to that high level? Frankly, it gives me hope. True. It also explains why he was fooled by a cat. When they get close enough to the sky shield, they realize that it's not smooth like it appears from over 1 million miles away, but rather is full of constructions. And right in the middle of it all is a notable megastructure. They try to hail the megastructure, and it responds by firing missiles at them. The missiles hit bad. We're going down. Standard procedure for a crash. Lean forward, put your head between your legs, and kiss your asses goodbye, motherfuckers. Fuck. What have we gotten ourselves into? Adventure. Is everyone alive? I'm alive. But I don't know why. They crashed in the middle of a vast area filled with dust and scraps of metal. Vizzy sees a vision explaining why this is a kind of dumping site for sky shipwrecks, and every two. Once in a while, a huge floating disintegrator ship sweeps by and atomizes everything in its path. The party realizes it can't stay in the wreck of the Superfly -1 and must say goodbye to it. They walk past a canyon filled with ruined sky. Ships, apparently a blind spot in the disintegrator's programmed flights. But they decide to move on to the megastructure for now. They each a kind of border wall. When Vizzy approaches it, he gets confronted by some armed drones. It's the goddamn border patrol. Well, they built the wall. It's a huge wall. They back away, and Heidi, the fastest flyer, goes along the border wall area to try to see if there's some other means of access. The enormous floating disintegrator platform that Vizzy had seen in his vision comes over the wall toward the PCs. They're about to try to run away from it while it powers up. But instead, realize they should run up right against the wall, where the disintegrator beam won't strike. Heidi doesn't find any other way in. The Hippomagus has another idea: to turn everyone invisible. It works, and they get over the wall to find that at the top there's an enormous highway. They travel along the road, which seems to be leading to the central megastructure. They fly, invisible, being pulled along by Heidi and Moo, the two fastest flyers. Once more, I'm reduced to a beast of burden. The party runs into a giant armored monster truck, piloted by what appear to be humans with funny bowl haircuts. Let's blow out their tire. Why? I don't know. He's the leader. Wait a second. Isn't Moo the leader? We're both the same level now. Oh, then obviously Heidi is the leader. What do you mean? Obviously. Heidi steps out of the invisibility field, and the guys in the truck stop and hail him. They speak ancient. Holy shit. Unfortunately, the excitement is short-lived. When Roman interrogates them, it turns out they're not ancients. They just speak the language as they're the heirs of the ancients. They're some kind of space. Romans. Okay. So I told him we need to get into that superstructure. And he said it's called the Citadel, and asked if we plan to participate in something called the Death Race 3000. The pseudo-Romans are friendly, and they travel with the PCs for the rest of the day, ending at a kind of campground where various other ridiculous super vehicles have been parked. Their drivers include elves, orcs, cat, people, and more. Where do you come from, strangers? The surface. Gee, don't tell them that. I mean, the surface of LOA. Where? You're from the sky? Up is down, and down is up for these people. So you actually see the sun? That must be terrifying. And where are you from? The vampire principalities. Blah. The next day, the group completes its trip to the Citadel with more and more strange vehicles with weird drivers joining the caravan. The PCs learn that the wardens of the Citadel only reward the winners of each year's death race with entry into the Citadel. Anyone can compete, but victory is based on a complex scoring system, where not just about being first to the finish, but also a number of other factors. The PCs realize they're going to need some kind of vehicle, and they're told they might be able to get one in the massive shantytown that surrounds the Citadel. So, we're going to be participating in a deadly game of wacky races, huh? That's it for this week's session. I'm off next week, so stay tuned in a few weeks. Time for the next exciting part of our non-heroes adventures, where they may or may not end up participating in deadly wacky races. Poopy Pundit, currently smoking Near Up Hawkbill plus Image Virginia. Title DCC Campaign Update. Because it's Venger date, November 17th, 2017. In our last session, the PCs had just arrived to the shantytown outside, the massive spire known by locals on the surface of the solar sky shield as the Citadel, where they would now have to participate in a contest known as the Death Race 3000 in order to gain entry. They're doing all this because the Citadel seems to be the place where there's a transmat into the heart of the sun, from where they will be able to use the Sun Staff to reach the crown of creation and save God from Sezrakan, who has taken control and is slowly turning everyone in the universe into his zombified slaves. Now, it's a good thing someone is tracking time in this campaign, because I'm sure not. What happened to Sammy while I was gone? Oh yeah, she shat herself into a coma. Just like her player, the shantytown has a thriving economy based on the annual death race. So a lot like Punta del Este? A more murderous Punta del Este. Yes. So wait. This is the 3000th death race. Yup. You've come at an auspicious time. Sammy awakens from her coma. Oh. Why didn't you just kill me? We need a cleric. I'm sure that if you'd let me die, another cleric would have just suddenly appeared. I look for somewhere to clean myself up. Well, you're basically in Space Calcutta here, so I'm going to put on Ekim's plastic surgery mask. Okay, you now have a 9 personality. Wow, you're a considerably less unappealing ex-hooker. The PCs start to wander around the shantytown. I'll stick with the group. I don't want to run into a blood vampire around here. So that is to say, a normal vampire. Yeah, well, this party encountered a fire vampire first. So now to us, those are the normal ones. The PCs start talking about what kind of vehicle they want to buy for the death race. Could we get one with, like, a guy strapped to the front, holding up our war banner? Suddenly, the PCs spot the vegan wizard, who had last been seen running off in the labyrinth on Gibo. Somehow, he's ended up in the shantytown, and is apparently wandering around in a daze. So, should we help him? Or just leave him here? Well, we do need a wizard. I'm a wizard. We've got the Hippomagus. He's a wizard. I'm a wizard. But the Hippomagus might not be enough. I'm a wizard? Yeah. We need a second wizard. Let's save him. Screw all, you guys. How did you even get here? Vegan? I have no idea. I don't even know where here is. Have you got anything in your ass? Don't think so. We could check with my staff. A suspicious-looking lizard man shuffles up to the PCs. Hey, Purst. You want to buy dolphin? Yes. Yes, we do. Wait, you not city guard? No. While a couple of the PCs go off with the sneaky-looking dolphin seller, the others go to a magic supply store, run by a forehead-ridged mutant, looking a bit like a Klingon. Can I pay for this with credits? You wish for store credit? We do not give credit. No, my credits. From my credit stick? No credit. Only cash. What kind of money do you use here? Quatlums. Do you also use gold? We can take gold. Yes, but you don't know about credits. Credit? You want money lender. No, but holy shit, you guys, we should always go to moneylenders. We should borrow money at every city we go to. I mean, since after all, when we're done with it, every city we ever go to is either destroyed or we can never go back anyways. Do you sell scrolls here? No, we sell supplies to make scrolls. Like this high-end vellum. Oh, this one is bordered by little flowers. And this one is lavender-scented. Dude, you're not in a magic shop at all. This is just a stationery store. I wonder what the rest of the party is doing. We're buying a dolphin. There are 2 dolphins in the warehouse. One is rather emaciated and is hanging from some leather straps. The other is relatively fat and soaking in a small pool of water that seems infused with a variety of herbs. I run my finger over the fat one and then lick it. Yeah, it's pure. This one is for eating. Other is for, well, you know. Wait, you are death racers. We will be tomorrow. Oh, so then you may want dolphin catapult. Dude, this is getting out of hand. Can we use this dolphin launcher for things other than dolphins? Yes, large catapult can also launch dogs, small children, etc. Do you have dolphin explosives? Like that we could put on the dolphin so he'd explode on impact. You can stuff him with grenades. The dolphin looks very nervous. Hey, with my animal summoning, we could use the dolphin to create more dolphins. Mind blown. Okay, so wait. We're actually doing this now, aren't we? I don't know what happened to you, Heidi. Maybe it's the rarefied air here. But you've really changed. Well, we could make sure the dolphin only does non-lethal damage. Too late for that now, dude. You've become one of us. I'm pretty sure that dolphin is sentient and can understand us. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm still on board with this. Man, I'm sure glad we haven't gotten totally sidetracked. Having secured their plans to purchase assault dolphins, the PCs now move on to trying to hijack a vehicle. They settle on a cool-looking post-apocalyptic APV, manned by a bunch of pirates. We want to buy your vehicle, Captain. Yeah, this ship is not for sale. It's an APV, not a ship. Maybe it's a land ship. Nah, that's where you're wrong, lad. It be a sea ship of the land. Heidi uses his ring of human control to force the captain to buy the ship for 50 GP. Then he tells the captain to lend him 50 GP. Okay, so you've used 2 HD to control the captain out of 30, right? Huh? Oh shit, never mind. As far as you know, you have unlimited uses. It was all a dream. The captain's crew realize something suspicious is going on. To stop them from all attacking, Vizzy challenges the biggest one to a duel and cuts him to pieces with his lightsaber. The rest of the pirates run away. Yeah, I'll lend you the 50 GP. But the death race be cold at night. We plan to get a dolphin. That'll do. Wouldn't you rather have me? Nah, there be no place for women at the sea. Heidi decides he'd better get rid of the legless captain, since he has to continually concentrate to keep him controlled. So he flies him out, about an hour away, in the middle of the wasteland, and dumps him there to die. Blitzkrieg and Space Bear show up, and they got themselves a hover tank. How did you get that? I won it in a Sabak game, baby. Of course. Are we allowed to split our party into 2 vehicles? That's what that random weirdo in the gas mask told us back in town. And he should know. What are you going to call your hover tank? Blitzkrieg? The shaft one? Of course. Wait, does that mean you never had a shaft before? What's your APV called? Well, It was called the Lollipop, but we're going to rename it the Mammoth one, on account of the huge mammoth skull in the front. Heidi flies back. Did you take care of the captain? Yes. He's in a farm now, with a big field where he can crawl around with other legless captains and have fun. We want to buy some dolphin explosives. Okay, do you want your dolphin to be alive when he explodes? Oh, yeah. We need it to make dolphin sounds as it flies down on our enemies. Yes? Plus his echolocation could help him target somehow. That night, Moo perfects his sleep rune. When the vegan wizard starts to annoy him, Moo puts him to sleep. That's a damn good spell. The next morning, the PCs go and, having pooled their money, purchase their artillery dolphin. The dolphin salesman suggests that to smuggle him out of town to where they're parked, they hire his cousin, who has a small cart and a giant snail disguise for the dolphin. The city guardsmen are coming down the street. Nervous, Sammy tries to cast Akbasha's sanctuary, which only draws their attention. You were casting some kind of spell, miss? So what? Hey! I'm not allowed to cast something now. I know my rights. I thought this was America, man. They managed to distract the guards by claiming they saw someone disguised as other guards trying to sell a dolphin. They make it over to the vehicles, but Space Bear has serious reservations about their use of a projectile dolphin. Space Bear says the dolphin is sentient. How does he know? Space Bear speaks dolphin. Blitzkrieg has to translate from bear to common, while Space Bear is translating from dolphin to bear. There are way too many NPCs in this group. They remember that the vegan mutant can use his animal summoning, and that when he does, so the dolphins won't be sentient dolphins. He hopes, cool. So, do you need to cut a piece off the dolphin or something? The dolphin looks very nervous. No, that won't be necessary. The dolphin looks relieved. Okay, dolphin, I just need you to shit in this cup. Why, you sick fuck? Because it's Venger. Later in the day, a group of space vampires from a rival death race team come along. The group is nervous that they come in peace. We have come to offer an alliance, blah. Can you give us some time to think about it? Yes, we will come back in 10 hours. Aha, aha! I don't know. Could these vampires double-cross us? Wouldn't a double cross hurt them? Rimshot? Guys, I think Mongo is petting the dolphin a bit too roughly. You have to pet him hard so he can feel it. The pirates who the PCs stole their APV from try to ambush them on the streets of the shantytown. But Heidi first intimidates them and then recruits them. You are my new crew. Look at me. I am the captain now. For their first task, Heidi has his pirate crew go out and buy fireworks, fish for a dolphin to eat, wooden stakes in case the vampires double-cross them, and pirate hats. The vampire crew come back to continue negotiating an alliance. I am Lord Dracul. These are my cohorts: Count Von Count, Count Chocula, Blackula, and Sidney Applebaum. The vegan is approached by a cat humanoid who claims he has items they might want. He wanders off with this total stranger. And Vizzy goes along just in case. It turns out that the Cat People gang are working with a stereotypical mad scientist, including the German accent. Heidi and Moo go looking for their missing teammates. Some mental control-driven interrogation leads them to some tips. The Cat People and Mew follows a cat boy while psychically invisible. Unfortunately, he loses track of him, loses his invisibility, and can't find his way back to where Heidi was. The mad scientist drugs the vegan and initially wanted to implant some kind of probe in the vegan, but discovers that, apparently, the vegan already has a probe in him. So instead, he puts one in Vizzy after drugging him with poisoned but delicious strudel. Moo gives up and heads back, but Heidi flies around and eventually finds Vizzy and the vegan, both nearly naked on a rooftop. They were robbed blind and had been drugged to lose all their short-term memories of what happened. They've lost their jetpacks, their armor, their weapons, their comms, their electro-spears, their lightsabers, and their dignity. We're also missing Mo. Wait, let me rephrase that. Mo is not here. We don't miss him. They eventually find their way back to the cat hideout. Heidi breaks down the door. I'm here to weaponize dolphins and kick ass. And I'm all out of dolphin. Heidi goes after the mad scientist, who had fled out the back while the group was dispatching the Cat People. But when he gets out flying, he sees that the mad scientist tried to use a jet pack, crashed it, and blew himself to bits, starting a fire in the shantytown. Vizzy uses his precognition on the scientist's lab and gets a vision of himself getting implanted with a probe. He hears the scientist mention how the vegan had a magical probe already, but that his client would be pleased with Vizzy getting probed. Roman, I think they put something in me. Not up my ass, mind you. Also, the vegan had something already inside him, which for sure was put up his ass. Yup. You've got an explosive probe. Looks ass-implanted to me. No. They used microsurgery. Only on me, though, not on the vegan. On him, they totally implanted it anally. Well, I've managed to deactivate the probe. But the bad news is you still have a lot of explosives lodged firmly within your colon through microsurgery. On me, not the vegan. Heidi managed to recover one of the lightsabers, a comm, and the cats had left behind some of the other armors and weapons. They also found some low-grade cybernetics and some drugs, which are later identified as anesthesia, euthanasia drugs, and rohypnol. That explains the memory loss. The ass probing, only the vegan, not me. The vegan's probe is totally different. It seems to be magical, and it's in his chest cavity. Wow, that's so strange that they got it all the way up there, through his ass, while they put one in my colon, but not by that route. Guys, I can try to deactivate the vegan's probe, but there's a slight chance he might explode. We step back, slowly. Go ahead, Roman, do it. I'm going to take off all my armor and equipment to save in case I explode. That's incredibly grand of you, given how obvious it is the rest of these assholes don't care whether you live or die. Here, I'll give you a helping hand. I give the vegan that cyberarm I got from the lab. Roman fails to be able to disarm the magical probe in the vegan, so they call on the Hippomagus to try dispel magic on it, with the help of the Sunstaff, which they briefly lend back to him. As soon as he manages to depower the probe, they take it away again. But I was told I'd get to keep the staff. You will later. I'd like my staff back, please. You guys realize that eventually he's going to snap and kill us all, right? Probably Sammy heals the vegan, but only on the condition that he's baptized, had earlier suffered divine disapproval, and needed a new convert. She baptizes him by breaking a bottle of beer over his head. You know that kind of baptism is only what the religious fantastics do, right? It's not the normal way to baptize people. It's now a tradition for me. The good thing out of your shameful misbehavior is that we learned we were being probed. That night, the party rests after an eventful day, knowing that the death race starts tomorrow. But late at night, they're woken up by their pirate hirelings, altering PCs to a very large horde of Sezrekan zombies, marching right for them. That's it for today. Will the PCs actually make it to the death race next time? Will they be able to get closer to their quest? Or will they get distracted by more nonsense? Or yet another side quest? And, most importantly, will their projectile explosive dolphin weapon work? Stay tuned next time for the answers to at least some of these questions, we hope. Title: DCC Campaign Update. Oh shit, not a cowbell. Date: November 30th, 2017. So, as of last session, the PCs were on the eve of the death race, 3,000, when a horde of Sezrekan zombies were headed right for their encampment in the night. Now, okay, so there's like more than 40% of these Sezrekan zombies coming. I say we take them from both sides. Well, we are in vehicles. Why don't we just drive off? Oh, yeah, totally. I was just saying that other shit to the pirates. Would ramming them with the truck do non-lethal damage? When you start looking for technicalities to get away with murder, you're just not a pacifist anymore. We have to save the city, though. As far as I'm concerned, fuck those people. We should have tied the Sezrekan zombies to our vehicle as cushioning. That's stupid. It's also how you get Sezrecades. Do you think this many Sezrekan zombies means that there might be a follower of Sezrekan in the city? Remember how we heard that zombie outbreaks are more likely to happen where there's acolytes of Sezrekan? There are some wizards in the city. Maybe the Hippomagus is a follower of Sezrekan. What? I am not. I'm a member of the council. We hate diabolism. Tell that to Fluffy. He was a traitor. I bet there's others in the council who were too. Yeah, I bet the Hippomagus is a follower of Sezrekan. I am not. Stop it. That's what a follower of Cesar Khan would say. We should probably stop treating the hippomagus like shit. He's mumbling to himself again. Going to burn them all one day. The hippomagus is like the anti-Bill. It's like if someone shot a ray at Bill the elf that sucked all the goodness, innocence, and general wassiness out of him, and put it into a ridiculous-looking wizard. And that's the hippomagus. So the race is tomorrow, right? Is there any side quest we can get distracted by tonight? So the pirates have comms that don't actually work, and you're just sending them to their deaths. I guess. I just don't want them hanging around. Man, you're an even bigger pile of crap than most pacifists. So, who's going on the shaft -1? And who's going on the loser car? Does the shaft -1 have a dolphin launcher? It has a particle beam cannon. Ours is still cooler. I don't know. The particle beam cannon has particles. Yeah, and a beam. So wait. Our entire strategy depended on launching dolphins that explode on impact, and you forgot to get any explosives. What really matters is looking cool. Okay, sure. Sami volunteers to go looking for explosives with her extensive knowledge of the streets. You mean street walking? Yes, the cotton candy vendor has a bandolier full of grenades under his tunic. See? That's using your street smarts. Sir, I want to buy that bandolier of grenades. No way. This bandolier is a family heirloom. Here, we only sell blue and pink cotton candy and plastic explosives. Or, okay, I'll take the blue cotton candy and 5 kilograms of C4, please. Heidi went out looking for musicians to play while the gang engages in post-apocalyptic road to warrior battles, but only manages to spot a marching band. Okay, anyone here want to make 30 GP? Yeah, man. Can you play pirate music? What? Sure. All right then. Get your instrument and come with me. Sure. Here? Oh shit. Not a cowbell. Okay. 100 GP for anyone playing anything better than a cowbell. I could do it for 100 GP. What do you play? Trombone? Can you play trombone pirate music? Yeah? Okay. Is that C4? Yeah. Go easy on that. You don't want to apply too much per dolphin. We need to make it last. You know you have to stop letting people bullying you, hippomagus. Yeah. People are always taking advantage of me. Someday they'll all pay. What? Nothing. So when are we betraying the pirates? We already have, my friend. The various racers line up at the starting point, about to start the death race. They are a wide variety of races, nationalities, and vehicles. Are there anything like Sky Shield? Nazis? No. But you do see some Sky Shield. Soviets? How can I tell? They're driving a bland-looking box, shaped van with a hammer and sickle on it. Heidi goes looking for another human crew to mentally control. He ends up finding a crew of hotch babes. He was going to steal their vehicle, but he just kidnaps the hot babe leader instead. Okay, the second the race starts, we shoot fireworks, play the trombone, and launch a dolphin at one of the other cars. Blitzkrieg puts the hover truck in a drift, spins fast, and drives off at full speed. To avoid the large number of contestants, vehicles all shooting at each other. In the first few minutes of the race, close to half the contestants are wiped out. Should I shoot Blitzkrieg? No, man. We don't want to attract attention to ourselves meanwhile. In the other truck, exploding dolphins. Hey, the dolphin didn't explode. What the fuck? Wait a minute. This isn't C4, it's Taffy. The hot babe leader, named Suzanne, isn't very reasonable when D controlled. She starts attacking everyone on the lollipop. The PC's vampire allies are having troubles of their own. Their vampmobile is attacked by a gang of senior citizen punks. Are the punks getting inside the vampmobile, or is it hermetically sealed? No, they're getting in. Ironically, the vampire mobile has a sunroof. Help us. There are two. Too many of them. Ah. Heidi tries to fly over to help, but the aged punks overwhelm the vampires. Sammy the cleric prays for divine aid to transform the taffy into real C4. Roman licks it. Yeah, it's pure. The shaft -1 has gotten far ahead and finds a side path. The lollipop is gaining ground again, having dumped Suzanne and abandoned the vampires. Then they run into a kind of EMP mine. Luckily for everyone but Heidi was flying. Ahead, his jetpack is fried, but he manages to crash on the lollipop without great danger. I thought we were calling this the Mammoth -1. Nope. It's back to being the lollipop now. The shaft -1 encounters a totally wooden big rig that has a Trent launcher. Holy shit! The Trent lands on the shaft and starts trying to tear open its hull, while the elves who pilot the wooden big rig are trying to cut off the shaft. One's escape. Are the elves trying to reach around the shaft? No, but the Trent is trying to penetrate it from behind. Vizzy and the Hippomagus manage to fight off the Trent, mostly Vizzy, while Blitzkrieg, Sacamano, and Space Bear manage to outmaneuver the elves and blow them up. The lollipop runs into some redneck orcs with heavy-duty shotguns on the back of a pickup truck. How many are there? There's 4 in the back of the pickup armed with shotguns. Driver and 1 riding shotgun, which means he has 2 shotguns. The vegan is hit by a shotgun for 7 points of damage. I might be dead. Shit. I forgot how few HP you have. Mo got hit too, but he has a ton of HP. I guess that makes sense. Wizards have few HP and none. Wizards have tons of HP. Yeah, hey, can I cast magic missile at a tire? No, tires are made of darkness. The orc redneck truck is fast. It runs on moonshine and nitro. I shoot the gas tank. The vegan survives. No one knows how. What, with his only having 7 luck. It's the second time, too. Mongo has a slight OE on his head, and the vegan has 1 horsepower and 2 gaping shotgun wounds. I heal Mongo. The PCs run into the space. Romans again, and they propose teaming up. What do they have? They said, "We have the courage of the ancients, dolphin the fuck out of them." Wait, I'll tell them we're coming in friendly. Then we dolphin them. The shaft -1, meanwhile, enters an area filled with a dark green smoke. They decide to take a chance and ride through it, having forgotten that the shaft -1 had a hull breach from the Trent. The mysterious smoke fills the cabin, but every single character on board makes their saving throw. The smoke is irritating, but it doesn't do anything. Just like Mo, we try to heal the trombone player. His trombone is destroyed. Yeah, I'm a musician. I'm used to suffering. If the vegan dies, we'll launch him. I don't think I'd do anything. You would. If we stuffed your corpse full of C4. I wouldn't fit in the dolphin launcher, though. You would if we cut off your limbs. Okay, but promise me one thing, Heidi. If I die, please keep the sacred dagger. What dagger? The one you yourself gave to my people shortly before they all died. Oh, hey, yeah. That piece of shit. The team runs across various other rival enemy vehicles, including a giant mecha scorpion. Also, obstacles or traps, like a cow-launching catapult being fired from off-track. The shaft one drives by a seemingly broken-down car with 4 very hot blondes waving for help. Hey, look, man. Those hot ladies need my help. Blitzkrieg? No, it's an obvious trap. Raw? No way, you guys. It's not a trap. They're just sexy ladies needing someone like Sacomano. I'm firing on them. You jive, motherfucker. The blondes dealt with. The shaft one notices fireworks in the distance. That's the lollipop. Hail them? Hey there. You're still alive. Keep shooting those fireworks and we'll try to reach you. These are celebratory fireworks. Sacomano. We only fire them when we kill someone. Sorry, vegan. Wait. Why not kill the musician instead of me? No way. The musician is an important part of our image. The party runs into a Raston murder robot. It's one of the deadliest robots in existence. Other than Bolt Zero, I mean. Escaping the robot, they run into a Klingon-type vessel. They're some kind of space Klingons. They're not the bullshit fake Klingons from Discovery, are they? Sammy, who still has a functioning jetpack, gets the Sunstaff over to the Hippomagus, who then uses it to make force manipulation balls, which he proceeds to throw like a girl. The pseudo Klingon ship tries to use some kind of a tractor beam to get the Hippomagus, but he dodges. He's remarkably agile at dodging. Oh, sure, at dodging, not at throwing. After the battle, they move the Hippomagus to the APV, so that everyone needing the Sunstaff will be in one place. Heidi, meanwhile, moves over to the shaft -1. The vegan only needs 3 XP to level. So let's stop here for today. God damn it. All that means is you won't die until 2 weeks from now. That's it for this session. Next time, we continue with the second half of the Death Race 3000. Title: DCC Campaign Update. God is my pimp. Date: December 9th, 2017. We're smack dab in the middle of the Death Race 3000. Now, on the hover. Tank, we have Vizzy, Heidi, Blitzkrieg, Sakumano, and Space. Bear, yeah, the cool group. The other car has the nerds. Hey, man, it's bad when it's the GM saying that. It's kind of an ideal situation for you, when your GM forgets that your familiar even exists, which is why I count on the rest of you guys to remind me of Moe's monkey. Wizard familiar. That's what we're all here for, to inform on each other. I'm depressed, so I go and pet a dolphin. The dolphin looks nervous. The road in the death racetrack leads right into, and out on the other side, of some kind of green basalt ziggurat-style pyramid. After a brief debate about possibly driving around it, the PCs decide to go right in. The tunnel leads into a room with several corpses, a steel gate, and a couple of undead guards in vaguely Aztec-esque gear. While the vegan and the hippomagus debate over who should get to have the staff, instead of firing the APVs, weapons at the guards. The guards rush forward and jump, quite athletically for undead, onto the APV roof. The vegan and the hippomagus are under attack. Mew casts magic missile. I fire all the missiles at the zombie. On the vegan. You really want the hippomagus to die, don't you? You're lucky, vegan, in that you're no threat to MU, or to anyone. For defeating the zombies, you all get 2 XP, just barely not enough for the vegan to level. No, actually, I won the XP award last time, so it's exactly enough for me to level up. Son of a bitch. Ha! The GM intentionally wanted to leave you with 1 XP to level. The vegan played his cards close to his chest. Well done. I swear to God, vegan, if you summon another porcupine MU, we'll never get to use that staff again. What? Why are you summoning another porcupine? For protection. What? Is it going to dive in front of you, bodyguard style? During the fight with the guards, a ghoul snuck into the hole in the hull of the Shaft One and attacked Vizzy, paralyzing him. Heidi dispatched it. But Vizzy lay there, paralyzed and ignored. Hey, Heidi. So is Vizzy dead or something? Oh, yeah. I forgot to check. Vizzy. Blink once for yes, twice for no. He can't blink at all. He seems broken on so many levels. Aren't we all? I'm less broken. Being less broken than everyone else in the party doesn't mean you aren't still really broken. The hippomagus is of lawful Boy Scout alignment, but he's slowly shifting into lawful freak. Thanks to you guys, the steel gate rose automatically when the zombie guards were dispatched, and they moved on into a larger hall with some strange menhirs and some more undead guards. In the ensuing fight, one of the PCs misses a shot at an undead, and instead hits a menhir, causing it to explode. When it does, a magical shockwave hits the party, and all of a sudden, a bunch of them switch bodies with each other. Moo switches with the vegan, Vizzy switches with Heidi, and Sammy switches with Mongo. Moo, my body is made of paper. Don't get hit. You really suck, vegan. I'm going to blow up another menhir. That ought to fix things. No, wait. Too late. Naturally, this only makes things worse. Now Heidi is in Vizzy's body. Vizzy is in Heidi's. The vegan is in Sammy's body. Moo is in the vegan's body. Sammy is in Mongo's body. Mongo is in Moo's body. And Blitzkrieg and Roman have switched bodies. The vegan is going to enjoy this. It's the closest he'll ever get to being inside a hot girl's body. Are you casting? Yeah. Wait, I'm in the vegan's body. I spell burn. I'm shooting at another menhir. No, you motherfucker. Heidi keeps blowing up menhirs, causing more body switches and total chaos. Maybe if I kill the vegan's body, I'll switch back. No, don't do that. I don't think it will end well for any of us. Go against all your instincts and don't kill the vegan. I was in Mongo's body for a while. Did you know he was packing? Like, seriously. Now I know why he is the way he is. No blood is getting to his brain. The PCs come up with a plan. They back the vehicles away, and then just have 3 of the PCs in switched bodies go up and destroy a menhir to see if it works out that at least one of them switches back into their own body. You'll have to carry me. I'm too weak to walk. Dude, even after Mew spellburned the vegan's body, you have 3 strength left. That's still enough to walk. I'm not talking about strength. I'm stuck in the vegan's body. I'm talking about the will to live. After blowing up 4 menhirs, the vegan is finally back in his own body, and Heidi is in Mongo's body. The vegan also notices that Heidi used a dagger to carve a penis on the vegan's arm. Unable to figure out how to open the next gateway, the PCs go on a side path and run into a large, undead humanoid with a massive sledgehammer. He charges the lollipop and smashes its mammoth skull. Holy shit. What is that goddamn undead? After blowing up some more menhirs, using their previous strategy, only Vidzi and Mongo are still switched. Ha! It's true that Mongo is packing, but I'm not sure if as much as Blitzkrieg. Sakomano pleases all the ladies. The room with the undead giant had a trapdoor. Heidi opens it to see if there's something of use, and finds that the pit below is full of zombies who try to rush out. Luckily, he manages to shut the trapdoor before they get through. Nope, nothing important down there. They go down the opposite path to another room, where there's 3 of undead giants, seemingly using some black sludge to make a new menhir. Okay, magic users, get ready. Oh? So now I'm a wizard. Huh? I didn't say wizard. Moo. I said magic user. Fuck you. The Hippomagus fires a barrage of magic missiles in a rare show of competency, killing 1 undead giant and badly injuring the other 2. Then Mew fails his role to finish them off. You had one job. I told you we should have left it to the real wizard. Shut up! After the giants are dispatched, they blow up the last column, finally switching Vizzy and Mongo back into their own bodies, having both failed their saving throws to resist the body switching effect. We succeeded by failing, as usual. Where's my fucking lightsaber, Mongo? Hey guys, did you see my fancy new lightsaber? The Hippomagus is so pathetic. Shut up, Mew. He's your future. They finally figure out that the gate they couldn't open rises when one of them touches it. Ironically, Moo had guessed this, but no one paid any attention to him. In the next chamber, the PCs face off with a minor demon that looks like a cross between the Cheshire Cat and Longcat. Oh, memes are the best memes. The Hippomagus reacts to the Cheshire Longcat's invisibility power by creating an anti-magic field, which he centers around himself, rendering him unable to cast any other magic. Why? Why the hell would you do that? You know you're a wizard, right? In mid-fight, Vizzy touches the metal sledgehammer they got from one of the giant undeads, which turns out to be a hammer with a head made of solid mithril, and has a vision of the wardens presenting the hammer to a trio of Aztec mummies. When the Cheshire Longcat makes itself visible, the Hippomagus shifts the anti-magic field to the demon. There. See? Now it can't make itself invisible. Ha! Okay. I guess you weren't so stupid after all. Wait. Can spells affect it now? Can we hit it with magic missiles? Well, no. God damn it, you're an idiot. The Hippomagus annuls the anti-magic field. After blasting the demon to death, they move on to the final chamber, where they see a throne with what seems to be a corpse on it. I'm going to check it out, you guys. Wait, I saw a vision of this. Come back. Suddenly, the corpse stands up and looks at you with its dead eyes. Oh, shit. I wet myself and climb back on the tank. Oh, you tired of sucking, Vizzy? Shut up, you Hippomagus in training. The Hippomagus and the Aztec Lee, who turns out to be a spellcaster, both get caught up in a phlogiston disturbance and vanish. Unfortunately, the Hippomagus was wielding the Sunstaff at the time. Oh, shit. Well, there goes saving the world. They wait for about an hour in the hope that the Hippomagus might return from wherever he came from. He doesn't. If he doesn't come back, everything depends on Mongo. Yeah, the mentally defective ancient man-child who has no sense of self-preservation. We've faced worse odds. Rather than giving up, Sammy prays for divine aid and incredibly makes the roll, bringing the Hippomagus back. They'd both ended up in the neutral zone, where the Hippomagus managed to kill the Aztec leech in magical combat. But he had no way to get back. I hope this teaches you all an important lesson. Keep your cleric safe. I'm pretty sure if you died, another cleric would show up to take your place. That's probably true. I have a backup human. Wait. Is God your pimp? What? No. Well, he does take all my money. He screws around with me by giving me stuff, but not always. And he randomly punishes me. Shit. God I has my pimp. He even makes you get on your knees and worship him from time to time. The party finally rides out of the pyramid and continue on with the race. They soon run into a giant metallic snake creature. I do not want motherfucking snakes on my motherfucking race. I have to say, the Death Race 3000 has been getting us a ton of XP. True, whatever happens, we should come back next year. After defeating the snake, the team rides on and runs into a strange-looking giant holding a glowing cube. You cannot pass unless you defeat me, or one of you passes the challenge of the cube of chance. Vegan, you go. Why me? Why not the NPC musician? We've already had that talk, dude. The musician is a more valuable member of this party. The vegan reluctantly accepts the challenge of the cube, which involves tossing the cube and suffering the utterly random consequence it generates. He vanishes. Hey, Sammy, can you bring the vegan back, like you did the hippomagus? I don't know, I was extremely lucky that time. Anyways, why would we want to? So he can do the stupid cube challenge again. Sammy actually tries to bring the vegan back. But when she did it with the hippomagus, she'd gotten a natural 20. That isn't going to repeat itself. Why don't we just kill the giant? If we do that, the cube might vanish, and then we won't get the vegan back. Bonus! Where did the cube send the vegan? He was sent either to a place of never-ending pain or never-ending pleasure. So there's a 50% chance he's having eternal bliss. Now I want to bring him back. Yeah, that's a risk we can't allow. The remaining PCs now try to convince the musician, the second most useless person in the group, after the vegan, to take up the cube challenge. Listen, if I do this, then I get to go live in the Citadel with you guys. Okay, sure. Wait, live? Yes. The Wardens let the winners of the Death Race to live in the Citadel with them forever. But can they leave? I don't know. No one has ever come back. We assume they're having such a wonderful time, they wouldn't want to leave even for a visit. Oh, shit! The Citadel's a trap. The musician tosses the cube. It glows brightly, and he seems to somehow appear more experienced. Did the musician just gain a level? I'm a bard now. Having won the challenge, the giant offers the party the option of bringing the vegan back. They agree, and he is drawn back to the material world from the demiplane of infinite bliss, just before getting it on with 72 virgins. 73, counting the vegan. The vegan isn't a virgin. Remember that old witch he had to sleep with after he robbed her, who he later murdered? Don't talk about that. What's your name, musician? I'm Max. No, I'm Max the Bard. Oh, great. That's what we need. Another NPC. Says the NP. That's all for this session. Stay tuned next time for part 3, the last part. Knowing this group, maybe not, of the Death Race 3000. PG Pundit, currently smoking. Stanwell Deluxe, plus Image Virginia. Title, DCC campaign archive, put his torso into the dolphin launcher. Date: December 30th, 2017. We left off with our intrepid PCs, about 2/3 of the way, done the death race, 3,000. Will they get to the end this session? Read on, Gonzo fans, and find out. Now, so just to review, it's Blitzkrieg, Space Bear, Vizzy and Heidi on the shaft one. Yes, the nerds are on the APV. So, there's no warriors on the APV? No, like we said, the APV is full of nerds. You realize at this point, this fucking party has more NPCs than PCs in it. Yeah. And you're not even counting Moo's Monkey Wizard or the Dolphin. I would trade all of these NPCs for Bolt Zero. But would you trade all the NPCs you have right now for Bolt Zero and Priscilla? Wow! I'd have to think about that. What about keeping Bolt Zero and Roman? I don't think those two should be in the same room together. Wait, we've never seen Bolto and Roman together. Are you saying Roman is Bolt Zero in disguise? Well, that would explain a lot. I'm summoning more dolphin ammunition, but I'm using dolphin poop for the summoning. So I might end up summoning fish instead. After summoning 24 fish, the vegan is out of dolphin poop. Sammy intimidates the dolphin into crapping itself again, and the vegan finally summons more dolphins. Shortly after that, the party gets attacked by a group of leather-clad bikers. There's also one guy dressed as a construction worker, and a guy dressed as an Indian chief. Vegan, what do you do? Oh, I guess I'll go up top and fire. You feel sufficiently secure that these guys are wussy enough not to endanger you, don't you? Wait, if you do a dispel magic on me, Hippomagus, would there be a chance that my monkey wizard familiar would be dispelled? I say, I certainly wouldn't care to be dispelled, old boy. I'm having far too good a time. Oh, that's nice. That someone actually enjoys my company. Well, I think I'm magically required to like you. Oh, though I do. Well, okay. Though that's probably the magic talking, old bean. Having defeated the bikers' village people, the party drives on. After a while, the party sees the dreaded Viking long truck up ahead. They're heading over to engage them when suddenly a rift opens up in space, and a giant tentacle reaches down, wraps around the Viking vehicle, crushing it, and pulls it up into the extraplanar space. Holy shit! What is that goddamn tentacle? The PCs pause, worried the rift will open up in the same spot if they proceed. The Hippomagus casts invisibility on the APV. Hey, Blitzkrieg, are we invisible over here? Did it work? Yeah, man. You're invisible? Great. Wait, are we really invisible? Or are you just saying that so we go first? No, man. You're really invisible. Okay, but seriously. Or are you fucking with us? We'll go first. And then the Hippomagus. We'll come back. And make the shaft one invisible too. Right? Hey, wait. Are we seriously going to send the Hippomagus back to them? With the Sunstaff? Oh shit. No. I'm just fucking with them without help from the Hippomagus. The shaft -1 starts to drive under the rift. I'm going to fire. Not really to hit anything, but to try to hold back the tentacle. So like suppressing fire. Yes? You miss. Blitzkrieg's quick reflexes. Get them past the tentacles. You assholes had to turn invisible, but we go through on pure Sacomano, baby. Next, they encounter a couple of nerds on a weenie-esque moped. They seem pretty hopeless, but they soon start taking control of the vehicles with their computer. Luckily, the Hippomagus is on fire this session, and he blows them away with magic missiles. Those nerds were as dangerous as the giant tentacle, so you get the same amount of XP. After that, they run into a fancy-looking bus manned by dragon men, including some dragon men mandarins with some powerful spellcasting chops. They blast the APV with 2 lightning bolts and a fireball, and Moo is down. They're wizards. No shit. Don't worry. I have 19 luck. I'll be fine. Jesus? 19? You're immortal. Okay, now. Oh. I rolled a 20. I'm dead. God damn it. You had one job. Yeah, not to roll a 20. This is so awful. I loot Moo's body immediately. Wait, what happens to the monkey wizard? He vanishes when his master dies. No, not the monkey. Oh, damn it. What are we going to do now? I'd like some healing, please. Yes, but do something to stop these dragon men, you fat fuck. I'm just big-boned. This is a normal weight for a Hippomagus. Vizzy blows the dragon bus's main gun away with a critical from the shaft one's secondary guns. The dragon men wizards are still fighting, though. The vegan wizard shoots at them with the last of the dolphins he'd conjured, but is now exposed and about to be blasted with fireballs. Quick, pull me back down. I don't know how you're talking to, but no one is listening. Oh shit, I'm dying. You're pretty much already dead. You just don't know it yet. One of the dragon men accidentally electrocutes himself while trying to cast lightning bolt and goes below deck. You coward! Don't tease them. Finally, the shaft one's guns managed to blow up the dragon bus and the wizards. Mo had very little loot. He died as he lived. Worthless. Man Hippomagus, you whiny bitch. I bet you didn't have any friends on the High Council of Wizards. Fluffy the cat pretended to like me, cut off Moo's arms, and put his torso into the dolphin launcher. Moo would have wanted to go that way. I'll do it. I can use my lightsaber. Good, thanks. That's still a better treatment that MU is getting than what you did with Toenut's corpse, just leaving his body pantsless in the middle of the dungeon. They just fire the corpse at nothing. Why did you do that? We could have used him against our enemies after stuffing his corpse with C4. We did stuff his corpse with C4. Boom. You idiot. Now you wasted MU and the C4. The PCs drive onto an area that seems filled with half-melted vehicles. Among these, they find 3 pathetic newbies. Should we kill them? No, dumbass. They're Muse replacement. The newbies consist of a sky communist dwarf, a human wage slave from some kind of mega-corporate dystopia, and a cat-person street urchin. Get in, motherfuckers. We're saving the universe. Mongo takes an immediate liking to the cat boy, picking him up forcefully, hugging him tightly, and petting him too roughly, blah, 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 George. We'll take the dwarf on the shaft one. At least he can fix things. If only he could fix our moral values. Those are beyond repair. You can't fix what doesn't exist. The party soon finds out that this area of the racetrack is routinely showered with acid rain. Before they can speed past it, the roof of the ATV is wrecked, along with the dolphin launcher, and the main and forward guns of the shaft one are ruined permanently. So what do we do with the dolphin now? The dolphin looks nervous. It turns out the wage slave worked in dolphin maintenance and has some dolphin hormones on him. Do the hormones come with any kind of instructions? No, they don't have any regulations in the megacorp zone. I'm taking these hormones, but they're mine. You'll be compensated eventually. I've heard that before. There's no I in team. You know? Yeah, I've heard that one too. The party is attacked by a couple of renegade time dinosaurs. Luckily, or maybe unfortunately, the Hippomagus blows them up before they can do anything cool. The party is then attacked by a gang of flying skybugs. The Hippomagus, who has evolved from a bumbling, amicable dweeb into a killing machine over the course of this race, blows a bunch of them to bits as well. You know you and I are friends, right, Hippomagus? Of course. You heal me, and I feel a lot more comfortable now that Mo is dead. You can see the finish line at the end of a long stretch ahead. I preemptively cast Sanctuary. The party is suddenly swooped down upon by giant halcons. With both vehicles' roofs badly corroded, the huge birds can easily tear the tops open and start attacking the delicious PCs inside. There's a short but vicious firefight. The birds are scared off, and the party gets across the finish line. There were several other teams that got across the line before the PCs did. But it was already established that this was not a first across the finish contest. There is an obscure set of point system calculations to determine who wins, in which getting across the finish early is good, but not the sole factor. Things like defeating other racers, having entertaining fights, amusing the wardens, capturing enemy vehicles, and looking cool were all important parts of the calculations. The PCs end up with 96 points, which, at the moment, puts them in first place. However, there's still several contestants which might yet make it across the finish, and could theoretically still beat them. Heck, those evil robots got 95 points, so there's every chance we might still lose. Hey, evil robots. So much for being superior, huh? Illogical. Illogical, that one's literally sparking. Hey, no hard feelings, guys. Or really, any feelings at all. The other teams that manage to get through, though some of them come close, don't manage to beat the PC's score. They are the champions of the death race. 3,000. Hooray! Now we can fall into the warden's obvious trap. Did any of those pirates I hired survive? Apparently not. Mission accomplished. The Catboy helps the rest of the PCs sell some of the loot they'd accumulated. Thanks to the Catboy, we made 8,000 quatlums. Should we give him some? Yeah. Hey, Catboy. Here's 20 quatlums for your troubles. Don't spend them all at once. Blitzkrieg and Space Bear, let the party know this is as far as they go. They're not interested in whatever the wardens have in mind. And their place is in the skies. So they're going to try to gamble their way into getting a new ship to fly out of here and back down to the upper skies. Also, because there are too many NPCs. That night, there's a huge, almost citywide party in the PCS honor as the victors of the death race 3,000. Most of the PCs only participate in moderation, but the Catboy gets seriously drunk. Sometime in the night, he gets stabbed, but survives. Heidi also went crazy with the partying, and wakes up the next morning with a Sky Klingon woman named Dorma. Apparently she and Heidi blood-bonded that night, which doesn't seem to mean sex, but rather having cut each other with knives or something. And they had sworn to overthrow the wardens and take over the Citadel. Great! Another NPC. Just what we need. That's it for today. In the next session, the PCs will be entering the Citadel. They're pretty sure the whole thing is a setup, since there's a way too convenient story about how the winners get to live long lives of pleasure in the Citadel, and it's all so wonderful that none of them ever return. But what will they really find in there? Stay tuned to find out. End of 2017, 12 to 30 DCC campaign. Archive. Put his torso into the Wolf TXT. His torso into the Wolf TXT.